mission. I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position. I'm staying up. It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great. Recognition. I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position. I'm staying up. It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great.
Hello and welcome to the return of the World Athletics Relays after 3 years away. Almost 900 athletes have gathered here in the Bahamas looking to chase the sun and book their journeys from paradise to Paris to emulate Bahamas' very own double Olympic champion.
It's going to be all gold for Milawibo, the record breaker, the history maker.
I would describe my country as the most beautiful place on earth. I love it here. The people are very nice and kind and warming, and the beaches are the most beautiful you're ever going to find around this earth. For me, growing up in Nassau, my fondest memory would be just being around family. We would always go out to the beaches and just have fun, and we'd really enjoy that family time. What I love most about being part of the relay team, I think, is just with being with the team, I guess. We all come out here with the same mindset of just going out here, doing well, representing the country as best as we could, and you want everyone to step up and do their best. Where else better than in the Bahamas to do that?
A warm welcome wherever you're watching across the globe to Nassau, the capital of the Bahamas, for 2 days of high class, high octane and undoubtedly high drama relay action at stake. Places in the Olympic Games in Paris in 83 days from now, which is why we have over 150 teams here. And what a venue and a welcome the Bahamas have given this event. The beautiful turquoise waters, as we just heard Shawnee Milawibo talking about. We're around 180 miles east of Miami on the east coast of the US. It's a gateway to the Caribbean and Central America, a country of nearly 700 islands. Around 30 of them are inhabited. Around 400,000 people live here as well, with the port of Nassau, where we are, a hub for cruise ships and trade. It's protected on the eastern side by the third largest barrier reef in the world, and if you're unlucky, you'll find the temperature dropping below 20 degrees all year round. Throw in incredible sea life, beautiful Caribbean pine forests, and it's easy to see why. As a saying goes here, it's better in the Bahamas. It's a beautiful venue. We're delighted to be here, and we should have a cracking couple of days ahead. Well, the headlines for you are the breeze here, 27 degrees Celsius, beautiful conditions for sprinters. It's just before 7 o'clock local time in the evening here in Nassau, but that wind is swirling around the stadium as well. As we bring you the timetable for the first of 2 days, we're on air at the same time tomorrow as well. Olympic qualifying round 1 with those places at the Olympic Games up for grabs, and we start shortly with the mixed 4x4. So the athletes have been arriving throughout the last 5 or 6 days. Many of the teams have actually been in training camps, maybe in Florida, some have been in Curacao, not too far away as well. We have world record holders, we have Olympic champions, we have debutants like Norway making their first appearance at the World Athletics Relays as well. Well drilled, well oiled, however experienced or inexperienced they may be, ready at this stage of the season, early May, still early in the season for a lot of these athletes, but it's a great competitive opportunity to see exactly where they're at, and most importantly for them, book their country's places at the Olympic Games in Paris. Busy couple of hours coming up. Stay with us. It all gets underway very shortly here in the Bahamas. So this is how it's going to work over the course of the next couple of days. Today we are exclusively in Olympic Qualifying 1, which is abbreviated there as OQ1. You can see on the top line of that, the top 2 in each of our heats today will qualify for the Olympics and also for the final, which takes place tomorrow here in the Bahamas. All the remaining teams, well, they go through to Olympic Qualifying 2, which will take place tomorrow. You have to start in your event today to make sure you go through to tomorrow. If you don't finish today, you don't get the baton round, or you're disqualified today, you do still get a second chance to run tomorrow. So all of the teams who are with us here in the Bahamas have 2 opportunities to run. The top 2 in each heat tomorrow as well also qualify for the Olympic Games, which means that we will have 14 teams across the 2 days will book their places, 8 today and 6 tomorrow. It's the World Athletics Relays Bahamas 2024. we get things straight underway then with the mixed 4x400 meters relay. We're starting to meet the teams. They're gathering on a center stage. You can see right in the middle of the arena here. This is heat 1 of the 4 that we've got coming up. And we meet Brazil from the outside inwards. The 4 men and women lineup. Each team has chosen to run in the same formation, by the way, which will go man on legs 1 and 3. And some surprising faces, you might think, in that Netherlands team, which we'll come on to in a second. Femke Bol and Lieke Klaver weren't initially entered for the mixed 4x4, but there they are in the opening event for the Netherlands. And what about the roar that will greet this quartet? Quite some welcome. 2 Olympic champions in the centre, Stephen Gardner and Shawnee Miller-Weibo headlining their team, and Colombia will go on the inside in lane 2. So the athletes make their way off the stage, they walk down the ramp towards the 4x4 start and changeover point. My name's Chris Temple, delighted to be with you over the course of the next couple of days, and even more delighted alongside me to have a 2-time world champion over 200 metres, the European record holder as well over 200 metres, Daphne Schippers from the Netherlands, and we'll talk Netherlands in just a moment, Daphne, but first of all, how excited are you to be here as part of this, in this role this time?
Of course, I'm very, very excited. It's always so cool event, like just a relay, and yeah, I'm very excited to watch this.
Last time it was here in Nassau, you were competing as well. What was it like as a competitor?
It's great. Like, the atmosphere is really good, and yeah, it's fun that it's just relay. It's the beginning of the season, so it's okay that athletes are not in the best form, but keep building from here. It's perfect, I think.
Well, just some shots on screen of the opening ceremony, which happened around about half an hour or so ago. Lots of dignitaries from the local organising committee here, and lots of local entertainment from clubs and organisations as well. There has been action in the stadium for the last 2 or 3 hours or so, with some schools relays and club relays for under-17s downwards, and it's been very, very enthusiastic support, Daphne. The Bahamian team won one of those events, nearly took the roof off here.
Yeah, that's really nice to watch that.
Well, if we get any kind of the same level of support for our athletes out there, with Bahamas in the first heat as well, it will give us a pretty good indication of what an atmosphere it's going to be for the athletes out in the arena today. So those are the athletes waiting on legs 2, 3 and 4. Let's talk about Bahamas first of all then. Daphne, they've got Shawnee Miller-Weibo and Stephen Gardner. They'll run legs 2 and 3 respectively. Alonso Russell will get them underway. Shania Adderley will go on the 4th leg, but it's not often you get a team that has an Olympic champion handing to another Olympic champion in the middle.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see what Shanae Miller is doing, because she is coming back from like birth throat. I think it's really nice to see her back, and yeah, I'm excited to watch her and see in what form she is.
Yeah, interesting to see the big hitters going in this. So we've got to talk Netherlands then. Daphne, because you were as surprised as anybody when these teams came out only about half an hour ago to see Lieke Klaver and Femke Bol both in this one.
Yeah, I was very surprised, but I think they will go for it, because if you do Lieke and like Bol, then you are ready for it. I think they will do a lot of things.
Isaiah Bors there on leg number 1 for the Netherlands. Isaiah Klein-Ikkink is the other male athlete in that Netherlands quartet. But Stephen Gardner, the Olympic champion over 400 metres, there's confirmation of that Bahamian quartet. Shawnee Miller-Weibo will hand on to Stephen Gardner once Alonso Russell has got things underway. An extra bit of pressure for Shawnee Miller-Weibo, but she's seen it all and done it all before. As you mentioned, just appearing on the big screen here, which is why the crowd have gone absolutely mad inside the arena. So here we go then, we can give you the team lineups. Brazil on the outside, they've got Lemes da Silva, they've got Bruno Mendes and Vitorino. The Jamaicans go with a pretty strong quartet led off by Rashawn Clark. Anderson, McDonald and Russell complete that quartet. We've mentioned the Netherlands. Bors to Klaver, Klein-Ikkink and Bol on the anchor. Dominican Republic, well, they've got Alexander Orgando on the first leg, and the Olympic silver medalist Marilady Paulino anchoring them. Germany, Marvin Schlegel will get them off. Schmidt to Bredau and Martin. The Bahamian team in lane 3, Alonso Russell will get them going to Miller-Weibo, to Gardner, to Adderley, and Colombia with John Palazza on leg number 1, to Gonzalez, to Salinas and to Torres. So, the World Athletics Relays Bahamas 2024. There's no messing around here. We are straight into Olympic qualifying round 1 and the first 2 teams in this event today, right now, will qualify for the Olympics. So you can see the thinking behind the likes of the Netherlands going strong right at the start. They said the aim is to come and get all 5 teams. They've got a team in every single event to get them qualified for Paris. It's going to be an exciting couple of days, and it all starts right now with Heat 1 of the mixed 4x4. So there will be a consistent roar for the Bahamas as Alonso Russell takes them out in lane number 3. A quick start on the outside by Rashawn Clark of Jamaica, who's already up making ground on Thiago Limes de Silva outside him as they go through nearly the halfway point in this first leg. Bahamas going pretty conservatively through this early stage. They are up on Schlegel of Germany just outside him, but Jamaica have gone blazing through the first 300 meters or so. The stagger, of course, will unwind after the first bend of the second leg. The Bahamas finishing strongly as Alonso Russell on the inside in lane number 3 prepares to hand it on to Shawnee Miller-Weibo. I think you'll know when she gets the baton vocally. So Jamaica probably just about, although Bahamas made some good late ground there. Jamaica and Bahamas from Germany and the Netherlands.
I think it's really, really nice to see like the same changeover between Miller-Weibo and Klaver. But they are on the line. Let's see. Lieke Klaver running really fast, but can she handle it in the end? That's good. So she tried to catch up. We'll see. Klaver's coming closer.
It's so hard to hear ourselves think, let me tell you, in this main stand here, but it's Shawnee Miller-Weibo, the Olympic champion, Lieke Klaver in pursuit, the world indoor silver medalist. Good run for Jamaica from Leah Anderson as well, and Germany with Alicia Smith have stayed in touch. Only 2 Olympic places available, and Miller-Weibo has given the Bahamas a 5-meter lead or so as she prepares to hand on to Stephen Gardner. He gets the baton. Netherlands taken in second. Isaiah Klein-Ickink has it for them. Jamaica with Rasheem McDonald in 3rd, and Germany with Jean-Paul Bredau in 4th position. As we look back, Dominican Republic in 5th at the moment. Brazil a long way down, last of the 7 teams. But Gardner has just extended that lead for Bahamas through the first 200 meters of his leg. Now Klein-Ickink will try and make some inroads. Germany coming up on the shoulder of Jamaica, trying to keep themselves in the hunt for the top 2. Bredau goes past the Jamaican Rasheem McDonald. So that lead was about 5 meters when Miller-Weibo handed over. Stephen Gardner will send the responsibility on to Shania Adderley on the anchor for Bahamas. Femke Bol in pursuit. Can Germany possibly catch Femke Bol or the Bahamas, Daphne?
She's coming closer. But she had a really good space, but yeah, you have Femke Bol, so we will see what happens after the 200 meters, I guess.
Well, the last time Femke Bol was in a major event in the mixed 4x4, we know what happened in the home straight with Alexis Holmes of the USA. Femke couldn't quite last, but at the moment, she is about to take, it would look like, the Bahamian quartet. Adderley coming under pressure, and she's got to keep going because there's a very fast finish from Marilene Paulino of Dominican Republic, who is charging around the home turn, trying to catch the Bahamas for second place. But it's going to be Femke Bol who is going to rubber stamp the first ticket to Paris. Dominican Republic, Bahamas are tying up. Dominican Republic will get there. Bol sends the Netherlands to the Olympic, and Paulino has run an incredible final leg for the Dominican Republic to get second place. And for all the excitement and the hullabaloo in the stadium, Bahamas run out of it.
We saw Femke, but did you see Paulino? Like, oh, she ran a really fast race. Like, I don't know her split time, I think, because it was really fast, I guess.
Well, CR, a championship record. It's the fastest time in the relative infancy of the mixed 4x400 meters. A championship record for the Netherlands. This is the 4th different country to have won this in the 4 stagings of the mixed 4x4. They follow the Bahamas, who were the inaugural winners. But most importantly, Daphne, you won't mind seeing that to kick things off either. The Netherlands with a ticket to Paris.
Of course, it's always nice to watch that, to be honest.
I think on paper, I mean, we look at the Bahamian quartet, all the power is in the middle, of course, and in the end, Shania Adderley, we'll just see a replay of the start here. It was Jamaica who went flying out, but Ogando had Dominican Republic relatively in contention. They lost their way on legs 2 and 3, but Paulino, we'll see her finish in a minute for Dominican Republic. So the thinking behind putting Miller-Weibo and Gardner in the middle on legs 2 and 3?
I think Miller ran also a really good race, like, because she was in front and she's still in front. So I think that's a good, very good race. And I think it's nice to see her back on the track and ready for the Olympics, I think.
Well, plenty for the thoughts of Shania Adderley at the moment, because it was, as you could hear, going absolutely crazy. And you'll probably have been there, definitely, maybe in your earlier days where you might be competing in front of a home crowd, you're trying to measure your effort and you just go too quick too soon.
Yeah, but that's the best feeling ever to have it on the crowd. But for 400 meters it's difficult, I think, because the lactic is coming. But if you're going too fast, the lactic is coming too early.
Particularly when you know that somebody of the quality of Marilady Polino is further back through the field as well. So confirmation there. The Bahamas in the end actually got run out even of third place. There's no time qualifiers or anything in this. It's just the top two, those automatic capital Qs through to the Olympic Games. The remaining 5 teams there, including Bahamas, will get a second attempt to come back tomorrow in Olympic qualifying round 2. And of course, Netherlands and also Dominican Republic will go through to the final tomorrow to compete for prize money and lane seeding at the Olympic Games as well. So this is going to be a busy program over the course of the next 3 hours, and the same tomorrow. We straight on to the athletes for heat number 2, South Africa. And we'll be drawn on the outside, USA. They've got Matthew Bowling there, who'll be on the opening leg for them, part of their world record-setting mixed relay quartet. Nigeria will go in lane 6. Bahrain have the former world champion Selva Eid Nasser on the anchor leg. Italy, of course, have been very strong in the sprint events over the course of the last couple of major championships. Lane 3, Hungary. Just the 2 teams here, Hungary, in this event. They have a 4x1 women's team as well. And India, who, of course, in the men's event at the World Championships, placed in 5th position. So this event, India, as we say, good quality throughout their men's and women's squad. But the US team, Matthew Bowling, Lina Irby-Jackson, Ryan Willey and Kendall Ellis. Again, the US, the likes of Noah Lyles and Gabby Thomas are here as well. And it's great at this stage of the season, Daph, as you mentioned, to have some real star names in this, even at a very early stage in the season for them.
Yeah, but you know, it's qualifying for the Olympics is a very important thing. So if you can do it now, it's the best preparation for the rest of the season. It's already in, so you are ready for the Olympics. So you can train for it, you can focus on it, and I think that's the best thing to do. And that's why the big stars are here as well.
There certainly are. You see Lina Irby-Jackson on screen for the US. I've got to say, the wind, Daph, it's hard to equate from up here as to exactly what it's doing to the athletes. But I mean, I must say, 5 minutes before we came on air, half of my paper blew across the stand. Start lists and stats and all sorts have gone flying through the air and are probably somewhere in the Caribbean Sea by now. But the conditions down the back straight, particularly for that long leg in this, the long part of the straight, if you like, seems to be in the runner's face down there. It's a tough part of the track.
I think it's more difficult on the other side of the track, but the 100-meter side is really good, I think, for them. But we don't know how it is on the track, of course.
Yeah, but more of an impact to probably the 4x1 later on the second leg running down the back straight, which is a leg you know very well. Of course, as well as we see the Nigerian team preparing at the moment, the third leg, Chidi Okezi, and again in this particular heat, once again the team's all going with that tried and tested even male athlete to lead off, and then on leg 3 as well. We were talking about, Daph, whether it would make it more interesting, maybe in some exhibition events you draw it out of a hat, but for these guys where they're trying to rehearse it all, Said, just seeing the Bahrainian team as well. Man-woman has become a tried and tested formula for everybody.
Yeah, I think in the beginning they tried to change it up, but in this moment I think this is the best way to do it, because it's tried a lot, but I think this is the best way.
And how hard is it as an athlete? I mean, for example, if you're a female athlete running against a male athlete on the same leg, and you know they're 200 meters behind, but they're probably coming. I mean, that's normally when you're running against athletes, they're right round you. You can see what everybody's doing, but when you've got no idea what's going on.
I think that's a difficult thing when you're a woman and you know that a male is coming. So I think that's very difficult to do that, and that's mostly for the 400 meters with the lactic. So I think it's the best decision to, keep men, women like the same position.
Hungarian team, as I mentioned, they've just got a couple of squads here out of the 5 events. There are a number of teams who have squads in all 5 of the events today. In fact, there are 14 of the federations have teams in all 5 of the events, over 150 teams across the 5 events, nearly 900 athletes from 54 countries. There is $40,000 per team prize money, by the way, for the winners of the final tomorrow as well. So the headline is for the ticket to Paris, but of course that prize money, I'm sure, will be well worth the effort tomorrow as well. So South Africa on the inside. Mtimkulu will lead them off to Nehubui, to Nokia, to Helden Hayes. Matthew Bowling to Lina Irby-Jackson, to Ryan Willie, to Kendall Ellis for USA. Nigeria, Agazi, Onajuwebo, Okezi and Joseph. Bahrain, as I mentioned, they have Musa Issa on the first leg, Adekoya, Ali, and then Nasser on the anchor. Italy with Riccardo Melli to lead them off, to Polinari, to Genchadi and Bonora. Hungary with Molnar, Mato, Enyingi and Molnar. And on the inside, India, Ramesh, Rupal, Kumar and Dandy. So, well, I'll tell you what, the first heat didn't disappoint, did it? With the amount of drama we had in the home straight. Well, we have the same again in second of the 4 heats, the mixed 4x400 meters. USA obviously will be favourites in this one. Italy have been strong, and Bahrain, if they can keep Nasser within striking distance as well, will be in contention for that second spot. Sun behind the clouds, it's a cool temperature now, still well in the 20 degrees Celsius and upwards region, but that wind right across the stadium really is blowing. So where we go, Nigeria were a pretty sluggish start there from Samuel Agazi, but he's got 390 meters to sort that out. Also a pretty conservative start from Rajesh Ramesh right on the inside, the right of shot for India. Matthew Bowling right on the outside, just up on Mtimkulu of South Africa. Outside him, a strong start from Attila Molnar of Hungary as well in the white and red as they go through the halfway point on this opening leg. Matthew Bowling, rising talent in US running. Probably just about in the lead here for USA. Nigeria have run a strong second half of the race, so Ghazi. We'll wait for that first bench stagger to unwind. So Matthew Bowling to hand on to Lina Irby-Jackson for the USA. Just about get the baton in the hand first, ahead of Nigeria and Hungary. Italy in the blue in around about 5th position at the moment. They're being closed down outside them by Bahrain, who have Kemi Adekoya on the second leg. So Irby-Jackson is challenged down that back straight by Onajuwebo of Nigeria, and those two have opened up around about 10 meters or so on the rest, with Hungary leading the chasing back at the moment from South Africa, Italy, Bahrain, and then come India at the back of the group of 7 at the moment. 2 passports to Paris available for this second heat, and it's the USA with Lina Irby-Jackson who'll be handing on to Ryan Willie for the third leg. Nigeria have Chidi Okezi waiting on their third leg. Baton in the hand, USA weren't the smoothest there. Italy now have moved up into 3rd position after that change. Lapo Bianciardi has the baton for them. South Africa in 4th with Anthony Nokia, also going through very strongly in the early part of this third leg. Bahrain with Abbas Yusuf Ali, you can see wide out there. If that group of 4 can reel in Nigeria in second, Daphne, this could get interesting.
It's very interesting, but the first 2 are running really fast, and they're out of them. Oh, they are coming now.
Oh, we got a 4.
They are the battle.
Bahrain have gone down at the top of your picture there. So they were out of the race. They will get another chance tomorrow if they don't complete. But it's Nigeria who on the final leg will have Esther Joseph. She'll be taking on, for the USA, Kendall Ellis. So Nigeria and US, they've got about a 15 or 20 meter lead now from Italy, South Africa, Hungary, and then India a long way back. Bahrain are not continuing, they are out of it, so they will have to come back tomorrow in Olympic qualifying round 2, but it's Nigeria at the moment. Esther Joseph with Kendall Ellis, who has plentiful international relay experience. The challenge in behind at the moment is being led still by Italy. South Africa challenging them for 4th position, but now USA exerting their authority. Kendall Ellis into the straight. We'll have a little look up at the screen to see what's going on behind her. Nigeria looking to hang on here, and surely will do from there, despite the efforts of South Africa moving up into 3rd. So our next Paris Olympians in the mixed 4x400 meter relay will be the USA. No surprise. Good run from Nigeria, holding on Esther Joseph in the end to the line. And Nigeria on their way to Paris as well. The rest will have to come back tomorrow. And Nasser, we talked about her, the 2019 world champion, Daphne, never got a chance to get the baton in her hand.
No, she's a really good athlete, but I also like Alice was running really good in the last lap, because she saw that she was running, but then like easy going, and then the last 150 she was going. So that was really nice to watch that, because it was a very smart race from her, I think.
Well, the championship record the Netherlands set about 10 minutes ago has lasted about 10 minutes, because United States, with that championship record time of 3:11:52, have written themselves into the history books, as I say, in this relatively short history of the World Relay mixed 4x4. Bahamas were the first winners of that, as we spoke about earlier on. But again, the drama in that one came actually from the failure to complete of Bahrain, rather than any dramatic changes in the top two positions that we saw. We might just get another look here. Is Ali, and he's clipped from behind there by Molnar of Hungary. So it was all getting a bit tight, that little group of four. And Bahrain never got the chance to complete. And of course, such is the difficulty as we see the US move there by Kendall Ellis, who really just put the afterburners on at the time of her choosing. Kendall Ellis, and easy winding it down towards the line there with the job done. Not a huge turnaround for some of these athletes. Some of those who brought reduced squads will be in action later on in the women's and men's 4x4 as well. And you can only change one team member tomorrow for the final in the mix. So there are some team selection, I guess not challenges, but some team selection things to consider, Daphne, as we see the confirmed result there. So Bahrain, it's not like your average championship heats and things where Bahrain might get advanced, or, I mean, Hungary haven't finished in the top two anyway, so a disqualification for them wouldn't actually massively impact things, but that would be one for the officials to look at. But US and Nigeria, the best two teams easily in that one.
Yeah, it was an easy race. It was a really nice race to watch that, and I'm excited for tomorrow as well, because we have more to go, but USA was running really fast, so it was really nice to watch that.
So that qualified ticket is going to get quite a lot of action. Heat 3 of 4 in the mixed 4x400 metres come next, and again the athletes will be introduced on the centre stage. And in this one we meet Kenya first of all on the outside. The athletes from right to left as you look in running order, so the first leg athlete is on the right if you're watching with a particular team in line, as we see Rashida Adeleke leading the Irish team, experience of Thomas Barr. Belgium have got a very strong team here across men's, women's and mixed. Portugal in the they're in lane 5. Great Britain and Northern Ireland will go in lane 4. Lavia Nielsen's been in excellent form this year as well. Relatively young, inexperienced Brody Young will lead off Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Switzerland going through in lane 3. Spain in 2. On the inside we have Guyana. This is the only Guyanese quartet here this week in this particular event. They will go in lane number 1. So what are you thinking in this one? I mean, we're looking at it, you'd expect Belgium, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, probably Ireland to be the leading contenders in this one.
Yeah, and Belgium is doing really good on the 4x4 as well. The last, like in Glasgow, they were really good, so I'm excited to see what they are doing. And of course, yeah, Great Britain, like we have very good teams in this one as well.
World silver medalists, Great Britain as well. So we see Emma Pippi waiting on their second leg, Brody Young to lead them off, Charlie Dobson there on the third leg, and Lavia Nielsen to anchor them home. And again, no changes in terms of the makeup of the teams in terms of who's running which leg, as we see Gillian Green of Ireland, Charlene Maudsley is their traditional anchor leg runner, Thomas Barr there, the hurdler, who is again a real favourite of Irish athletics. Just looks to be loving life, Thomas Barr, doesn't he?
Yeah, but how excited is it when you're a hurdler and I'm okay, let's do the 400.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Belgium with Jonathan Sakour leading them off, who I'm sure will be in action in the men's 4x4 as well. The teams only have to declare their entries half an hour before the first heat of their particular event. So as we go through these events over the course of the next couple of days, we are pretty much seeing these team lineups sometimes for the first time as they appear on screen here, because obviously teams declaring 30 minutes before we're on air, so we're just learning things as we go here. But I'm still so interested in the Dutch sort of skullduggery of putting Bol and Klaver in. You'll know better than everybody how serious the Laura Muley and the Papendal setup is. But this is it's not wide open, but certainly that second spot, if anything went wrong for Belgium or Great Britain and Northern Ireland, I think Ireland will be looking to try and make an impact, as we see the Swiss quartet with Ricky Petrucciani leading them off on the first leg. Again, Switzerland, one of those teams who, in fact, they have 4 of the events covered here. Switzerland, they do have a relatively big team. Spain, with David Garcia, Blanca Hervas, Julio Arenas, and Carmen Aviles. And their final leg there. And Guyana, good to see their team there. We're just seeing Tiana Springer in the background, their anchor leg runner for Guyana. It will be Daniel Williams on the 3rd. And out on the track at the moment, Malachi Austin to get them underway. So heat number 3 of 4. Once the mixed 4x4s are done, we then move into the women's and men's 4x1s. Olympic qualifying round 1, and then it's the women's and men's 4x4s to complete our programme. Nadia Nielsen of Great Britain waits her chance on the anchor leg. We stand by to meet the teams in their lanes for heat 3 of 4. So on the outside, Kenya, Mutoki, Chebet, Kip Korea, and Thomas, their quarter. Green to Adeleke, to Barr, to Maudsley for Ireland in 7. Sakor, Vervet, Iguasel, and Camille Los for Belgium. In 5, Coelho, Diallo, Dos Santos, and Azevedo of Portugal. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Young, Pippi, Dobson, and Lavia Nielsen. Her twin sister Lena is also here, but not involved in this event. Petrucciani, Sen, Spitz, and Thar for Switzerland. In 2 for Spain, Garcia, Evas, Arenas, and Aviles. And on the inside, Guyana, Austin, Abrams, Williams, and Springer. So far, we've seen the Netherlands, we've seen Dominican Republic, we've seen the USA, and we've seen Nigeria book their places in Paris and in tomorrow's World Athletics Relays final. Who will be the next 2 to join them? So those flags at the top of your picture there, just hanging a little bit limp for a moment, but that breeze is quickly getting up, pretty even through the first bend. Cillian Green of Ireland, one from the left there. Just having a couple of strides taken out of him by Jonathan Sakor as they go through halfway. Belgium possibly with the advantage at the moment, but pretty even through the rest of the lanes at the moment. Sakor up on the outside of Green. Great Britain and Northern Ireland also going reasonably well with Brody Young. And inside him as well, Petrucciani for Switzerland. Brody Young just started to tie up for Great Britain and Northern Ireland at the moment. So here we go with Sakor about to hand over for the second leg for Belgium to Imke Vervet, who has the banner and the baton. Adeleke has it for Ireland, who was seen on her outside Kenya go storming past her with Chebet. At the moment, Belgium with a commanding lead from Switzerland in second.
That's a very good start of Belgium. Like the first lap was really good, and now she's going for it, so it's nice. And it's nice that you're not in the group as well, because you have all the space and you can go for it. So yeah, let's see where we go.
This is one of the more competitive we've seen so far. Adeleke moves Ireland up into second position now and closing with every stride on Imke Vervet of Belgium. Switzerland still in third position with Giluna Sen. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Amma Pippi just trying to get herself out of a bit of a box on the inside, and Spain sneaking through on the inside with Bianca Hervas as well. But it's going to be Ireland, Belgium, Switzerland and Spain, the 1, 2, 3, 4. And Adeleke had to move right to the outside there. The handover positions, of course, are decided down the back straight as to where her outgoing runner will be stood. And Adeleke, well, you haven't spotted Thomas Barr right on the outside. Ireland, Belgium, Switzerland, the 1, 2, 3. Great Britain and Northern Ireland have got quite a lot of work to do here at the moment in 6th. Just starting to concertina up though, with 200 metres to go. So for Belgium, it's Christian Iguasel just coming up onto the shoulder of Thomas Barr. Switzerland with Lionel Spitz, and now the move made by Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Charlie Dobson coming round the outside on the wide of lane 2. Belgium, Ireland and Switzerland, and Great Britain and Northern Ireland closing. Lavia Nielsen on the ankle leg for them. try and get them up into the top two. A dive to hand the baton over first and try and get that inside line, which Charlene Maudsley of Ireland gets ahead of Camille Laus, and for Switzerland, and Nina Farr with Lavia Nilsson quickly making up that ground to latch onto the back.
It's very close. It's really, she's coming, so that's really nice.
Only 2 places up for grabs in Paris and in the final tomorrow. Ireland lead from Belgium. Great Britain and Northern Ireland now moving up onto the shoulder of Belgium. Switzerland not out of the hunt yet in 4th position, but these 4 have got away from the rest who are headed by Spain. Charlene Maudsley, a very experienced anchor leg runner at major championships for Ireland, looking to book her place at her first Olympics, and Ireland going well. Great Britain and Northern Ireland being challenged on the inside by Belgium. Camille Laus is rallying, and it's going to be Ireland and Belgium who take the 2 places. Joy for Ireland. Belgium hung on brilliantly there because Camille Laus was coming under extreme pressure down the outside from Lavia Nilsson of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But it's the Irish who celebrate. Adeleke, Maudsley, Green and Barr. Well, it's joy for those in green.
But Great Britain came from far, so I was really surprised that they came so close. But yeah, that's the hardest part when you are just the first 2 are going to the final on this moment.
National record for Ireland as well it took. I know they were quite confident coming here today, just reading some of their media reports. They felt like they were benefited from a brilliant training camp, and obviously when you've got the talent of Adeleke to throw in there as well, who's been in brilliant form, setting national record after national record. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, well, I think if you were picking your top 2 before the event, the fact that Great Britain are the world silver medalists, you would have had them and Belgium probably in your top 2, but full credit to Ireland, who've run a great race there.
Yeah, if you run a racial record in the heats in this season, so it's really good to start with. So that's the nice thing of relays as well. So you have some prizes sometimes.
So here we go. Look at Adeleke there, having to almost go out 45 degrees, Daphne. Just explain why Thomas Barr is stood on the outside there. I mentioned it briefly about how they make that decision. They judge it halfway around the back straight, don't they? 200 meters.
Yeah. It's earlier where you are on that point, so then it's already a decision where you need to stay. But she was surprised where he was because she couldn't find him. But he was all on the outside. She needed to run a couple more meters, I think.
And just look at the tenacity of Camille Laus right on the inside for Belgium. When you see an athlete coming on your shoulder there to be able to rally, but I mean that's not just a victory for Ireland, that is a 5-meter win. Brilliant anchor leg from Charlene Maudsley. And Thomas Barr was smiling at the start, and his smiles got even wider.
Yeah, it was a great race, so I understand that.
Well, again, this is so important for the teams. When you've got 2 days of competition, we know you get Olympic qualifying round 2 tomorrow, but to get it done today, that's what everybody's come for.
Yeah, and the best thing is, mostly for the 400 meters, is just 2 times and not 3 times, because it's very heavy to do 3 times in 2 days. I think it's a very heavy thing to do.
And for teams who might thought they were going to get through, look at Great Britain and Northern Ireland. They're going to have to think about their selections now. So they've got men's and women's to come later, and they've got to have enough in their team tomorrow in the mixed to make sure they get there. So very interesting. Anyway, we'll come back to that. We see the teams for the final heat. Mexico are leading us out, followed by France, who should be strong in this one. Czech Republic. Ada Vondrova on the left there, Patrick Shorm. Botswana with Anthony Pesela. Their leading candidates, Lydia Gele has been in excellent form as well. Poland, well, we know how good they are. They are the Olympic champions. Ukraine, with the likes of Anna Rzhiskova, another one who's been in it, seen it and done it. Canada, multiple 4th places in relays at major championships, and Japan will go on the inside in this one. So the athletes making their way down, some beautiful local scenery in the background there as well for the athletes to make their way through. Japanese quartet bounding their way down the ramp. Who will be looking at this one then? Daff, we look at Poland, obviously, as we say, the Olympic champions in this event. They're not at full tilt in terms of their team, but they have got Natalia Kazmarek, the world silver medalist, on the anchor leg.
Yeah, Poland is always a good team. Also with relays, they are really, really strong. So let's see what they're doing in this one, because the mix is also different than for men or women. So it's nice when they can mix it up sometimes.
Well, the challenges of 4x4, as we see that Canadian team, Tyler Floyd, Lauren Gale, Callum Robinson and Madeline Price will go for Canada. Well, one of the teams who do have representatives in all 5 of the events today. A number of countries making their debut at the World Relays, by the way. Across the events, you'll see the likes of Norway and Sri Lanka, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Austria. All of those teams represented at the World Relays for the first time. But Poland haven't been quite as strong as in the last couple of major championships, but when you do have an Olympic title, albeit that was 3 years ago, again, they've got the likes of Justyna Świecie-Esetic here in the background as well. So we see Botswana, and that's Obakeng Kambaruka. They've got Letsili Tobogo here to run in the shorter sprints as well, have Botswana. They've got Ndori, who is a world leader at the moment in the men's 400 metres. He's in the background at the moment. The teams are starting to be declared for the men's and women's 400 metres a little bit later on. The Czech Republic team, as we see on screen there, Vít Müller will be leading them off to Teresa Petržilkova, Patrick Shorman, Lado Vondrova. France, I think, will be strong in this one, definitely as well. Their team on screen there, with Thomas Jordier, Amandine Brossier, who's been in good form this season, Gilles Biron and Luis Maraval.
I think they are really strong as well because they have a good team. So, yeah.
Mexico going lane 8, Valente Mendoza, Mariana Gancedo, Luis Ferrero, and Paula Mohan, who will run their anchor leg. Again, no change to the listing of male athletes on 1 and 3 and female athletes on 2 and 4. Let's just confirm that last heat, by the way, heat 3 of 4. The national record for Ireland, sending them off to Paris. Belgium in 2nd position. They had to work for it. They got there ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. All those 6 teams will come back tomorrow for Olympic qualifying round 2. Real enthusiasm around the stadium here for the one Bahamian team we've seen already. Now it's time for the final heat of the mixed. So Mexico right on the outside. France, Thomas Jordier leads them out in 7 rather. Czech Republic in 6, Vít Müller. Botswana will go in lane 5 there. Kevin Achipi will run on the opening leg for them. Poland have Maximilian Świed on the first leg, to Baumgart Witan, to Dyszyński, and Natalia Kazmarek, the world silver medalist over 400 metres on the anchor. Ukraine, the world leader, Alexander Pohylko on the opening leg for them, to Milnik, to Danilenko, to Ryshkova, and Floyd, Gale, Robinson and Price. Canada on the inside, Yoshizu, Matsumoto, Imaizumi and Iwata. For the Japanese. So the last of the 4 heats, the last chance for these teams to get themselves to Paris at the first time of asking. Remember, 8 teams in each of the events will qualify today. 6 of them have already done so. And then 6 more will qualify tomorrow through Olympic qualifying round 2. Already booking their flights to Paris in this event: Netherlands, Dominican Republic, USA, Nigeria, Ireland and Belgium. So away we go, running into that breeze. The French runner really keeping his head down, almost in a sort of crouched position that you'd see in a 100-metre start through the first 10 or 20 metres. Thomas Jordier, he's gone out relatively quickly up on Mendoza of Mexico. Outside him, also starting quickly, are Poland, Maximilian Świed, right in the centre, in the white and red, up on Kevin Achipi of Botswana, just outside him. So Poland and France, who probably would be the 2 that you'd expect to be towards the head of affairs as they come down the home straight, prepared to hand on to a full swathe of female runners in our second legs. France just tying up slightly. Czech Republic have come through actually, and probably Czech Republic. Müller to Petržilkova, maybe just about handed the baton over in first place, but the stagger will unwind along the back straight. France on the outside, Czech Republic, Botswana, and also in lane number 3, Ukraine going well.
But Poland had a lot to do because they are not in the front. Oh, they are coming now, but that's not expected because I think Poland is one of the favorites. Oh, she's coming now.
Iga Baumgart-Vitan making the move around the outside. Yeah, I think Shved on the first leg just tied up a bit in that last 100 metres or so, which is why Baumgart-Vitan had to come through a bit of traffic, running out in lane 2 at the moment, taking the scenic route. But Amandine Brossier of France at the moment leads them down the home straight. Poland just coming on the outside of Czech Republic. Ukraine finishing strongly as well. That's a good finish to the leg from Tatiana Melnik. She'll hand on to Danilo Danilenko. France with Gilles Biron with the baton in his hand. Poland, Kajelan Dzerzhinsky. Ukraine in 3rd position. And then Czech Republic with Patrick Shorm. And Canada looking to reattach themselves. Callum Robinson has the baton for them in 5th position. But this one's still wide open, Daphne.
Yeah, it's still open. They're very close, but you see that Ukraine is coming close, and then Czech Republic is coming close. So this is a nice race to watch the end because it's very, very close. Oh, Canada is coming.
Callum Robinson of Canada is having a great leg. He's taken 2 places and he's done a challenge that top 2 as they swing into the home straight. So Biron of France now just being passed by Dzerzhinsky of Poland. Callum Robinson has run a stormer. Botswana have come charging back into this as well. They're coming up into about 6th place. There's only about a second between 6 teams there as they hand over for the anchor leg. Poland, Natalia Kazmarek, the world silver medalist. Ukraine in 2nd position with Anna Ryzhkova. France then in 3rd. Louise Maraval has it for them. Then come behind them Czech Republic with Lada Vondrova. Ukraine, Anna Ryzhkova I mentioned, and Canada, Madeline Price down the outside as well. That 2nd spot looks wide open. Poland out front.
Poland's really fast.
Oh, Mexico went down and went out of contention. Let's hope she's okay, but it's Poland swinging into the home straight. France are hanging on at the moment, but Czech Republic, Ukraine and Canada all challenge for that 2nd spot. Kazmarek is doing this easily out front for Poland. Having a look around, Poland are off to Paris and France will be there as well as Louise Maraval sees them home in 2nd place without incident ahead of Ukraine, Czech Republic, Canada and Botswana. Then come Japan and Mexico actually have got themselves up and will finish after crashing to the floor on the back straight. But Poland, the favourites in that one, end up taking the title.
Yeah, the difficult thing, because we are at the beginning of the season, normally you have a couple of competitions before a big competition, like a tournament. And I think it's very difficult with lactic to work with the lactic because you need to get used to it. So you see that some athletes are starting really fast, but the lactic is coming too early. But that's what you build up in the season. I think that's the difficult thing now.
We've seen a few, I mean, you often get it in relays, don't you, where your position in the event can sometimes dictate how hard maybe you go out. But you're right, add that to the fact it's early season, your body is not quite ready for maybe high competitive 400s.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, there was some valiant runs in defeat there, and actually there'll be a couple of teams there. Certainly Ukraine ran really well. Canada had a brilliant 3rd leg from Callum Robinson, which catapulted them back into contention. The good thing today is that, it's not a good thing to finish outside the top 2, as we see this change. This is a brilliant changeover. Japan actually went down, which is why they ended up well out of contention. But you can see there 4 or 5 athletes who took the baton almost within the blink of an eye together. Botswana just cut across there, and Japan having to avoid Patrick Shorm. She's fallen between 2 of the incoming runners as well, so she actually did pretty well to pretty much stay on her feet. And this is the incident down the back with Botswana and Mexico coming together, and the baton was regathered by Mexico. And here Kazmarek, the one thing that was notable there, we talk about those maybe ill-judged efforts, but Natalia Kazmarek was looking over her shoulder with 50 meters to go. Daphne, she had plenty left.
Yeah, there was a really good last lap for her, like really great.
So a bit of incident. We did say there'd probably be drama. We've seen a few teams go down and fall. I guess the good news is the way this is structured is that they will come back and get a 2nd attempt tomorrow. So joy for 8 teams who can, some of them can maybe put their feet up. Maybe we won't see some of those athletes again, but I'm sure they'll be competing for the $40,000 of prize money tomorrow as well, and the World Athletics Relays title. As we confirm, Poland and France, the final 2 qualifiers in Olympic qualifying round 1 in the mixed 4x4. Bit of an interlude as we have a changeover for the next event, which will be the 4x1s. We'll meet the teams for that very shortly, but some local bands are in action out in the centre of the arena for what is a good crowd that has been building, actually. Shine are the band on the stage right now. Load of local Bahamian acts here. It's been a brilliant welcome for this event. As we see Shine. Stage looks absolutely fantastic in the centre of the arena, by the way, as well. Shine 242, local recording artist, served as an officer in the Royal Bahamas Defence Force. He pursued music, was part of the military band, and branched out on his own recently. He's one of the top recording artists in the Bahamas today as well. So Shine 242 is the artist you can see just out the right of your shot, performing in between events. Live preparations going on in the call room, just out the back of the stand on the far side. So what's it going to be like there, Daph, with the Denmark team getting ready? Because you will be hearing the amount of noise and the amount of support through the walls of a tent out the back, won't you?
Yeah, I love it to be there with the team, because you can make, like, the people that are a little bit nervous, you can help them, like, get the nervous down. But for some, you can build up as a little bit more excited. And I think I like to have the role, like, helping them and see how it goes. And yeah, I love that feeling, because you're really excited as a team. Is cool, because you can share it this time.
Team Canada just getting themselves ready out there as well. So there are 4 heats in every event, by the way. In some events we have a full quota of 32 teams, including in this women's 4x1 coming up. Live shots there, still the last remnants of daylight here at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium. A few conversations going on out the warm-up track, which is out the back. Again, athletes will be here in the atmosphere. There'll be news coming through as well, I'm sure, of how their teammates have performed. Maybe 1 or 2 athletes who you see Toby Nasa there in the warm-up track, who didn't get an opportunity to run. All very casual in the Turkey team camp there as well, just having a lie down. There's the warm-up track, top left of your picture. Undoubted enthusiasm from the Bahamian crowd and on the stage as well. Shine 242 with us in the World Athletics Relays Bahamas 24. Our second event of the day is the women's 4x100 meters Olympic qualifying round 1. 4 heats coming up, 7 teams. As we see Shine 242 wrapping up, and he's on the same stage that the athletes are coming on, so there's no coming on before Shine 242 has finished his song. The United States will go in this opening heat. Again, will be the favourites. They have the likes of Gabby Thomas here in their squad. As you'll see in just a moment, Gabby Thomas on the second leg for them. But first of all, we meet Colombia. And again, as they come on, the athletes, as you see them on the camera, the first leg runner is always on the right-hand side. Espino, Gamboa, Ibaguen and Linares of Colombia. And here, of course, with the athletes moving off to different parts of the arena, this is where the four-way stage comes into action. Moving off to their particular points on the track, unlike the 4x4 where they all moved off towards the start, finish and handover line. But there's Gabby Thomas, who will be heading to the second leg for USA. Brazil go in lane number 4. Nigeria just try and work out who's on which leg. There was always going to be one team who started going in the wrong direction. I think Nigeria were the first to try and remember where they need to go. France, I've already seen their 4x4, mixed 4x4 team go through, and Japan will go on the inside, hoping to avoid any racing incidents like we saw in that last heat. So 4x1, there's a little bit more room for error in a 4x4, definitely, but in the 4x1, there's next to no room for any errors if you want to be at the top 2.
No, it's difficult to watch it for people, but it's really fast, really going on. It's like it's nice to watch that, but it's the first 2 that must be very close at this time, I think.
Talk to us about the challenges of being a runner on the different legs, because each changeover point has different challenges. For example, the runners who are on the second leg, the first changeover, they're looking around a bend for their runner and their marks. How difficult is that? You've been a second leg runner.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing because you need to watch under your arm. It's really weird, but you need to see in the bend and you see your own mark, but it's difficult because you don't see the athlete that good. So you need to wait and wait and wait till the last couple, maybe split seconds, and then you know, oh, there's my one, and then you need to go. So that's a really difficult one.
We talk about who runs the second leg. You used to run the second leg a lot because you're a 200-meter specialist. And interesting to see Gabby Thomas of the USA on the second leg for them. Just explain why teams do that.
Yeah, normally you try as a team, like to do the first, like normally it's 100 meters, but this you could make it like a 90 meters run. The second leg can run 110 till 120 meters, and then the third leg is like on 90 meters, and then the last one in 100, because you have the changeover places. So that's why you can, like change it a little bit, and that's better to have the best 200-meter runner on the second leg.
Yeah, you can maneuver the changeover boxes. There are 30-meter changeover zones in the 4x100 meters, which are marked down on the track by some yellow boxes, which you'll notice as we move through as well. So that's what you're talking about, Daph, is that you can use that 30 meters to work both ways, can't you?
Yeah. If you have it in the beginning of the first changeover box, then you can have a little bit more meters as well.
Of course, I guess the natural thing would say, well, a 200-meter runner spends their life running the final bend. So often, I guess, would you have the 200-meter runner on that leg?
Yeah, I think you can do it as well, but I think it is the best thing to do that than the second one. But you see that everybody's doing that.
That's where definitely skippers could mostly be found, on that second leg, as we stand by then for the first heat of the women's 4x100 meters. Colombia will go on the outside. They have Ospino, Gamboa, Ibargüen and Linares. The United States, they have Tamari Davis, Gabby Thomas on the second leg, Celera Barnes and Melissa Jefferson. Switzerland, Geraldine Frey, Selema Cora, Leonie Pote and Acho Kachia on the final leg. Nigeria, Eka Boye-Bayan, Favor of Philly, Olajide and God Bless on the fourth leg. Brazil, Morao, Azevedo, Martins and Rosa. Then Ollier, Joseph, Pariso and Leconte for France. And Miura, Tsuruta, Iono and Yamagata of Japan on the inside, as they were in the last heat. More and more of you joining us all the time around the globe. Welcome to Nassau, the Bahamas. Definitely skippers, the European record holder of the 200 meters, alongside myself, Chris Temple. And we are in the first of 4 heats, and as you can see on screen there, 2 automatic qualifiers, and that automatic qualification spot is for the Olympic Games and for the World Athletics final tomorrow. So 40-odd seconds of thrills and spills in this first 4x1, and USA have gone out very strongly. Tamari Davis already going past Colombia on her outside. Watch for the changeovers. Also going strongly in the early stages, right on the inside as well, where France, USA down the back at the moment, dominating. Brazil, Nigeria in the green and white as well. Fluid changes from most of the quartets there, but the USA, the back in the hand of Celera Barnes, who's going to hand on to Melissa Jefferson for the final leg, tight for the second spot. France on the inside, wasn't the smoothest change. Nigeria and Switzerland challenging as well. The USA, the favourites, are away. France coming under pressure from Nigeria. Have they got enough time, Nigeria? Not quite. France hang on for the second spot. It's USA and France who go through 42.22, the winning time. Job done for them. Melissa Jefferson bringing them home. And a bit like we saw from Belgium earlier on, a steely final leg from Mallory Leconte of France to hold off the fast-finishing Tima God Bless of Nigeria.
USA was doing a really clear race. Like, it was really easy going, just have the speed, no risk, and they did a job.
Strong quartet for them, no messing around. Again, going straight in to get the job done today. France confirmed in second place, 43.09 for them. So we see these changes. This one on the entrance to the back straight. This is the first changeover, and USA were already, what, 5 meters up probably on the rest of the field by then. Just keep an eye on the final France changeover as well. Ultimately, it was okay, but just thought there was a little bit of nearly running on the inside line there. That was what caught my eye. Ellen Parisot came in, just lost her balance ever so slightly. Had to be very careful there, because if you tread on that inside line on the bend, Daphne, you're out.
Yeah, you need to watch out for that, because it's very difficult with the changeover as well, because you need to be on the outside and the inside lane, but it's difficult because it's the bend, so you need to go inside, but it's not possible because someone is there.
And of course, you're running at full tilt, running a bend, you know, is to keep yourself where you want to be. When you're having to just lean towards the inside ever so slightly is, again, easier said than done, but Melissa Jefferson was very comfortable, USA. Easy victors in that first heat. They, with France, will go through. Nigeria, well, they gave themselves a chance with that on that final leg. Unfortunately for them, team of God bless couldn't quite close them down. Possibly expected a little bit more from Brazil in that race as well. They ended up finishing 5th, but would have had them down as contenders for the top 2. Athletes getting ready for the second heat of the women's 4x100 meters relay. 7 teams lining up in this one from the outside inwards. Dominican Republic first to be introduced. Poland, they have Eva Svoboda, world indoor silver medalist, going on the fast leg, just saying goodbye to her teammates as they head off in their various locations. A lot of support for Jamaica, understandably. Ramona Burchell will bring them home. Italy will be strong as well. They go in lane 4. Canada, Sadie McCreath will lead them off. China in lane number 3. And a lot of the inside will be Denmark. Astrid Glenna Fransen, their leading athlete. I was wondering, Daphne, we were going to see a team do something, you know, when they used to do the sort of formations and a dance or something as they used to come out of the tunnel. I was waiting if we were going to see, before they all split off, they were going to do some sort of dance, but no one's thought of that yet.
I think it's because of the heat.
Maybe tomorrow.
Let's start with the normal thing, I guess.
Maybe tomorrow. It's a good bit of innovation from the event presentation team here in terms of that runway. Just saves a bit of time as well, because it is a very tight schedule here as we go from heat to heat. So I wonder what the athletes are learning out there at the minute. The wind just feel like it's dropped ever so slightly. I don't feel like I've reached to save any paper from blowing away in the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's much better, I think, because it's for the 4x1 it's okay, but 400 meters is a bit different, I think.
Yeah, obviously 4x1 and 4x4 you're going to get pretty much all the conditions at some point on your whole leg, as we see Emmanuel Ayi, Crystal Emmanuel Ayi, pacing out her marks. Again, for those who are new to watching relays, Steph, and you see people pacing things out like that, just explain what they're doing.
Like they are setting their marks, but you need to have like a set box where the athlete is coming in. When your athlete is on your mark, you need to go. So that's one of the things that the athletes are always doing with the steps. And you need to train for that to see what the best steps are for you and the other athlete.
And that does take a lot of practice, doesn't it? Because you need to know how fast they're going, and if they're not quite as fast as maybe you think they're going to be, that can cause some problems. It's a fine science, relay running, isn't it? It's not just literally passing the baton to each other.
No, it's not that easy. It's very easy if you have a very, very, very strong team with a lot of speed. But if you have less speed, you need to work on the changeovers. And you can get a lot of time with that. That's why sometimes teams with not the best or not the fastest women on the track, I think they can do a little better than expected sometimes.
You often see that, don't you? Teams that are, relay squads that are, I guess, better than the sum of their parts, we would say in English, where you have a couple of athletes who probably never make an impression on the individual event, but are always part of a strong relay squad.
Yeah, they train always together and like really, really sharp, I think.
So, Jamaica standing by with their first leg runner, Jadine Williams. A lot of support, as we said, for Jamaica. A lot of support for Bahamas, who will be going, almost if they heard me say Bahamas, they didn't hear me say Bahamas because they can't hear us, obviously. But the Bahamian team will be going in the last of the 4 heats. in what is quite a strong heat, actually. Great Britain and Northern Ireland are in that one. Trinidad and Tobago, Netherlands, all in that final heat. But this is the second one. USA comfortably through so far with France. Dominican Republic then to be led off by Lirani Alonso on the outside. Kristina Simonowskaja of Poland in lane 7. Jadine Williams has the baton for the first leg for Jamaica. Zainab Dosso had a brilliant indoor season over 60 metres. She has the baton for Italy on leg 1. Sadie McCreath for Canada. Liang Xiaojing will lead off People's Republic of China. And on the inside, Astrid Glenna Fransen for Denmark. Jamaica have Tia Clayton, Alana Reid, Ramona Birchall, by the way, completing their quartet. Eva Svoboda on the final leg for Poland, waiting alongside Ramona Birchall. There's Tia Clayton on the second leg for Jamaica. Live from the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium here in Nassau, Bahamas. For places in Paris, first 2 guaranteed at the Olympic Games. No problems with any of the starts so far. Good start from Poland. Simanowskaja on the outside is going to hand on to Monica Romasko. Slightly got the change wrong there, Poland. Italy moving up nicely on the inside of Jamaica as well, and also going well are China on the inside in lane number 3. China, Italy, Jamaica on the outside. Poland with Svoboda to come on the final leg. Jamaica with Alana Reid coming between, and also Canada charging right back into it with Audrey Leduc as well. China, Canada, Italy, Poland, Jamaica to come as well. Take your pick. Canada, here comes Svoboda on the outside for Poland. It's going to be Poland who get there, and Canada hang on for the second spot. Crystal Emmanuel-Ayi under real pressure. But Eva Svoboda translating her brilliant indoor form outdoors onto the relay track. A thriller of a heat. And it's Poland and Canada on their way to Paris.
That was a strong one with Svoboda. Like everything was happening in the last lap. It was so weird to see that. Because they were so close, everybody, but like you didn't expect Poland on that side.
The athletes looking up at the screen here, just waiting for confirmation that Canada held on for second spot. They sort of know it, but they love to see it with their own eyes. And now they do see it. And Canada, a trio of Sadie McCreath, Marie-Eloise Leclerc, Audrey Leduc, who really did put them back into contention. We'll see it again in a minute. But the bend from Leduc was an absolute stormer to put them back in it, and brilliantly brought home by Crystal Emmanuel-Ayi as well. As we see Poland, who weren't brilliant actually on their first change out of the first bend. This is where Leduc gets the baton in lane number 4 for Canada. And again, Svoboda maybe wasn't the cleanest change, but it was fine from Poland on the outside. And Eva Svoboda, we know what she can do indoors, Daphne. So I know she's trying to prove herself over 100 outdoors as well, but an ideal kind of cool, calm character to have in that situation.
Yeah, but she's an athlete that do many competitions, and I think that's what you saw. Is that she was staying relaxed, doing her job, and she was really fast, and she did a really good job in the last one.
People might chuckle when we say cool, calm character, because there's not actually that much cool and calm about it, but in terms of, as you say, staying relaxed in the big moments is, I guess, the point I was making. As we see confirmation there, China ran a great race, only 500ths outside the top 2. Jamaica disappointing.
Yeah, but I think we don't have Jackson, Fraser Price or Elaine Thompson in the team, so they are really fast runners, of course, and if you don't have one of them, it's difficult, I think.
And of course, there's no point having your best runners in reserve if you don't make the Olympic Games. So Jamaica are under pressure tomorrow in Olympic qualifying round 2. Heat 3 of 4 will begin with Ecuador, who are heading to lane number 8. Oh, they're loving life, the Ecuadorians. Plenty of experience and ability either side of that Cote d'Ivoire team, with Marie-Josée Talou-Smith, as she's now known after her marriage, and Muriel Ahure-Dom. Germany, they'll be expected to go well as well in lane number 6. Australia, Tori Lewis, in great form in China. Recently over 200 metres. Then we see Spain in lane number 4. Belgium have had a good evening already so far. They are in lane number 3. Just one Estonian team are with us here in the Bahamas, and this is them in lane number 2. This is the only event that they are entered in. And the same for Chile as well. This is their only team. I was at the Pan American Games in Santiago at the back end of last season in Chile. And a bit like it's been here from the Bahamians, the support was frenetic for Team Chile. They're not millions of miles from home here in the Bahamas, but they've got a continent to cross. But let's look at Cote d'Ivoire just in the background there. And you've got Muriel Ahure-Domp on the opening leg and Marie-José Talu-Smith on the final leg, who actually ran an African record at the back end of last season as well. Their best days not behind them, but certainly their best days would make this a very useful Cote d'Ivoire quartet. As we see Chile, this in there going on leg 1 and 4, by the way, Ahure-Domp and Talu-Smith. Talu, someone you will have had a few battles with down the years as well.
Yeah, a lot.
Not knowing the history, I don't know whether I should have asked you about how it went against her or not, but I don't have the exact stats in front of me. How did it go against her?
It was always nice to compete with her. It was always a very nice challenge, so that's the best thing to have, I think.
Very politically well answered, that one, as we see the Belgium quartet confirmed. Rani Vinca, Rani Rosius, Elise Merheis, and Delphine and Casa. There's a Spanish quartet, led off by Sonia Molina Prados. That's Jean Bestouet, who's on the second leg, Paula Sevilla, and Maria Isabel Perez on the final leg. Australia will be led off by Ebony Lane. To Brie Masters, Ella Connolly, and Tori Lewis certainly caught some attention with her performance in China. Certainly not going to miss the Australians in that kit, are we? Fluorescent yellow. Germany, I think, are going to be the big challengers to Cote d'Ivoire here, you'd expect, with the likes of Rebecca Haase, Gina Lukenkemser, Lisa Meyer as well. Louise Wieland will lead them off. Would you expect Germany to be right up there in this one?
It's a very strong team. Of course, Lukenkemper is in it, but they train a lot in the changeovers where we talked about earlier. So I think they are one of the best teams ever that have the best changeovers and train on that and take a little bit more risk.
Well, the teams, as we see, the Cote d'Ivoire team there, the athlete on the third leg, Mabundu Kone for Ecuador, Nicola Caicedo. Hasn't worked necessarily automatically for every team that has been stacked with a couple of those with, Olympic titles, for example. We're joining us late, Bahamas, with Stephen Gardner and Shawnee Miller-Weibo didn't qualify in the mixed 4x400 metres. It's certainly an Olympic qualifying round 1. And more of you are joining all the time in the various time zones around the world. Just to explain what that says on the bottom of your screen, OQ1, Olympic qualifying round 1, as we see Talu-Smith, after a marriage to Jay Smith over the course of the winter. OQ1 at the bottom left of your screen, Olympic qualifying round 1, heat 3 of 4. Top 2 make the Olympics, and the final tomorrow. The rest must come back and try again. Here we go then with heat 3 of 4 in the women's 4x1. Ecuador on the outside, Nazareno to get them underway. Muriel Ahure-Domp to kick off for Cote d'Ivoire. Germany with Louise Wieland on the first leg. Ebony Lane for Australia. Spain with Sonia Molina Prados in lane 4. Belgium, Rani Vinca has the baton for them. Mia Ut of Estonia, and on the inside Ades Hernandez for Chile. Of course, there is a link between Estonia and the Bahamas. We mentioned it because it's the only time they're racing here, so if I don't mention it now, we'll never get it in. But Shawnee Miller-Weibo, of course, is married to Estonia's Michael Weibo. And they now have their proud son Michael Jr. as well, which Shawnee Miller-Weibo is returning from. So an unlikely link, you might think, between Estonia and Bahamas. There's no Bahamas in this one. They go in the final heat. This one with Cote d'Ivoire, Germany, and challengers. Got to be in the top 2. Set. So Muriel Ohure-Dont, one from the outside in the orange and green of Cote d'Ivoire. It's a good target for Louise Wieland on the first leg for Germany. Australia have gone out well as well with Ebony Lane, who hands it on to Bree Masters. Successful changes all the way through there. Australia have gone up on the outside of Germany at the moment. Australia have had an excellent first 2 legs at the moment. The battle is in the hand for them, for Ella Connolly on the 3rd leg. Germany now getting themselves back into it with Gina Lückenkemper, and on her outside it's Cote d'Ivoire as Kone hands on to Talu Smith. Germany, Cote d'Ivoire, Spain coming through on the inside with Maria Perez as well. Australia challenging back. Germany, Talu Smith is charging. Not sure she's going to get there. Germany, Talu Smith will just about, I think, get there for 2nd position ahead of Australia and Spain. Well, Talu Smith's last 20 metres, it looked like she wasn't, then she was, then maybe she wasn't again, but it's Germany who, with the form book, do take that 1st place, and we'll get it confirmed in a minute, that Cote d'Ivoire looked like they held on for 2nd.
It was really close, but it was really nice to see the changeover of Germany, because they have very perfect changeovers. So I think they get a lot of speed on it, on the baton, but yeah, we have to lose in the end, but that was nice.
Well, it's interesting because she was right in contention, Talu, wasn't she, when she was the incoming runner was approaching, and no confirmation just yet of that 2nd place that they did hold on in the last stride or 2. Maybe Talu Smith thought she had done. I thought she had done, I must admit, with the naked eye. No confirmation just yet of that 2nd spot. The German quartets, Louise Wieland, Lisa Meyer, Gina Lückenkemper and Rebecca Hart, sealing their place at the Olympic Games. And as Daphne Skippers has been talking about ruthless efficiency with the changeovers, here we have a look there. Talu Smith, which is overstriding there, Daphne. She's almost losing her balance, look. Or maybe, it's hard to tell from that angle behind the line, isn't it?
It was close.
But technically, she lost her form completely.
Yeah, I was surprised about that, because she is used to this. So let's run till the finish line. But she wanted. You see that she was given a little bit too much, and she finished a little bit too early, and that's a waste of time. But we will see, because it's still not there on.
So that the timetable is so tight here that we have to go straight to the next race, but that result hasn't actually come through yet. We'll give you that verbally if we do get it very shortly, as to who got there: Cote d'Ivoire, Australia or Spain. But our team's coming out for heat 4 of 4. If you were with us right at the start of the transmission, then you'll have heard the roar for the Bahamians. Well, they are in this heat as well. Netherlands, the skippers just doing a little punch under the desk here as former colleagues, including the likes of Maria van Hoenenstein. There's Liberia, just going through in lane 6. Trinidad and Tobago, Michelle Lee Ayi on their 2nd leg. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Asher Phillip has led them off at multiple major championships. Cuba go in lane 3, stand by. Devin Charlton, the world record holder indoors over 60 hurdles, will have the opening leg for them. And the solitary Austrian team that are here at the championships. But there is Devin Charlton, another one of the Bahamian headliners, like the Gardners and the Miller-Weebos. Devin Charlton, a world record holder. Brilliant for her to be here. Height hurdler, now having to do it on the flat and on the bend. Confirmation, by the way, that 2nd place in that previous heat went to Australia. So it was really tight in an Oceania record as well. We talked about Tori Lewis and how well she's been running. Well, brilliant leg from her. And you have to say that Marie-José Talu Smith's loss of form at the end, Daphne, has actually cost her. She lost a lot of momentum, didn't she?
Yeah, I think if she kept relaxing and make her steps, then she could win, but tomorrow she will be there, I think.
So Cote d'Ivoire will have to come back again. That's a really great performance from Australia to take 2nd spot. 3rd is so tight that 3rd place still hasn't come through on that event, by the way, but 3rd place, of course, doesn't particularly matter in terms of the Olympic qualification, as we see the teams getting ready for this 4th and final heat of the women's 4x1. Men's 4x1 follows this, by the way. Asher Phillip of Great Britain hands on to Imani Lansico. There's Amy Hunt on the anchor leg. Bianca Williams, whose partner Ricardo dos Santos has already appeared this evening for Portugal. And Asher Phillip, there aren't many relay runners in the world who run as many opening legs of major championships as Asher Phillip probably has. She knows that first bend better than most. Michelle Lee Ayi for Trinidad and Tobago. We'll take the second leg for them. They've got Leah Bertrand on the final leg. Ebony Morrison to open up for Liberia, who are represented here by both the men's and women's 4x100 metres sprint quartet. And there's the Netherlands. Ketia Sado, Mariah van Hoornstein, Minka Bishops, and Tassa Gia. What are you reckoning of that Netherlands quartet?
I think it's a good team. They work a lot on the changeovers. That's one thing I know. They try to do the same as Germany. So Minka Bishops is one of the new girls in the team. So I think that's good to make like rounds like this, to get used to big tournaments. And I think that's very important for young athletes. So let's see what they do.
Hungary have been enjoying seeing themselves on the big screen here. Hosts, of course, of the World Championships in Budapest last summer. A brilliantly executed and supported World Championships. Asha Philip looking focused. She can see herself on the screen right in front of her. Good to see Tassa Gia enjoying her weight around on the final bend. Bahamas are ready. As you'd expect, any glimpse on the big screen of anything to do with Bahamas, and the flags are waving.
That's the best feeling, right? If you're on the track.
Devon Charlton trying to remain calm on the first leg. It's in her hands at the moment. Charisma Taylor waits on the final leg. Here we go then with heat 4 of the women's 4x100 metres. Hungary on the outside, Justina Schotti leads them off. And Ketia Sado for the Netherlands in 7. Liberia are in 6, Ebony Morrison on their opening leg. Just inside them, Trinidad and Tobago, Chanja Bada. Asha Philip, Great Britain and Northern Ireland in 4. Laura Moreira of Cuba is in 3. Stand by again. Devon Charlton. On the inside, Isabel Posch for Austria. So disappointment for Bahamas in the mixed 4x4. All eyes on their team. I think I mentioned Charisma Taylor was on the final leg. She's actually on the third leg, Charisma Taylor. Another one of those local athletes who's been used as on the billboards for this event as well. But Asha Philip, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, we've got a strong quartet here. And they will be expecting to do the job. Cuba also strong in the red and blue in lane 3.
Set.
And of course the roar for Devon Charlton, the world indoor 60-metre hurdles record holder. Strong start from Liberia, up on the outside, the inside rather, of the Netherlands. Good change from Liberia. Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Romani Lansico has the baton for them. Bahamas are going well at the moment with Camille Rutherford up on the outside of Cuba. Liberia, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and between them Trinidad and Tobago run on the outside. Netherlands having a good third leg with Minka Bishops, but Great Britain and Northern Ireland have the advantage as Amy Hunt takes the baton in her hand and leads them away, charging on Netherlands, Liberia and Bahamas on the inside with plenty to do. But it's Great Britain and Northern Ireland who booked their first ticket to the Olympics, joined by the Netherlands, brought home by Tassa Gia. But Great Britain and Northern Ireland got it right that time, where they got it wrong earlier on in the mixed 4x4.
I was very surprised that Liberia first three lanes, like it was really, really good. Like, oh.
42.33, the winning time, and the Netherlands quartet. It's a good way to keep the commentary box happy, isn't it? Anyway, Daphne, Great Britain and Netherlands going through.
That's a good feeling, right?
National record for Liberia. There you go, Daphne. You mentioned that was a very strong run from there. Ebony Morrison, Destiny Smith-Barnett, Maya McCoy and Simone Darius come in with a national record. And Bahamas finishing in 4th position. Trinidad and Tobago were in contention for a long way. Amani Lansico very happy. Broke 11 seconds last season as we see the changeovers. Netherlands were particularly good there to Brian van Hoornstein down the back straight. She hands on to Minka Bishops again, pretty efficient. Here's the final changes. Amy Hunt was away early, wasn't she?
you see that Great Britain needs to slow down a little bit because she was a little bit too close to the line. That's the only thing what you saw with Great Britain, because they have a very good race, but you saw she need to slow down to get not a disqualification, of course. But you see, I'm surprised because we have no disqualification, so that's...
Not yet.
No.
No, we had a couple of battens go missing in the 4x4 where people fell over, but actually touching wood, I don't think we actually had what you'd call an orthodox drop batten yet, have we?
Yeah, but I think for the 4x1 you need to take a little bit risk, so I think it's more special to have it there than the 4x4, but yeah, it's good. It's nice to watch that, just to have to see some races and not just qualifications.
Yeah, it can be hard to see the change of boxes on the 4x1, particularly as we're looking on the picture across the stadium, but it's the yellow boxes basically if you're looking at the track at any point. And again, just in terms of the technicals, as we're watching the events go through, it's joy for those two teams. Tony Barden, our floor manager there, with a high five for the Great Britain team from Ashley Phillips, who's enjoying life down there, heading off to another Olympic Games. Confirmation of the call room where the men's 4x100 metres teams are just starting to get themselves ready. They'll be in action very shortly. There's Takie.
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Final preparations for them. That men's 4x1 will be followed by the women's 4x4 and the men's 4x4. The cheer behind us here is the Bahamians getting into view on the big screen as we see Poland getting ready for the 4x1. Let's just wrap up that result from that previous heat. So that's the result from that heat we just saw. Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Netherlands through. National record for Liberia in third. Actually, we talk about drop battens, Daphne. Cuba, I didn't notice it, but Cuba didn't get the batten round. That was one that just slipped out of our eye line, as it can do in the 4x1. Confirmation of that previous result that we didn't bring you before that heat, that Australia got up ahead of Cote d'Ivoire for the second spot in that previous heat. Cote d'Ivoire did finish third. And to tell you how close it was, there were 3 thousandths of a second between Australia in second and Oceania record. And that is how it looks in terms of the 8 teams who have qualified for the women's 4x100 metres relay in Paris. Fastest qualifiers, the United States. Anyone not on that list who has competed here will get a second chance tomorrow in Olympic qualifying round 2, but that's your lineup for tomorrow's final here in the Bahamas. So we've seen the women's 4x1, now it's time to move to the men's 4x100 metres. I should let you know and give you an advance warning for your ears, the Bahamas are in this one. But Liberia, who've just seen their women's team run really well in a national record. The Olympic champion is in there, Marcel Jacobs of Italy. They will go in lane 7. They've got a really strong team out, as have Brazil. Good to see them doing a bit of choreography there as well. Ghana will go in lane number 5. In 4, Noah Lyles in the US team on the anchor leg. And they have gone full tilt, pretty much, with the team they've got available here. Czech Republic go in lane 3. Korea are in 2. And the home team. Samson Colebrook, Somali Farrington, Carlos Brown and Ian Kerr have the responsibility in the turquoise colours of the Bahamas. Samson Colebrook, another one of those who's been in the media in the run-up to this as well. What an opportunity for these athletes. He comes from one of the very small islands off the main Bahamian islands, to Samson Colebrook. But here, Daphne, the United States, I mean, their team, Courtney Lindsay, Kenny Bednarek, Kyrie King and Noah Lyles. No messing around here either.
That's a good team. Also with Noah Lyles, it's nice to see him in the ankle leg. Because sometimes they use him in the second leg, but he wants to be the last one. He wants to finish it always. So it's a bit different than the normal story about the 200, 100 meters, but he want to finish it. That's it.
Yeah, how good to see the world 100 metres and 200 metres champion here in this event this early in the season as well. He's a big supporter, Noah Lyles, isn't he? He talks about, as we see the US team with Courtney Lindsay on that first leg. Another athlete who's been in great form. There's Noah Lyles. big supporter of all these kind of events and of public profile for these athletes as well, doing his bit here. And obviously a great chance to test himself as well. So the United States have gone strong. Could be competitive in behind. You look at the likes of Italy and Brazil as well. Daphne here, challenging for that second spot. As we see the Brazilian team, Rodrigo de Nascimento. There is Paulo Camilo, who will go on the anchor leg for them. They've got Renan Correa and Eric Cardoso as well. So USA clear favourites, Brazil and Italy. Italy with the Olympic champion Marcel Jacobs, there he is, on the second leg down the back straight, and Filippo Tortu there will bring them home. 2 places up for grabs again. Heat 1 of 4 in the men's 4x100 metres. Liberia's kit's quite interesting, isn't it? Hakeem Sirleaf on the first leg, to Emmanuel Matadi, Jabis Reeds and Joe Farnvuller. Another one who's been in good early season form. Courtney Lindsay leading off this powerful United States team. And there's one of the biggest Bahamian smiles we've seen so far today from Samson Colbert. Again, get yourself in the zone now. Smile, wave, and then focus. You were always very focused on the start line, Daph. You looked steely. I wouldn't have wanted to run against you the way you looked on the start line.
Yeah, but that's just the focus. You need to have that time. Also because, yeah, I enjoyed it, but I'm more like inside than outside, I think.
That's why you had the success that you had. Well, probably Noah Lyles to get the maximum, I guess, enjoyment from this would have been drawn in other than the Bahamas, where they'll be going mad for the home team. As we see Liberia, then Italy, Brazil, watch out for them. For Nascimento, looking to get them off to a big start. Ghana with Ibrahim Fusini on the opening leg. Courtney Lindsay to lead off for USA. Zdenek Stromczyk opens up for Czech Republic. Lee Simon will lead away for Korea. And the aforementioned Samson Colbert on the inside for the Bahamas. So we've seen the women's events, now it's the men's sprinters. Looking to chase the sun from paradise to Paris. Only 2 of these teams will sleep in their beds this evening, knowing they're going to the Olympics.
Set.
So keep an eye on the USA, right in the centre with Courtney Lindsay, preparing to hand on to Kenny Bednarek, 200-metre specialist on the second leg, running the long leg down the back. USA, Brazil going well as well. Italy, Marcel Jacobs, the Olympic champion, one from the left, has got Italy right up in contention as well. Smooth from the USA as Kyrie King takes the baton from them. Italy with Lorenzo Patta handing on to Filippo Tortu. USA with Noah Lyles, he has the baton. The world champion is away. Italy moving away in second position as well. These two well clear of Brazil. Bahamas finishing strongly, but Noah Lyles, authoritative from the United States of America, who take it from Italy, and passages safely negotiated to Paris. Well, the Olympic champions and the world champions with the world leading time of 37.49, but again, there's only a handful of relays probably been contested, mostly in the US, but still the fastest time that you'd expect a quality qualtet like that for the US to register. We thought Italy and Brazil would contest the second one, but in the end, Italy didn't come under too much pressure from Brazil.
No, it was really far enough away. But it's like, the weird thing is you have a lot of pressure. To just have the handovers, that is really good, because you see Italy is really close to each other, but it's like, oh, we will not take too much risk, but yeah, they're really good. Like you see here, the same as USA, yeah, they have plenty of time in the exchange zone. So, oh, there was a baton.
Yeah, Ghana went down there again in the middle lanes there.
See, right in his hand is perfect.
Yeah.
Like it's no risk, just do your job.
Ghana are allowed to recover the baton. You are allowed to, as long as you go back and pick up the baton and go back to where you dropped it, basically. Doesn't matter if it rolls out of the lane. You can go out of your lane to get it, but you've got to go back to where it was last in somebody's hand. So Ghana dropped it, but Noah Lyles, the platform was laid for him. But still, for him, I mean, he's not exactly coasting, is he, down there? There's no point for him coasting. He might as well test himself, mightn't he?
No, but this is perfect. If you know Noah Lyles get a baton, you know he's going, and he's so fast. It's really nice to watch his races.
Confirmation then, the world champions, the USA, and the Olympic champions, Italy. Haven't won it since 2017, by the way, USA. Let's see if they can win the title tomorrow as well. Our teams entering the arena for the second heat of the four, and again we meet them from the outside inwards. Switzerland will go in lane number 8. Nigeria not messing around. Emmanuel Consider was immediately off there. France, Zeze, Erius, Matteo, Priam, Trinidad and Tobago. A lot of experienced campaigners in their team. Poland and Great Britain and Northern Ireland are actually out of order there on my list here. Great Britain are in 4 and Poland are in 3. But either way, that's the teams. Great Britain and Northern Ireland have Eugene Amodanzi, Zarnell Hughes, Richard Kilty and Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake. CJ Uja not in the Great Britain quartet today in the 4x1, as we see Spain going through some final pleasantries, and Turkey will be the final team. A lot of media coverage in the UK about CJ Uja's return to the Great Britain and Northern Ireland team after serving a 22-month suspension. Well, he's not in the quartet today. There's Emery Barnes of Turkey. So as you look at this heat, Daphne alongside me, Daphne Skippers, the European record holder, a 2-time world champion over 200 metres. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, even with the relative inexperience of Eugene Amodanzi on the opening leg, the rest of that quartet is extremely powerful. As we see the Polish team, just to confirm, by the way, Ghana were disqualified for that baton drop in the previous heat. Great Britain and Northern Ireland favourites for this one?
Yeah, I think so. And it's good for him to experience. Like, if you're not that experienced, it's good to start a competition like this. So with the other guys, they do a lot of different competitions in all the levels of the world.
Richard Kilty there. Yeah, Eugene Amodanzi is he's certainly not up and coming in terms of his age, his experience, but he's made a late breakthrough. The fastest accountant, they call him. He's been an accountant alongside his athletics as well. He's in on the first leg for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. France, with Zeze on the first leg, there's Emerick Priam, who will bring them home. Nigeria, Omazurike will get them underway, and then it'll be Ogunlewe just going through the rehearsals for that final leg. Switzerland right on the outside, Pascal Mancini will lead them away. They've got William Reyes in their squad on the second leg. It's his birthday today. 25 years old today for William Reyes. So let's hope that he gets his leg through without any incident. It wouldn't be a birthday to remember if anything went awry. We'll be waiting at the entrance to the back straight. There is Zarnell Hughes, world medalist for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Richard Kilty waiting down the back. Zarnell Hughes, the world bronze medalist in 2023. Richard Kilty, 34 years of age now. Bit of a second coming. He's had all sorts of injury problems as Richard Kilty. And Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake, former world champion. There is the fastest accountant, Eugene Amodanzi, on the opening leg. For the Great Britain team, who've won the European Championship on the last 4 occasions over this event. So heat 2 of 4, the men's 4 by 100 metres relay, chasing those 2 places in Paris.
We start in lane 8, Switzerland.
Switzerland, Mancini to the birthday boy William Reyes, Felix Svensson and Timothée Mumenthaler. Nigeria, Onzurike to Consider to Akintola to Ogunlewe. France, Zeze, Arius, Mateo and Priam. Trinidad and Tobago, Jared Alcock leads them away. Taquion Benjamin, Eric Harrison and Amari Lewis. Mentioned Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Poland have Marek Jastrzewski on the first leg, Slovakovsky on the second, then Jacques and Dovic. Spain, Ana Monet, Sergio Lopez, Daniela Rodriguez, Guillaume Crespi and Emre Barnes for Takiye, to Oza, to Altintas and to Uya. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, France, Trinidad and Tobago in the seeded lanes here. 4, 5 and 6.
Set.
Off they go onto this first bend of heat number 2 of 4 in the men's 4x100 metres, and pretty even through that first bend. Nigeria have run a strong first leg. Great Britain and Northern Ireland probably down in about 3rd or 4th position at the moment. Nigeria, and inside them France at the moment. As we hand over onto the 3rd leg at the moment, Richard Kilty with the baton for Great Britain. Specialist bend runner coming up on the inside of Trinidad and Tobago, but it's Nigeria, France, Switzerland in contention on the outside as well, as Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake takes it on for Great Britain and Northern Ireland, challenging France. Nigeria, Trinidad and Tobago finishing strongly, but it's France from Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Those are your 2. Ankle leg seen home by Emeric Priam of France. And what a moment that is for any French team who qualify today to be in a home Olympic Games in Paris.
Yeah, France is doing a different changeover than the other countries. They are doing underhand instead of overhand, so we can maybe see that in the replay, that they do a little bit different on the changeovers.
Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake pretty happy as Great Britain and Northern Ireland are confirmed in 2nd position. We'll have a look at that Daphne's talking about what we see. We'll keep an eye on France, who are in lane number 6, but we talk about the pressure on the Bahamian athletes here in front of the home crowd, but the pressure on France to make sure they've got every team available in Paris, I imagine, is quite something as well. They have got all 5 teams in the 5 events here over the course of the next couple of days. Frustration for Trinidad and Tobago, who finished strongly but actually couldn't quite make up that final 10th of a second on Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Keep your eye on the French changes that Daphne's talking about there.
Yeah, you can see it. It's underhand instead of overhand. So you see that it doesn't matter, but it's all like all the teams are doing overhand. But this is a really you see France is looking back from where is he? But normally it's better to watch the track because you're faster if you go. Very good one under. Ooh, it was very close for France. Very close. But I think the nice thing of races like this is you can change a little bit for tomorrow and run faster than they did in the heats. I think that's one of the nicest things when you have heats and a final or another round in between.
A great spot from you on the technique there, Daff, as well. The incoming runner is almost thrusting it up into the hand of the athlete that's outgoing, rather than almost laying it on the hand, as we see a lot of other teams do. There's a result of heat number 2 in the men's 4x100 metres. France booking a passport to Paris. They don't need their passport to get to Paris, but they'll be there. And Great Britain and Northern Ireland join them at the Olympics. Time for heat number 3. Netherlands, the first team to enter the arena for this one. They're on the outside in lane 8, including Chirandi Martina at the age of 39. Jamaican support as that quartet come out. Germany are expected to go well as well. Australia, they've seen a brilliant performance from their women's 4x100 metre team. What about Canada? Andre de Grasse, Olympic champion over 200 metres. There's Thailand, who were surprise winners of the Asian Championships. Belgium, we mentioned they're having a strong night, Belgium already. And on the inside in lane 1 will be Denmark. Well, this Canadian quartet, Daff, have seen it and done it all. It's the Olympic silver medal winning team that are lining up here. Aaron Brown, Brendan Rodney. Sorry, Aaron Brown to Jerome Blake, to Brendan Rodney, to Andre de Grasse. when you can field your exactly the same Olympic silver medal winning team. A bit like the USA, the Canadians are not here to mess around.
Nope, I love that.
3 of this team also, by the way, took the Olympic bronze medal in Rio in 2016 as well. So this is some longevity. 8 years on, they've still got 3 of that same team here in the Bahamas looking to qualify for a 3rd Olympics. 2022 world champions as well in Eugene. The same 4. Thailand, as I mentioned, they were the surprise winners of the Asian Championships. Thailand. They have Yamadom, Dapang, Kong Prasit and Bonson. And for Canada, there is their opening leg runner, Aaron Brown, and there is Andre de Grasse, the Olympic 200 meters champion. Talk about Canada's success, though. They didn't make the final in Budapest at the World Championship, so that's one slight blight on their copybook, but it's been such a consistent team over the course of the last couple of major championships. Australia, Joshua Azzopardi, waiting to bring them home. And Germany, I'm expecting big things from them as well. Kevin Krantz, Joshua Hartmann among their quartet there. And again, 2 guys who've been in great form. Sir Pepper and Yannick Wolf. What about Jamaica? And again, we spoke about the Jamaican team in the women's event. Elaine Thompson-Hera and the likes of Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price are not here in the Bahamas, and Jamaica paid the price for that. They didn't qualify in the women's event. Brian Lavelle, Kadrian Goldson, Raheem Ford, Olympic World Championship finalist, and Sandri Davison, the Jamaican team. So again, not headline names in there for Jamaica.
No, I think they will take a little bit of risk to do it later in the season or something like that, but it's, yeah.
There is Sandra Davison, who'll be on their final leg. They've only won 1 medal at the last 3 global championships, Jamaica, in the 4x1, since the departure of a certain Mr. Bolt. They were the world bronze in 23, and it was that 1 medal that they have won. The roar of the stadium here for Jamaica as they appear on the screen. Netherlands, we didn't get a chance to mention them on the outside, but Chirandi Martina, who, as I mentioned, is 39 years of age. He'll be 40 in July. He'll be 40 before the Olympics, Daphne, Chirandi Martina.
Yeah, but he has one job, and that's his 5th Olympics. So that's a very special thing. He said, I just want to have 5 Olympic starts. That's very cool, right? If you have 5, that's crazy.
Well, they've got Tamer Burnett on their second leg, who's the European #1 actually this year, is Tamer Burnett on the second leg for the Netherlands with his 10:09 run. Hensley Paulina's been in good form as well. So here are the Netherlands. They haven't got the great lane draw, but they have got plenty of talent in their ranks in lane 8. Jamaica, can they achieve what their women's team couldn't earlier on? Germany, I'm expecting them to be right in contention. Australia, buoyed by their women's team's performance earlier on. The Canada quartet are in 4, Thailand in 3, the Asian champions. Kobe Vleminks will lead off Belgium in 2, and Rasmus Clausen goes in lane 1. In fact, they've had a late change of team actually, Denmark. That's Tobias Larsen who's on the first leg for them, which is a late change of the team that was actually declared. This is competitive. There are only 2 spots here up for grabs. I think there could be 5 teams with a genuine claim they think they should be in the top 2. So Canada have seen it all and done it all before. Aaron Brownlee, them off in lane number 4. Jamaica on the outside with Brian Lavelle handing on to Adrian Goldson. Baton in the hand for the second leg of Canada of Jerome Blake. Australia going nicely with Jacob Despard at the moment as well, and Belgium are running strongly on the inside in lane number 2. Canada not the smoothest change. Netherlands right involved on the outside. Hensley Paulina as the baton will hand on to Chirandi Martina. Canada, Australia, Jamaica and the Netherlands, with Belgium trying to get involved on the inside as well. Belgium got the change all wrong and are out of it. Canada, Andre de Grasse leads them away. Australia, what a night they're having. Can they hold on? That's tight on the line between Australia and Jamaica. But Canada, they just keep on doing it at the major level. That same team off to the Olympics again, brought home by their 200-meter champion, Andre de Grasse. We wouldn't have expected anything less, Daphne, there, I don't think.
No, I think that Canada was the favorite, but it was very close for the second leg. I think it was Jamaica, but we'll see the results, because you see it's already a long time, so they need a lot of time to see who's second.
Well, we saw Australia on a tight photo get through by 0.003 of a second. Not this time. Jamaica have got the second spot, which has gone down well here among the home crowd. That final leg from Sandre Davison has got them over the line, but it's gone down to thousandths of a second again. 38.5 they both get. We'll get the official times up in just a moment on that one. So what the thousandths of a second were. We mentioned Thailand might be dark horses, the Asian champions. They've run well in fourth. Netherlands, Martina couldn't quite see them home. They'll get another chance tomorrow. And Belgium would just come into contention on the inside when their baton change went all wrong with the final one. Jerome Blake there having to use his shoulder up it just to nudge the Australian runner out of the way. Just keep an eye on Belgium right on the inside here. We've just started to get involved, and that final change to Valentin Hurnet just never happened. He didn't get the baton, but Andre de Grasse, well-oiled machine. 0.004 of a second, by the way, this time between Jamaica in second and Australia in third. So while a few thousandth got Australia's women into the Olympics, unfortunately for their men, a few thousandths have kept them out for now. Another thriller in heat 3 of 4. We have one more to come in the men's 4x100 meters. Here we go then. All 8 lanes are filled for this one. As Kenya, we go from Canada to Kenya. Kenya lead us into the arena, followed by 2 of the big Asian powerhouses next to each other, Japan and China. Then come Dominican Republic, South Africa, with Akani Simbini, who took a brilliant Diamond League win in China over both Fred Curley and Christian Coleman last week in Shenzhou. Colombia will go in lane 3. Saudi Arabia are in lane 2. This is their only team entered this weekend. And on the inside, Cuba. In case you're wondering what those white bits of tape are, they all keep running on with Daphne, because they're all in different places. Because that's a funny bit of kit. Just explain that for us as well.
Yeah, no, that's the tape mark for on the track. So that's the mark when the incoming runner is there, you need to go. So that's it. But it looks very messy sometimes, and you see the tape is sticking everywhere. I don't know, but we need it because it's not possible to do it on the filling or something like that.
Confirmation of that last heat as well. Germany in the end didn't get the baton round, neither did Belgium, under pressure. So that's a bit of a blow for Germany. They will get another chance tomorrow, but they could have done without that, I think. As we see the Cuban second leg runner, Erel Amores, pacing out his position down the back. What about Akani Simbini then on the final leg for South Africa? It was a brilliant performance to take that Diamond League success in China, beating Coleman and Curley, who obviously had run there a week before. Simbini just continuing to do it. 10.01 this year, definitely. African silver medalists are South Africa, Colombia with Abelo Angulo, Palacios and Renteria. We've got China, the Olympic bronze medalists, also in this event, in this heat rather, in lane 6, the Asian champions. They actually had a little go in there as part of a training camp at the East Coast Relays last week. They ran 38.2, did China. Another of those teams using a bit of warm weather preparation camp before finally arriving here in the Bahamas. Lots of teams have been in Florida. I know your Dutch counterparts were in Curacao, weren't they, with a couple of international squads as well. The Chirandi Martina effect. Hailing from Curacao, there is that Chinese team I mentioned. 3 of whom, the Olympic bronze medal winning team, are here. They don't have Su Bing Chan in this team today. He is named on the squad, but not in this particular lineup. Japan with Sani Brown on the first leg. Abdul Hakim Sani Brown is another one who's been in really good form. 10.02 this year for Abdul Hakim Sani Brown, the Asian Games silver medalist. Kenya, also including another athlete who's had a bit of time away from the sport, Mark Otieno Odihambo, will go on the second leg for them. They've got Ferdinand Omanyala on the final leg of Kenya, the African record holder. There's Akani Simbini. That could be a clash for the ages on the final leg. Simbini and Omanyala. An all-African final leg duel. Well, I think the Asians will have something to say about this as well. China and Japan in this final heat of the men's 4x1. And then we're into the women's 4x4. There's the Japanese team. Yuama on the third leg. But front-loading their team with Abdul Hakim Sani Brown, leading them off Japan. So Kenya on the outside, Ochieng to Odihambo to Babu, and then Ferdinand Omanyala on the final leg. Japan, there is Abdul Hakim Sani Brown. China with Wu to Shi, Yang, and then Chen. Two of their Asian Championship winning team. Valdez will lead off Dominican Republic. South Africa, Walazo will look to get off to a start with Simbine to close. Abeyo for Colombia. Then Saudi Arabia with Mohamed Abdullah on the opening leg. And Cuba on the inside, Ronaldo Espinoza. The Pan American Games silver medalists. That is the exact same team for Cuba on the inside that took the silver medal at the Pan American Games. They've got lane one. So the last heat came down to thousandths of a second. Could we see Simbine and Omanyala battling it for those two Olympic places in our last heat of the men's 4x1, Olympic qualifying round one? Kenya have got the horrible lane rod on the outside, not knowing what's going on behind them, and Sani Brown has got Japan off to a flyer on the inside of Kenya. Good change from Japan. China on the inside as well of them, going strongly at this stage. Japan, China, South Africa. Kenya have got plenty to do on the outside. Omanyala is going to have too much to do, I think. But it's Japan and China at the moment. Simbine just about to get the baton in his hand. Japan got that final change. That was desperately close to the edge of the changeover zone. Japan and China look at the charge on for third in behind. But it's an Asian sweep in this one. It's Japan from China. Simbine came charging through for third, but they left him too much to do. Japan from China.
It was so close to me last lap, so I will see if it's in the box or not, because they ran a very good race. Sani Brown was doing a very good first leg, and let's see if the last one is in.
Well, that was really close, that final change. Japan and China confirmed at the minute, but there's no doubt that the officials, I think, will be having a good look at that. We'll try and have a look again at that changeover. Remember, when we get to that in a second, it's the position of the baton, not the position of the athlete's feet, that is the most important thing. They have to have taken charge of the baton completely in their hand, the outgoing runner, before the baton, the whole baton, leaves the changeover box. We'll look at it back at that again in a second. Shame for Simbine there. They just left him far too much to do in that final leg. And Omanyala never got a look in for Kenya. There's the top five as it stands at the moment. So as we sit here at the moment, Japan and China are through. Let's see if we can see. I mean, the first leg from Sani Brown on the outside for Japan was what set the race up. Also using that underhand technique.
Yeah, exactly.
You were speaking about
exactly the same thing. But yeah, there was a really good changeover. You see it a little bit close, but let's see here, underhands. Yep, that was a little bit closer.
So here we go. Let's have a look at this final changeover. Japan in lane 7. Does he have complete control of the baton before he runs past the yellow line in the home straight there?
Oh, he stopped.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. I think it was in, right?
He's got to have complete control of it. The other athlete has got to take his hand off it before the baton leaves the box. You'd think, like you, I think they were okay.
I think so, yeah, but it was very, very, very close.
That was tight. The officials will be obviously slowing that down to the freeze frame. But a good strong run on that final leg once the baton was in the hand of Solamiwa. I think you've been a relay runner, Daff. You'll know when you are close to the box, there's that element of doubt in your mind probably there. They're probably not quite sure.
No, and most of the time you know it already as an athlete because you trained on that so many times that you feel it. But I think they are still in. So
yeah, they're still in at the moment. It will take the officials a little bit of time to look through that freeze frame, but at the moment, that is how it stands. As soon as that result, here we go and have another look at that final changeover, I think, Daphne, again. If you just talk us through it as we have a look at this. Remember, the baton has got to be completely in the hand only of the outgoing runner before the baton leaves the box.
yeah, but you can see already, like the Japanese guy, he is slowing down because he is feeling it to come too close to the line. You saw it.
Yeah. He's
But
okay.
yeah, it's in, huh?
He's okay. By a stride, he's okay, isn't he?
To be honest, I like it when it's okay because I love it to see the best counters on the same race tomorrow. So, yeah, it's good that he slowed down because if he didn't do that, then it will be a disqualification and out of the box. But it's perfect. It's very nice for them. Tomorrow they have a new race.
We talk about you get a feeling as an athlete there. Actually, when you watch it slowed right down, he probably would have had a feeling he was okay. I think there, didn't he?
Yeah,
On
I
the
think
first
so.
one we saw at full speed, it was a bit harder to tell.
Yeah, that's difficult to see sometimes because it's going so fast. It's difficult to see that.
Those are the 8 teams who are safely through to the Olympic Games in Paris, and they will also contest the World Athletics Relays final here in the men's 4x100 meters in the second half of tomorrow's session on day 2 here in Nassau. Most of the big hitters that you'd expect, the likes of South Africa with Akani Simbine, Kenya with Ferdinand Omanyala, will have to come back and try again. We started with the mixed 4x4. Now we are back to the women's 4x4 as our next event. And we see Australia, the first team to enter. Here come the Netherlands. Femke Bol and Lieke Klaver contested the mixed event earlier on, got Netherlands through, not involved in the women's events. Italy go in 5. Canada in 5. Lane 4 will be Switzerland. Then come India, and on the inside of lane 2 will be Zambia. So 4x4, again, as we mentioned earlier on, we are getting these team declarations minutes before they are appearing on the screen. So off the top of my head there, I didn't notice anybody who ran earlier on in the mixed who's back for this stuff. I mean, they've had an hour and a half or so's turnaround. I mean, if there was anybody doubling up, is that a manageable time frame for 2 400s in a night?
I think it's in the beginning of the season it's very difficult to do both. Like it's a very short time. You don't have time to recover and you need to go tomorrow again. I think that's one of the most important things. It's maybe they can do it in one time, but tomorrow again it's difficult. I think it's too hard for your body in the beginning of the season to do that.
Well, in this heat, the fastest team on paper in the road to Paris, if you like, the qualification window, which has been going since the end of December. It's worth pointing out as well, there are 14 places in the Olympics available over these 2 days here in the Bahamas. There are 2 more places in the Olympics which will be decided on the fastest times that the teams have posted in that qualification window, which is, as I say, from the end of 2022 up till the end of June this year. And on the rankings at the moment, there are some of the teams, for example, India in this heat are number 17 on that list at the moment. So there's a few that, if they certainly don't get themselves in the top 2, trying to improve their time and get themselves up the timing list, because there are 2 places that will be available. Italy, well, they are 7th on that list at the moment, so they won't have any problems, you wouldn't have thought, in getting through here. But Netherlands are the fastest team in the qualification window so far, and when you've got the likes of Femke Bol and Lieke Klaver and others who you can call on, obviously not in this quartet, then it's no real surprise to see them at the top of the rankings. But they'll have Evelina Solberg to Merte van der Schoot to Lisanne de Witte and Kathleen Peters on the final leg for Netherlands. Australia, Alana Jukic, there's their opening leg runner, Bendera Aboya. Ellie Beer on their second leg has run 51.5 this year. So Australia have had a good night so far. Callroom, Great Britain getting ready. There's Lena Nielsen there. We saw Lavia Nielsen in the mixed relay earlier on. Lena Nielsen, her twin sister. It looks like she's lining up in this, well, I can tell you she is lining up in this women's event, along with
Dominican Republic.
some of her teammates. Nicole Morgan there. Dominican Republic also getting ready.
Hello.
Czech Republic. That's the live action in the callroom, behind the scenes. That is the scene at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium here, which has been redeveloped. It's had plenty of money put into it over the course of the last few months to get it ready for this event. And here we go then with heat 1 of 4 in the women's 4x400 meters. 7 teams lining up. Australia on the outside. Bendera Aboya. Evelien Solberg will take the Netherlands out in lane number 7. Italy have Rebecca Borga on the opening leg. Canada with Zoe Shearer. 4th at the last 3 global championships, by the way. Canada, they can't quite find a medal. They can seal the way to Paris on this occasion if they do. Coming in the top 2, Switzerland are in 4, then we see India in 3 with Vidya Ramraj on the opening leg, and Nidi Mingilishi of Zambia on the inside. Again, looking at the form book and the relative strength of the quartets, lanes 5, 6, 7 probably the ones to keep your eye on here. Canada there, with Shearer leading them off, Commonwealth gold medalist from 2022 as well.
On your marks.
Italy and Netherlands. Still a bit of a breeze, which the athletes will feel into their face as they enter the back straight. Doesn't feel quite as gusty as it was earlier on in the evening in the first hour or so. Away we go then in Olympic qualifying round 1, the first of the women's 4x400 meters heats. Flying start by Bendera Aboya right on the outside, left of picture for Australia, who is the target for Evelina Solberg of Netherlands to aim for. Canada also, Zoe Shearer has taken them through strongly through the halfway point. Australia and Canada possibly, well, it's pretty even, as you can see in those 2nd, 3rd and 4th positions between Netherlands, Italy and Canada. India also running strongly on the inside with Vidya Ramraj, but Aboya ran a very strong first 200 meters, just tying up ever so slightly as Italy with Rebecca Borgia coming through strongly. I think it will be Italy who will get the baton across first. That stagger will unwind after the first bend. Italy, Australia, Canada and the Netherlands, the 1, 2, 3, 4 as they embark on the second leg. Italy, Ayomida Folarunza has the baton for them. Canada with Ayana Stuvern. Australia, Ellie Beer. And for the Netherlands here, it's Mertze van der Schoot.
It's one of her first big competitions, so it's for her it's very good experience to be with these girls, because these are very experienced. But she's a little bit far away. She needs to build up to them. So I hope she will have a little bit more in the last 100 meters. But it's very close in the first 3.
Another very strong Australian leg from Ellie Beer in 3rd position at the moment, but making good progress. Might even get the baton away first for Australia. Canada, Kira Constantine about to take it for them. Australia got it in the hand first. And for them, it's Michaela Silaidinakos who has it. Kira Constantine for Canada, and Italy with Giancarlo Trevisan, and Netherlands have got 10 meters to find here with the very experienced Lizana De Witte, who I guess will know exactly how to handle this situation, definitely.
Yeah, but you see, Australia is really very, very, very good. Like, oh, she's a little bit further.
India are the ones charging for the back of the field, by the way, at the moment. Jyota Sridandi is the one closing on the Netherlands. But up front, it's Canada and Italy in those two places at the moment. The danger for Australia and for Netherlands is that these two are going to sneak away here. But Australia still battling with Michaela Salidinakos, Constantine and Trevisan. But Canada and Italy, Netherlands and India not completely out of it yet. But a bit to do for them on the final leg. Canada with Alyssa Marsh take over. They lead by 3 or 4 metres from Alice Mangione of Italy, and a blazing start to that leg by Canada's Alyssa Marsh has opened up nearly 10 metres very quickly on Italy. Australia prowling. Alana Jukic has the baton for them in 3rd position, and the Netherlands in 4th with Kathleen Peters, who is chipping away at those in front.
See that gap in just 200 meters. That's crazy. So I hope she will make it to the finish line and not too early, because she's running really good, but it's still 100 meters to go. Australia is coming closer and closer.
Alyssa Marsh committed for Canada, and she's hanging on at the moment. Italy and Canada are away. Italy are going to come past with Alice Mangione to take it, and Alyssa Marsh starting to tread water, but she's got enough of an advantage despite the fast finishing Dutch and Australia as well. And Italy and Canada see it over the line. Kathleen Peters bringing the Netherlands home with Australia. But a good run from Italy and Canada. Well, the job was to finish in the top 2. They did that, but Alyssa Marsh might have started to wonder with 80 metres to go whether she'd gone too hard.
Yeah, the lactic was coming, but she made it to the finish line, so that's a good thing.
Excellent performance from that experienced Canadian quartet, who, as I mentioned, had those 4th place finishes at the last 3 global championships. But Italy, very efficient job done by them. And they have the passport from paradise to Paris. Seat 24A, is that a window seat? I think that would be a window seat. Anyway, Netherlands and Australia will come back tomorrow in the women's 4x4. Interesting selection now for the Netherlands. Femke Bol and Lieke Klaver got the mixed team through earlier on, so I think you can pretty much bet your house, Daphne, that they will be in the women's 4x4 team tomorrow with work still to do.
I think they will change one of the girls for Lieke Klaver or Femke Bol tomorrow, because of course they want to go to the Olympics, so they need to. And you can see if they're both not in the mix, then it's difficult. But ooh, that was close.
Ooh, yeah.
But that's the difficult thing of the 4x4. You need to finish, you have the lactic, you are tired, and there are other countries coming in your back, so it's a difficult thing. Just, I think you need to stay in your lane and see what happens around you.
Yeah, I think the ideal is that you maintain your racing line, don't you, and don't sort of, as you say, with wobbly legs, it can be pretty hard to keep yourself in a straight line when you've just completed that 400 metres, but slow motion shots with some colourful local decoration in the background of Alice Mangione, who brings Italy home, qualifies them for the Olympic Games. Canada will be there again. Netherlands, well, they will have to wait and see. They've got the power to bring in tomorrow. World champions, of course, indoors and out, Netherlands. I hadn't mentioned that fact earlier on. So here we are, the jeopardy of the world relays. The world champions at the moment are not through. So some more further timing information here. This is a little look at how those legs unfolded for each of those races, and the purple highlighted ones are the fastest on each leg. So the Italian team led out by Rebecca Borgia, the quickest on the opening leg. I mentioned a top quality second leg from Ellie Beer of Australia, a sub 51 second leg there. India, well, they were rallying but too late, and then very solid from Mangione to bring them home. Interesting to see that from a split point of view. We'll try and bring you more of that information as we go through, just to give a flavour of how the race unfolded on the clock. Next up is heat number 2 of the women's 4x4. Dominican Republic stand poised. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, none of that team were in the mixed 4x4 earlier on. We do have one repeater coming up at least, by the way, in just a moment. And you'll see her here on the left for Ireland, Charlene Maudsley. There's 2 actually. Charlene Maudsley and Rashida Adeleke both ran in the mixed less than 2 hours ago, and they will bookend. In fact, they won't bookend. They're in legs 2 and 4 actually for Ireland. Cuba, Ukraine will go in 3, and on the inside will be Colombia. So again, as we look at the fastest times on paper here this year, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, third on the list to the Road to Paris list in the relay qualification window in terms of the best performance over the course of that time. Cuba ranked 9 and Ireland ranked 10. But if Charlie Maudsley and Rashida Adeleke can both perform as they did earlier on in getting Ireland through in the mix, Daphne, then Ireland will be pretty confident of another top 2 finish here.
Yeah, but it must be so hard to do both in that short of time. But we will see what they do.
Give us an idea then. What are you doing if you're those 2 athletes now? You've run the mixed 4x4 at whatever time it was earlier on, 7:15 or so. You've got probably an hour and a bit to get yourself ready. What are you doing in that time in between?
I think just try to jog a little bit, just try to get off the lactic, just blood flow and stuff like that. Maybe a little bit of treatment, a lot of good drinks, water, but also like some minerals on it, and just a little bit right for the energy for the last moment. But you cannot do anything. You just need to recover as soon as possible. But that's difficult in a short time, and mostly after 400 meters as well.
There is Charlene Maudsley, who has had to get herself warmed down and warmed back up again in that time, as we talk about. Czech Republic there on the in lane 6. That's Lourdes Manuel, who will lead them out. Ireland, another one of those teams, by the way, who've been in Florida training, the World Championship finalists. Czech Republic. You see a couple of the Great Britain and Northern Ireland athletes in the background as well. There's Lena Nielsen, who will anchor the team home, as her twin sister Lavia did earlier on. Victoria Hurigu, good to see her back in some top form as well. Hannah Kelly, one of the most recent additions to that Great Britain and Northern Ireland team as well, will go on the second leg for them. Cuba, by the way, are the defending champions in this event. We go in lane 4. Obviously, the 2021 staging of the World Relays was just post-COVID, when things were opening up again. It was behind closed doors in Silesia in Poland. A couple of the longer travelling countries, the likes of the USA and Jamaica, didn't send teams to that event, which opened the door for a few others, including Cuba, seen there to win this title last time around in Poland. Here we are back in the Bahamas, in Nassau, the 4th time that this World Relays event has been here in the Bahamas. So we've seen Nicole Yiggin ready to go on the 3rd leg for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Ukraine's lead-off runner, Katerina Karpiuk. Temperature still, as you'd expect here, up in the mid-20 degrees Celsius. Local time here in the Bahamas is just after 9:10 in the evening. Great spectacle under the lights here in the capital. Great local support as well. So here are the teams then. Dominican Republic on the outside. Milagros Duran will get them underway. Victoria Ahurigu leads off. Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Lourdes Manuel for Czech Republic. Ireland's lead-off runner is Sophie Becker. Melissa Pandron for the defending World Athletics Relays champions, Cuba. Katerina Karpiuk for Ukraine. And then in lane 2 is Paula Loboa for Colombia. So on paper, the best performances over the last 18 months or so have come from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Ireland and Cuba. But only 2 places are available by right today in Olympic qualifying round 1 in the women's 4x400 meters.
Set.
So away we go. Well, on the outside, Victoria Ahurigu, tasked with the opening leg. It's a very, very strong start by Sophie Becker of Ireland. It was relative, at least, to the start outside her by Lourdes Manuel of the Czech Republic. But Great Britain, Northern Ireland, and Ireland. A relatively modest start by Ukraine, right back on the inside in lane number 2. Great Britain and Northern Ireland and Ireland at the moment, and Cuba just coming into the picture, bottom right in the red and blue. So into the home straight. Great Britain and Northern Ireland will hand on to Hannah Kelly for the second leg. Ireland have Rashida Adeleke running her second leg of the evening. Then come Cuba, Ukraine. As Hannah Kelly gets the baton ahead of Rashida Adeleke. Cuba have Rosemary Almanza on the third leg. Ukraine hand their baton on to Tatiana Karashuk. Czech Republic with Marcela Pirkova in the blue and white, currently in 5th position. Right on the outside, Dominican Republic come next. Francina Martinez has the baton for them. But Hannah Kelly at the moment with a commanding lead for Great Britain.
It looks very smooth from Great Britain. Like they're really nice and relaxed. It looks like that. Of course it's not, but it's like Ireland as well.
Well, Hannah Kelly would have expected to come under some attention from Rashida Adeleke, but these two are a long way clear at the moment of Cuba. Adeleke finishing strongly. You wouldn't know she'd run another 400 leg a couple of hours ago. As she passes on to another of their very experienced relay runners, Phil Healy. Nicole Yergin tearing after her for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And Ukraine have moved themselves up into 3rd position now, ahead of Cuba and the Czech Republic. Ukraine with Victoria Kachuk in 3rd position, but it's Ireland from Great Britain and Northern Ireland. These two now are probably 30 meters clear of the rest.
They're going fast. Wow, the gap is huge for like just the two of them. So if they can make it, like it looks like the gap is more and more instead of closer. Like wow.
Well, this is a race within a race now. There'll be a bit of pride up for grabs here as well between these two squads that will know each other very well and will compete regularly against each other as well. So Phil Healy hands the baton on to Charlene Maudsley for Ireland. Lena Nielsen, the 400-meter hurdler, has the baton for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And the gap is 40 meters, I reckon, to Ukraine in 3rd, Cuba 4, Czech Republic 5. And the other two teams are still going, Dominican Republic and Colombia.
And still they can push each other because we have two teams, Great Britain and Ireland, and they can push each other to the finish line, because also in your 400 meters it's very hard when you're getting tired and you need to slow down, but if you need to push each other, you can run fast both of them. So it's a huge gap.
Well, what a battle we got coming down the home straight here. Pride up for grabs. Lena Nielsen on fresher legs, the 400-meter hurdler, but Charlene Maudsley digging in on her second leg of the night. And it's Charlene Maudsley, the Irish hero, again on the anchor leg. And Ireland came tonight to get 2 passports to Paris, and they've stamped them both. Great Britain and Northern Ireland follow them on the plane to the Olympics. Cuba finished 3rd ahead of Ukraine. Oh, what a great battle. They were miles clear. They could easily have eased off there, knowing they had the 2 places up for grabs. But when you don't ease off, you get things like national records there for Ireland. 3:24.38. I think that's the 2nd national record of the night.
Can you imagine a national record and you have 2 times 400 meters in a short time? How is that possible? Then you are in a good shape. And how perfect is that in a year of Olympics and you are in that good shape? It's very cool to watch that. And of course they are tired, but wow, they did a really good job this evening.
And the way you look at those 2 quartets as well, it was a close race in the end. That was probably the Irish first choice quartet. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you're looking at theirs. Victoria Huragu, you might say, probably is in that. They've got the likes of Amber Anning, Lavia Nielsen, other strength to come in as well. But Ireland going all guns blazing, and they join Great Britain and Northern Ireland at the Olympic Games. Job's done for them. Small matter of $40,000 in prize money to compete for tomorrow. Just have a look at how this race unfolded for us, Daphne. Ireland didn't really hold back from the word go.
But this was a very strong thing. Like the last 100 meters, she made a really big gap. And you can not imagine that to do that after another 400 meters. Like it's amazing to watch that. And still, she's on the finish. It looks easy, and she's not that tired. Of course she is, but and this was perfect because they are together. They can push other to the other side. And yeah, I love it when you have a competition like this, because you need to push each other to good times. And you saw it's a national record, so it must be a perfect push from Great Britain.
So Charlene Maudsley, who was left out of Tokyo, she's one who will have had a bit of a point to prove. She was part of helping Ireland qualify for Tokyo, but then didn't get selected for the Olympic Games. Well, she's come on leaps and bounds since then, has Charlene Maudsley. She has booked her team 2 tickets to Paris this evening. Confirmation of that result, and another national record for Ireland. 3:24.38 ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and they were absolutely miles clear of the rest. Two more heats to come in the women's 4x400 metres. Here's a little look at those split times, by the way. Charlene Maudsley posting the fastest anchor leg. And look at that second, look at Adeleke on the second leg.
49.48. That's really good. That's the only one under 50, I think.
A second leg of the evening in the space of an hour and a half, and she goes sub 50, sub 49 and a half. Amazing from Rashida Adeleke. Such great information, those split times, to just quantify exactly how good those performances have been. Let's move on to heat 3 of 4 then. We see Botswana coming into the arena first of all. Jamaica, second favourites, I think, in the arena behind the Bahamas. Another one running her second leg of the evening is Natalia Kazmarek on the left-hand side there. She'll run the anchor leg for Poland here. France go in lane 5. Germany in 4. Then we have Spain, who will go in lane 3. And on the inside, in lane 2, will be the Kenyans. Well, if Natalia Kazmarek is feeling anything in her legs, definitely, she's just got to look at how Charlene Maudsley and Rashida Adeleke have just performed to know that it's perfectly possible to run another blinding leg. So Kazmarek will try and bring them home.
Yeah. I will not be surprised, because I was a little bit surprised in the last one, but you can see it, they can do it. 400 meters, it's a different story, but oh, I love to see that, and it's possible, and that's really cool.
The 49.48 split for Adeleke really is something. I'm going to try and look up her split from the mix really earlier on as well, if I can find that information, which I'm just looking for now, while we're looking at the Spanish team. But just a brilliant performance. The Germans here. Rashida Adeleke's split earlier on was 49.64. So she's run 2 49-second legs in the space of an hour and a half or so.
Wow. Wow, wow. What can I say about that? That's crazy.
That is absolutely mad.
She's in a really good form then, and that's nice in the Olympic area.
Again, just briefly scrolling down the lists. I can't, off the top of my head, see anybody else who ran a sub-50 female leg in the mixed relay earlier on either. For example, the fastest American was Lina Roby-Jackson with 50.03. So, yeah, that just, again, puts us into some perspective. But here are the Polish team. Marika Popovic-Stropala will lead them off. There is Cherokee Young to get things moving for Jamaica. This event, Jamaica, the world silver medalist, the Olympic bronze medalists. Botswana, they will go in lane 8. They have Nancy Botswani on the first leg. Again, the Jamaican squad, you look at those who've been at major championships before in this team today. They've got Janelle Bromfield, Renisha McGregor as well, part of the Olympic bronze medal winning team. Janine Russell is also here, but isn't in this lineup today. But Bromfield and McGregor, two of the Jamaican lineup who are part of that Olympic bronze medal winning team. The Olympic silver medalist Poland with Natalia Kazmarek. Haven't seen Justyna Święty-Estetich in either of the Polish teams today. She is here on the squad, but so far not selected for either of those events today. We will see that. Some teams have brought big squads and will rotate depending on what happens today. We've talked about the selection decisions they'll make. And some, like the Netherlands, will have to change their plans for tomorrow, depending on what's happened already today. those athletes on the third leg. Janelle Bromfield just in the shot a moment ago. So 2 more heats of the women's 4x4, and then we're back into the men's 4x4 to conclude Olympic qualifying round 1. We will have 8 teams qualified in every single event by the end of play here in South Botswana on the outside then in lane number 8. Jamaica going 7, Cherokee Young to Ashley Williams to Janelle Bromfield to Renisha McGregor, the highest ranked team in this heat, ahead of Poland with Popovic Drapala, Kinga Gatska, Alicia Vrona-Kuchetska, Natalia Kazmarek, France Grebo, Peltier, Iskay and Seri. Germany in 4, Bullman, Shia, Maya and Mergenthaler. Spain with Santandrian, Segura, Para, and Laura Bueno. And then for Kenya, Joan Chirono, Diana Chibet, Manis Yagisera and Rahab Dirangu. Kenya, the African Championships silver medalists from the last staging of that event. They go in 2. But Jamaica and Poland would be the favourites on paper in this one. France and Germany looking to get themselves involved in those top 2 positions. The last heat was an absolute cakewalk for the leading 2. Will this one be a little bit more competitive?
Set.
So Cherokee Young, one from the right-hand side for Jamaica. And again, a good target for Marika Popovic-Drapala of Poland. Jamaica already closing down on Botswana outside them. Poland sticking pretty closely to them down the back straight, and also France on their inside. On the opening leg, Shana Grebo. Those 3 at the moment have opened up quite a sizable gap on the rest. Germany struggling to stay in contention through this first 300 metres with Luna Baumann. France might just about have the advantage at the moment as the stagger will unwind. Poland finishing strongly though with Popovic, Drapala, Bromfield, Cherokee Young about to hand on to Ashley Williams, just rallying slightly Jamaica towards the end of their leg, and almost a blanket handover between the 3 of them there. Let's see as the stagger unwinds, as France look to have the advantage possibly on the inside, but Jamaica have gone out quickly on this second leg with Ashley Williams. She's opened up a gap.
France is really doing really good because she is closing the gap to Jamaica into, like next to the Poland. That's really good. If she can keep going on Poland, it would be really good for France.
Jamaica, Poland's second leg runner, Kinga Gatska, coming up onto the shoulder now of Ashley Williams. France still right in contention with Fanny Peltier. And also we're seeing Spain reattach themselves to the leading 3. Good leg from Berta Segura has thrown them into contention. Jamaica paying the price for that fast first 200 metres, tying up. And in the end, Poland have opened up a 5-metre advantage at the handover from France, and Jamaica having had a commanding lead now back in 3rd.
France is doing really, really good because she is closing the gap to Poland, but she needs to watch out for the last 100 meters because you never know when luck is coming, but she's trying to go for it.
Alicia Vrona-Kuchetska has been passed by France, and Diana Iskay, Janelle Bromfield using her experience up onto the shoulder, but Poland are rallying, managing to cut off Jamaica there, coming into the home straight. Spain in 4th, and then come Germany, and the rest are miles behind. So only 2 places up for grabs. This could be a thrilling final leg. France again chasing the passport to Paris and a home Olympics. Poland, France and Jamaica and Spain have some work to do. The baton with Poland is in the hand of Natalia Kazmarek, the world silver medalist, running her second leg of the evening. France, Camille Seri in 2nd position, and for Jamaica it's Renisha McGregor. Kazmarek having a little look across to the screen at that end of the arena to see if she's managing to open up any kind of gap. Charlene Maudsley was able to hang on really strongly for Ireland despite it being her 2nd race of the evening. Kazmarek's going to be asked those questions now, but only if Renisha McGregor for Jamaica can overcome that gap. Poland and France at the moment have got some clear water. Has McGregor got anything left for Jamaica? France just starting to tie up, but McGregor I don't think is going to reel her in. And Kaczmarek looking every inch as strong as you'd expect the world silver medalist to do. Sends Poland to Paris, France there as well. And Jamaica, not for the first time this evening, will have to come back tomorrow.
What a great race for France. Like from the beginning to the end, it was so strong. All these girls are all running really fast. I'm curious about their time because it was really good.
Well, we'll have a look at the splits in due course, but Poland, again, taking a percentage call there with their team to, when you've got somebody who is clearly your best 400-meter runner, and she says, I can do 2 legs for you, it's no problem, I can run the anchor twice. That gamble paid off because they weren't in a commanding position when she got the baton, but she made it look easy in the end.
It looks easy, but I'm sure it's not, but it looks pretty easy, yeah.
Yeah, but her legs aren't feeling that easy at the moment, Natalia Kaczmarek. But Poland are there. From Paradise via Poland to Paris. The French won't be going via Poland unless there's some cancellations, but they will be going to Paris. And again, great news. I'm sure the French Federation and the fans are watching on here. But this is how things stood coming into that third leg. So this is where Jamaica here were really paying the price. It was Ashley Williams who went out very hard on her leg. This is the final swing into the home straight where Renisha McGregor for Jamaica was just tantalisingly within touch, but not in touch enough.
No, because in the last 200 meters, it looks like that she's going because she was so relaxed, but the gap was too big, I think. It was too difficult to push too much, and then the lactic is coming, but great race from them.
So, back to the drawing board on team selection for Jamaica's women for their 4x4 second attempt tomorrow in Olympic qualification round 2. We said they've got Genevieve Russell waiting in the background. Confirmation, Poland and France take spots number 5 and 6 in the Olympics in the women's 4x4. You wanted to have a look at the splits from the French team, Daphne? Whatever you want, we can serve up for you. Here they come. Remember, the purple one shaded in are the fastest ones on each leg. So Kaczmarek's run a 51 there, but that third leg you were talking about from France's Diana Isgay was the fastest of anybody. And a big second leg from Spain as well there, Borta Segura, running that fastest second leg. Well, those split times were noticeably down in quite a few areas on what was produced in the heat before. How important are times on a night like this, Daphne? I mean, obviously Rashida Adeleke will take some great confidence from running 2:49s, but I mean, records and things are nice to have, but here, just sole focus getting the top 2.
Yeah, that's the only thing with count in this moment. If you have the top 2, but also with the 400 meters, if you do another one tomorrow, it will be very difficult in the final. But in the end, the first thing is to go to the Olympics. I think that's the most important thing for all these countries, and then later on the final is important, but I think to get a ticket, that's one of the things that I want.
Some shots in the men's call room as their 4x400 meter runners get ready, but it will be the final heat of the women's 4x400 meters to come next. We see Portugal go through. Norway, Nigeria were due to be in this heat, by the way, but Nigeria are not starting. USA quartet just going through. Kanira Hayes, Bailey Lear, Natasha Robinson and Alexis Holmes. Belgium, again, would expect them to be pretty strong. Brazil in 3. So Nigeria did have a team entered in this women's 4x400 meters, but for whatever reason, they are not starting. They didn't declare any team names earlier on, and are not on the start line. But USA in this one, Daphne, I mean, Alexis Holmes, she's been a regular anchor runner for them at major championships. Obviously, we won't talk about the Femke Bol Alexis Holmes coming together, which will remind you of less impressive Dutch times, but that was, she was, of course, who was the athlete when Femke Bol fell? Well, it was Alexis Holmes. It was the one who was keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, she ran a really good race in that moment because she pushed Pamke that much that she fell down, but that's the hardest part of the 400 meters, but she is a very big talent as well.
They were actually disqualified in the world final, the Americans, for a baton infringement in a 4x400 meters, which you don't see that often. You see the likes of Kendall Ellis. In fact, Kendall Ellis ran earlier on. Kinera Hayes in this one, the 2017 World Championship relay gold medalist. Alexis Holmes also in good form this year, 50.24. There's another in-form athlete. That's Henriette Jaeger of Norway, who'll be going on the anchor leg for them. A few final thoughts for Karina Vanessa of Portugal. And their third leg runner, Juliana Guerrero. Mentioned Norway. We've got hurdler Amelie Yule just in the background there in their team as well. Henriette Jaeger, I mentioned she's in good form. She's the number 7 ranked European this year. With her 51-second clocking. And there is from the USA, Asha Robinson, who will go on the third leg for them. So we look at the other athletes that the US have got here. Kendall Ellis we saw earlier on. This is pretty much nearly their strongest available women's quartet from those who were entered anyway. We had Kendall Ellis in. Kinera Hayes, as I say, a World Relay Championship gold medalist from 7 years ago. Leah standing by on the second leg for them. So the final tickets to Paris to be contested. Only 5 teams in this one, with the withdrawal of Nigeria. Just say, by the way, Nigeria, because they don't start today, that also means they can't start tomorrow. So Nigeria, it's the only way you can't start tomorrow is if you are a DNS today. So Nigeria have passed up, for whatever reason, the chance to have a team in the Olympics, at least for now. We'll see if they qualify through the top lists in terms of their performances. Just having a look, they are number 11 at the moment on that list. They would have a decent chance. It's a potentially injury issue or something that is unclear. On the performances of the teams in the qualification window, Belgium are actually faster than the United States. Belgium ranked 5, the United States ranked 6. And the rest are up in the 20s and 30s in terms of their position in the fastest times posted by relay teams in that Olympic qualifying window for the end of 2022, which will extend through to June. The last 2 teams, in addition to the 4 teams from here, were picked from that top list. Portugal on the outside then. I thought Norway had given up there for a second, but then eventually Josephine Eriksson appeared in lane 7. Kinera Hayes in 6 leads off the United States. Belgium, they have Naomi van den Broek on the first leg. Nigeria were due to be in 4. Not there. And Maria de Sena will lead things off for Brazil. They have the South American number 2, Annie de Bassi, to go on the final leg.
On your marks.
Five teams chasing 2 spots to the Olympic Games in the last heat of Olympic qualifying round 1 for the women's 4x400 meters.
Set.
So we'd expect the USA, even with a couple of their main hitters missing, to be comfortable enough in this heat. Norway with Josephine Eriksson. One from the outside, they're just closing in on Portugal on the outside. Belgium with the USA as a target as well. Naomi van den Broek keeping Kinera Hayes roughly in her sights, so you can see that Hayes has opened up quite a big gap on Belgium. And Brazil on the inside. Strong first 300 meters from Josephine Eriksson of Norway on the outside. Hayes coming up on her inside as our great shots from overhead show you the gaps before the stagger unwinds after the first bend of the second leg. Norway, USA and Belgium, van den Broek finishing strongly. And Belgium maybe just got the baton in the hand ahead of Norway on the outside.
With a strong leg from the first one on the Norway, but USA is going now. And Belgium is coming closer because the first leg was really difficult for Belgium as well, because you saw she was on a very small step, but now she can make it a little bit closer. And
so the second leg for the USA, Bailey Lear at the moment in pursuit. Down the back for Belgium is Hannah Kless, and for Norway is their hurdler Amelie Yule. Again, those three are away from the rest here and away from Brazil and from Portugal. That is the complete list of 5. So this one is going to come down to the second half of the race. USA, Astra Robinson is about to take the baton for them. Belgium, it will go into the hand of Lieve Schoenmaker. And for Norway, it's Astrid Ertsgaard who takes it on. And even just in the last throws of that previous leg, Norway picked up 5 meters or so in the changeover, but Belgium have quickly closed that down. The eyes are on the second and third battle here, Daphne.
there's the battle, because you see USA is making a big gap, but it will be a really nice one between Norway and Belgium, because you see they are both relaxed in this moment, so they don't push each other. Just stay relaxed and wait for the last 100 meters. Then at that moment you can push it. But America is doing a really good one, and they have Holmes in the end, so you know that they will do a good job.
Norway starting to exert in second position with Astrid Ertsgaard. USA, their final leg will be Alexis Holmes. But Norway just ahead of Belgium for this final changeover. And this is an all-European battle for that second spot at the moment. Forget about the USA, they are gone, and forget about the ones behind, they aren't catching. It is Norway with Henriette Jaeger in excellent form this year in the early stages of her season, and Belgium have Helena Ponetta on the final leg. Alexis Holmes is running serenely down the back straight. They have trimmed the gap slightly to Alexis Holmes. They're not going to catch her, but it's Norway still holding the advantage, Daphne.
Yeah, but see, Holmes, she looks like running in a park or something like that. It looks really relaxed, but this one is really nice in the last 100 meters between Belgium and Norway. Belgium is coming.
Norway at the moment, Belgium switching up the inside here. Helena Potter's seen a bit of room. Can she get there? Alexis Holmes sends the USA to the Olympics, and Henriette Jaeger's going to hang on for Norway. And Norway will book their place at the Olympic Games. What a brilliant performance from that quartet. Norway have never qualified for the Olympic Games in the women's 4x400 until now, and that's what it means.
They are so happy. It's so cool to watch that, but it was a really good race. National record as well. Wow.
Norway sent 4 athletes to the Bahamas, and they are currently lying on the track, hugging. There we go. And the first Norwegian Olympians in history in the women's 4x400 meters as a result of that national record. The USA got the job done really effectively. As you said, Alexis Holmes looked like she was having a jog down the beach here in the Bahamas. But again, times don't matter today. Save a bit in your legs, because there's $40,000 of prize money tomorrow as well, so you might as well contest that as well if your top 2 spot is secure. But these are some of the stories that we would expect, the smiles on the faces, some of the surprise packages. Norway upsetting Belgium. So let's have a little look back at some of the key moments here. So you can see it was very tight between Belgium and Norway. Norway always had that advantage by a few meters, and that never changed, as we see Robinson to Holmes.
It must be so difficult when you stand here. You want to go, but you need to wait, because they have a lot of lactic, so you need to wait till the end when she's coming close and go, because I think you are too excited to go, so you need some time.
Well, Alexis Holmes saving plenty in her legs there to get the USA across the line, but we just saw Jaeger. I don't know if she was drifting out, thinking she was trying to make it more difficult for Ponetta to have to run around her, but she actually left enough of a gap up the inside that if Ponetta had the legs, she could have snuck through.
Yeah, but you see her in her legs, she's still relaxed. Of course, she had the lactic, but she's still pushing and pushing and pushing just to the finish line. The Belgian girl was doing the same, but she, was a little bit more tired, I guess.
Well, step by step there, Henriette Jaeger knew she was getting closer to making a bit of Norwegian history. And she and her teammates, Josefine Eriksson, Amelie Yule and Astrid Ertsgaard, have done exactly that as they take the second spot behind the USA. Belgium, you would expect them probably to be right in the hunt tomorrow for the places in Olympic qualifying round 2. Let's have a look at the splits coming in a moment as well for how that race unfolded and just how easy it was for Alexis Holmes on the clock, because she made it look easy in the mannerisms in which she delivered that final leg for the USA. As we wrap up our women's 4x400 metres. And that is how it looked, sub 50 seconds for Henriette Jaeger on that final leg for Norway. That's what it took to get them to the Olympics. It's still a 50.78, which was the quickest of the USA legs. Out of all those, the only USA runner to crack 51, and still looked like she had about a second and a half in her legs. Those are the 8 teams that will be in the Olympic Games, guaranteed in the women's 4x400 metres. An absolutely superb performance from Ireland, a national record, the fastest qualifiers. Final preparations going on in the cool room for the men's 4x400 metres. 4 more heats to come in this one. Czech Republic enjoying their time at the moment. We didn't see the Bahamas in the women's 4x4. They didn't enter a team actually for that one, but they are coming up in the men's 4x4. So we can expect the volume to increase as well. And as we always expect when there's relays around, a selection of ballets. Belgium will go in the second heat. They have 3 ballets here. Only one of them is named in the team, Dylan Ballet. The twins are also here. Kevin and Jonathan, as we see in the Nigerian team. These are the teams preparing for the second heat, by the way. The first heat athletes are already out preparing to come into the arena, to Kie. They'll have the outside lane in the second heat. United States, they go in this first heat. Trinidad and Tobago will be another one of the key contenders in this first heat. Could be a good battle in the third heat as well. We'll see Netherlands, Italy, Great Britain and Northern Ireland all go in the third heat for those top 2 places. Bahamas, by the way, they don't run Stephen Gardner in their men's 4x4. The mixed 4x400 metres saw those 8 teams move through. Ireland's national record had them qualifying behind 2 championship records that were superseded by each other. United States and Netherlands, excellent performances to head those qualifiers. First of 4 heats in the men's 4x400 metres relay in Olympic qualifying round 1. First of all, we meet Trinidad and Tobago with the former world indoor champion Jareen Richards anchoring them home. USA, terrific quartet. No Noah Lyles in the 4x400 metres this time. He said not after how it went in the world indoors, he wasn't doing that again. So we see Zambia. Japan will go in lane 5. Lane 4, Germany. Keep your eye out for a very interesting participant in the Canadian team. On the second leg, zipping up his top, Marco Arup, the world 800 metres champion, goes in this event for Canada. Poland complete the lineup in lane number 2. Just to update you, by the way, Brazil, who were one of our trailing finishes in the last race, they were actually officially disqualified, just for completeness. Marco Arup, just before we get on to the USA, I was looking up his relay performances for Canada, and I think someone said it the last time he competed for Canada in a relay was at the World Junior Championships. He's hardly run a 400 metres, let alone taken part in a relay. 2017 Pan American Juniors was the last time that Marco Arup ran a 4x4 for Canada.
But I think you need speed for the 800 meters as well. So if you can do a little bit more speed and no blocks, I think that's a little bit easier than with the blocks.
And how would this fit into an 800 meters runners training at this time of year, bashing out a couple of 400s?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good for your speed, and if you can play around with your 800 meters with the speed, it's perfect for your 800 meters as well. But I think it will be running a good race as well.
USA have Ja'Cory Patterson, Christopher Bailey, champion Allison and Bryce Deadman in their lineup. See Japan there. A couple of Satos, Nishi and Kawabata. Japan are the World Relay silver medalists from the last staging in Silesia in 2021. Champion Allison, who will run on the third leg for USA, was their anchor in Oregon in the World Championships. Bryce Deadman, part of their World Championship quartet as well, and their Olympic quartet. Beaten by Belgium, of course, the USA in the World Indoors. Alexander Doom bringing Belgium home. I can tell you, by the way, in the next heat that Alexander Doom is on the anchor leg for Belgium in heat number 2 as well. Trinidad and Tobago. Well, they've got their, again, bookending their experience there. Asa Guevara on the first leg and Doreen Richards on the last. Two athletes who have been part of successful Trinidad and Tobago squads down the years as well. Mention for Zambia too, by the way, we just see their athletes in the background. Zambia, they have the African champion, Muzala Samukonga, on their final leg to Zambia in lane number 6. And of course, when we're talking about Canada, there's Marco Arup in the second leg position. The other athlete they've got lining up in their team, who he'll be handing on to, is Christopher Morales-Williams, who you might remember ran what would have been a world record indoors over 400 metres over the winter, but it was not legally ratified because of some issues with the starting blocks. So Christopher Morales-Williams is a name that propelled into people's consciousness, the teenager, when he ran 44.49. He'll get the baton from the World 800 metre champion, Marco Arup. So lots of big names in this one. Trinidad and Tobago on the outside, Asa Guevara leading them out. Ja'Cory Patterson for the USA, a really useful squad they've got here. Zambia with the African champion Samukonga on the final leg. Japan, Kentaro Sato will lead them out, silver medalist in the last staging of this event. Germany have Manuel Sanders on the first leg. Jalen White for Canada, he'll be handing the baton to Marco Arup. And Igor Bogashinsky leads off the Polish team on the inside in lane 2. So on paper, the times posted so far since the qualification window opened, United States, Zambia are the leading 2. That's not factoring in having Marco Arup in the Canada team. Expect some big things from them with Christopher Morales-Williams in their lineup as well. The first heat of the men's 4x400 metres, with the first 2 automatically qualifying for the Olympic Games. So away we go. Asa Guevara right on the outside of Trinidad and Tobago will have experience of running in lane 8. As I say, a very seasoned relay runner. So not a problem for him to be out in lane 8. Canada have started strongly with Jalen White just at the bottom of your picture, trying to close on Manuel Sanders in the gold colours of Germany. Relatively even through the first 200 metres, save for Trinidad and Tobago, probably by a stride or 2. Japan right in the middle are running strongly as well with Kentaro Sato. USA with Ja'Cory Patterson also coming on strong down the home straight. A well-judged leg from Patterson of the USA as Trinidad and Tobago and Guevara start to tie up. USA and Japan. Canada also fading in towards the second half of the leg as Marco Arup gets the baton in his hand, the world 800 metres champion, and gets those arms pumping. But it's Japan, Germany and the USA.
I didn't expect Germany because they had a really good handover. That's why they're in the mix, so that's perfect.
So as they head down the back, it's Japan by a metre or so at the moment. Nishi just ahead of the second leg German runner, Jean-Paul Bredow. Now the USA with Christopher Bailey, just easing through the gears, almost toying with the field, Chris Bailey. And coming round the outside, Marco Arup now is closing on Zambia. Tikali Kakene is coming under pressure for the World 800 metre champion, who's using that 800 metre strength down the home straight, but Canada have got plenty to do. USA handing on onto the third leg. Champion Allison has the baton for them. Mark Koch takes the baton for Germany, and it's Fuga Sato for Japan. Can Canada get themselves back in it with Christopher Morales-Williams?
Japan is coming. But Canada there's a big gap between Germany and Canada.
Trinidad and Tobago are the ones at the back of the field who are going past a couple as well. They're just closing up towards the back of the field, but these three at the moment have got a 10-metre gap or so on Canada in 4th position. USA swing round into the home straight. Champion Allison will hand on to Bryce Deadman for the final leg. Japan have Kaito Kawabata on the final leg. Germany just tying up there. Mark Koch struggling as he hands on to Emil Adjicum. And Canada trying to get themselves back into the mix with Miles Meisner-Davy. But it's USA with a good advantage at the moment ahead of Japan. With Deadman down the back, extending away. They're just closing up on Japan now all of a sudden. Germany and Canada have got that second Olympic ticket in their sights at the moment. USA are not completely home and away, but I'm sure Bryce Deadman has got something up his sleeve. Japan, though, rallying. Germany challenging as well. Canada starting to fade out of it. USA, Deadman on the accelerator. Japan are coming. Germany are charging with Adjicum. Time's going to run out for them. It doesn't for the USA. USA, Japan on their way to the Olympics. Germany so near, but yet so far. A quartet of the experience that the USA had there. You would expect. I'm just hearing from our production team that the USA are under review for sending out the wrong runners in the wrong order. So we'll just double check that. We're going to have another look at that here. The order that we have on our paper here, that's the official start list, is Patterson, Bailey, Allison and Deadman. We'll double check that in a second, but they are officially under review, the United States here. So Germany, all of a sudden, thinking they've just been run out of it, might yet, Daphne, have an outside chance of something going their way here.
But why should you change it? Like there's no reason for it mostly in the 4x4. 4x1 I understand, but 4x4.
So this is Christopher Bailey, who was definitely on the right leg. He was listed on the second leg, and that is the one that he ran. So no problem there from that point of view. And he hands on to champion Allison, who was due to be on the third leg. So quite sure at the moment. And that's champion Allison handing on to Bryce Deadman, who's on the fourth leg. So what is under review at the moment isn't completely clear. But well, any further information that we will get on that, we will hand on to you as soon as we get it. But agony for Germany. One of the disappointments of that previous leg would have to be Poland, I think, as well, who've obviously been a good relay nation over the last few years, but just struggled in recent times to field the same quality quartets, and they were never a factor there. We move on to the next heat, the second of four. Any further information on that USA situation we'll bring you as soon as we get it, by the way. Nigeria, who didn't show for the women's 4x4, but have shown for the men. There's the powerful Belgian quartet. More on them in a second. Czech Republic go in lane 5. Jamaica. They're in 4. Brazil are in 3. Brazil are the South American silver medalists. More South American interest, or Central American really, in Mexico. Going in 2. And we see Guyana back again. It's, certainly Malachi Austin in their team is running his second leg of the evening, having appeared earlier on in the mixed event. So heat number 2 of 4 in the men's 4x400 meters. The Czech Republic team, Pavel Mazlak, 33 years of age, 6 times a major indoor gold medalist. Taking the opportunity still in the relays here, Daphne. He'll run the anchor for Czech Republic.
Yeah, he did so many times the relays, and I love it to watch him in relays. He always takes some risk and go for it, and yeah, I enjoy watching his races in the past, so let's see what he can do in this age and still there.
Well, the Belgian team should be the favourites in this one. They've won the last 2 world indoor titles, and they have 3 of the team who were victorious in that world indoor 2024 victory in Glasgow when they just pipped the United States. Dylan Borlée, Jonathan Sakour and Alexander Doom will run this legs 1, 3 and 4. Robin van der Bendem is the one change for Belgium from that World Indoor winning quartet. They were 4th at the last Olympic Games in Tokyo, Belgium. There is Alexander Doom, the World Indoor 400-meter champion, became the first athlete to win the World Indoor 400 individual and the World Indoor relay in the same event. Slightly surprised winner, I think some would have felt, in the World Indoor 400 meters. But Jamaica, having a little look at their third leg runner, Asini Wilson there. They were 4th in the world final. We look at their teams, Andrew and Barnes was part of that team that finished 4th in that world final. He'll run the second leg. There is Dylan Borlée, the youngest of the Borlée brothers. So Kevin and Jonathan are on the team here, but we haven't seen them in action today. Nigeria, Dumam Wachukwu. Their first leg, Takiye, as they're now officially known in the international sporting fraternity. Yasmani Capello has a throwback on the third leg. Still competing at the highest level. What are you looking at here, Daff, in this particular lineup? Brazil, I think, would expect to play a part as well.
Yeah, Nigeria is running fast this season already, and Belgium, of course, and of course, just Jamaica. Yeah, this is a very strong one, I think.
You can't name everybody.
No, that's true.
But you're right. This is a competitive heat. This one, with only 2 places up for grabs.
No, but Belgium with Doom in their season, it was great to watch his races. He was always in the second, and the last little bit he was going for it. So just that's really cool.
Let's bring you the teams out to win then. Takiye on the outside, Ilyas Chenaksi runs their first leg. Dubem Wachukwu is on the first leg for Nigeria. Dylan Borlée for Belgium. Doom runs the anchor, as I mentioned. He'll be up against Pavel Mazlak on the anchor. The Czech Republic, Matej Kursek leads them off. Jamaica's opening runner is Malik James King. Onto Zandrian Barnes, Asini Wilson and Demish Gay. Brazil, the South American silver medalist, they have Lucas Carvalho, who's run 45-1 this year already. On their opening leg, Edgar Ramirez for Mexico. On the inside, Guyana with Daniel Williams on their opening leg, handing on to Malachi Austin, who ran earlier on in the mixed events. Heat 2 of 4 in the men's 400 meters, 4x400 meters, I should say. 2 places up for grabs. In fact, Daniel Williams, just for completeness, Daniel Williams, the other guy on male runner earlier on in the mixed as well. So both of the male mixed runners are back for Guyana in lane 1. Away we go then. Dylan Borlée for Belgium is 2 from the left. Nigeria just outside them have gone out very strongly. Dubem Wachukwu made a couple of meters up on Ilyas Chenaksi at the moment. Borlée has gone away from the Czech Republic. Matej Kursek inside him. Jamaica with Malik James King. Brazil inside him with Lucas Carvalho. One's just struggling at the moment, Czech Republic and Guyana on the inside, finding it difficult. But Belgium, Dylan Borlée just coming through on the inside of Nigeria towards this first change. Robin van der Bendem will take the baton for Belgium. Brazil, I think, got the baton in second position on the inside. The stagger will unwind against them. Nigeria on the outside as well. Now the baton in the hand of Dube Ameni, and Jamaica have it with Zandrian Barnes.
Strong one of Belgium, but Nigeria is coming up and Jamaica as well. So I think it will be a really nice one between Jamaica and Nigeria. Let's see where they are in there.
Belgium, the favourites for this event, hold the lead at the moment in the hands of Robin van der Bendem. Nigeria just challenging Jamaica. Here come Brazil. Matias Lima taking the wide course around the outside in lane 2. As the outgoing runners prepare, Jamaica just starting to fade. Zandrian Barnes Strong finish from Brazil down the home straight, and Brazil just fumbled the change, and then they nearly stumbled. That was a disaster for Brazil. Victor Hugo de Miranda nearly dropped the baton, nearly fell over, and Brazil are back in 5th. So Belgium away in front with Jonathan Sakura running his second leg of the evening. In second position, Sikiru Adeyemi. For Nigeria, Jamaica now with Asini Wilson in 3rd, and Mexico have come from nowhere, and Guillermo Campos now in 4th position, and Brazil are out of it.
I didn't expect Mexico, they come from nowhere. Like it's Belgium points.
So Belgium with that commanding lead. What a finish this is from Jonathan Sakura. All of those running their second leg of the night really are full of running. Alexander Doom, the world indoor champion, has the baton, but this tussle for second place is going to be fascinating. Jamaica have the advantage at the moment. Demishke has the baton for them. Nigeria, it's Chidi Okezi, and from Mexico, it's Valentin Mendoza, and the rest of them I don't think are going to catch them. Where's your money going here, Daphne? Behind Belgium.
I think the gap is a little bit bigger between Jamaica and Nigeria, so you see Nigeria is coming. He's going for it.
Chidi Okezi running a great leg for Nigeria, coming up onto the shoulder of Jamaica, but it's Belgium away and clear. Alexander Doom will take them to the Olympic Games, and a brilliant final leg for Nigeria from Chidi Okezi. Overhauls Jamaica in the last 50 or 60 metres. And Nigeria booked the second spot at the Olympic Games as well. Belgium were expected, Nigeria booked that extra spot.
And we have Jamaica again on the third place.
A lot of near misses for Jamaica this evening. That's a great run from Nigeria. That was a brilliantly judged strike, wasn't it? Had him within reach and then made his move with, what, 150, maybe 120 to go. Nigeria. Disappointing they weren't able to start. Here we go, look at this Brazilian changeover, just as they might even have been in contention to lead. Look, completely missed the baton, then gets the baton. Does he get clips? Does he just go down? No, he just trips himself, I think.
Maybe he was a little bit confused because he grabbed the hand of the other one, the incoming athlete. So sometimes that's difficult if you grab the baton and you grab the hand. Then you cannot go. So you need to wait till you have it. And then I think he was a little bit confused about that one.
Well, as 3 seconds go in a 4x4, that was about as disastrous as it gets, wasn't it? Without dropping the baton. That was a real mess from De Miranda and a real shame for Brazil. News coming in of a disqualification for the USA. This is what they were being under investigation for. They were put in their places by the officials, and then they've changed themselves, look, because they basically don't know the rules. They're talking that it's just changed there, the outgoing runner. So USA have been disqualified. We'll come back to that. We'll have more on that.
So here we go for heat number 3 of 4.
Stand by for the big welcome for heat number 3. Bahamas going lane 8. Alonso Russell's back for his second leg of the night. Great Britain and Northern Ireland are in 7. Matthew Hudson-Smith, the European record holder, will lead them off. Qatar, they go in lane 6. Italy have got some power in their team, the likes of Eduardo Scotti and David Ray. Here come the Netherlands. A relatively new name, Eugene Omala, will lead them off, but the tried and tested trio, Agard, Angela and Bonavacia. Kenya go in lane 3. First appearance at these championships for Senegal in lane 2, and Venezuela go in lane 1. So as the athletes make their way over, let's just confirm that USA disqualification from the men's 4x4. So we saw the footage there. It was champion Allison, I think, the outgoing runner, who shifted himself into the wrong position. And the Americans confirmed disqualified, and we mentioned there might be an outside chance for Germany. They have taken now one of the 2 spots for the Olympic Games. Drama everywhere. Fumble changes from Brazil. Let's confirm how that all finished up in that previous heat. Belgium and Nigeria, in the end, taking those 2 spots. Brazil really paying the price for that bad change. They finished in 5th. Just before we come on to this race, how big a mistake is that from the American team there, Daphne? Because you've got to know the rules. You can't just move yourself because you're in the lead in the home straight.
I don't understand it because USA, they need to know the rules, right? It's a really big country, so yeah.
That looked, well, the footage we saw a minute ago, that just simply just know the rules. Simple as that.
Yeah.
The positions are set by the officials when the athletes are at a certain point on the track. Doesn't matter where you are in the home straight. He's obviously gone past a couple. He was positioned, what was it, in third? Obviously USA were third at the key point when they make that final call. So that's a big error from the USA. And now they're another team they're going to have to rethink their selection for tomorrow. Because all of their big guns, the likes of Bryce Deadman, Champion Allison, most of the big guns have run today. So another big team have to come back tomorrow and get themselves qualified. But these teams ready for their first attempt. And here are Netherlands, Italy, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, probably the ones that we'll look at. Tell us about Eugene Amala, one of the less familiar names on the Netherlands team, Daphne.
Yeah, it's a new guy. He never ever run in the Dutch kit, so that's really nice to see him here. And I think it's good to have the experience for him as well. And he's very proud to be in the orange kit. That's the only thing that I saw. I never spoke with him, but yeah, he lives in America, so I think it's really nice that they give the opportunity to him. Let's see how he's doing.
Great, yeah, for Eugene Amala. Qatar also having their first run of these championships as well. Yahin Ibrahim will lead them off. This is the only team that they have entered here across the 5 events. And Great Britain and Northern Ireland, I mentioned there's Matthew Hudson-Smith, who unfortunately for him had an injury issue at the World Championships in Budapest. Lewis Davey to run the final leg for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So this one, another really competitive heat. Heat 3 of 4 in the men's 4x400 meters. Here in Nassau, any glimmer of any Bahamian kit has the crowd going mad. Wendell Miller is the one who has the responsibility to lead them out. Matthew Hudson-Smith, he does that traditional walk away from the camera whenever he's being introduced. Qatar, Amar Yahia Ibrahim in 6. Lucas Cito sends Italy out on leg 1. They've got Scotty and Ray on 3 and 4. The new boy, Eugene Amala, is part of a vastly experienced squad. Agard, Angela, Bonavassi is to come. Wiseman Makobi on leg 1 for Kenya. Frederic Mendy for Senegal. Also making their first appearance of these championships. And Venezuela on the inside as well. This is their only team entered at these World Relays. Men's 4x400 meters. Netherlands are the defending champions from the World Relays in Silesia in 2021. Great Britain and Northern Ireland on screen now are the European champions from Berlin and the world bronze medalists. 2 of their team, Lewis Davey and Matthew Hudson-Smith, part of that European Championship winning team, which they'll defend in Rome in just a few weeks from now. But all now, the eyes are on Paris, the Olympic Games, heat 3 of 4. Well, Matthew Hudson-Smith is a formidable opponent for the Bahamas. Wendell Miller to have in his wing mirrors behind him at the moment. But running closest to the crowd, the volume will be at its max for Wendell Miller, right on the outside. Hudson-Smith has taken a few meters out of him at the moment. Italy with Lucas Cito in the blue. Also going well, Eugene Amala's run a good first 250 meters for the Netherlands. Again, he's got some useful targets outside him as Amala as well. But it's Hudson-Smith, the Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Qatar are rallying as well with Yahia Ibrahim. Italy, Netherlands, pretty even in behind the leaders at the moment. Qatar might have just handed the baton over first. They've got the inside run as Abdubakar Abdallah takes the baton on for them, but a strong start from Toby Harries of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Italy now with Vladimir Ancete, and the Netherlands now with Terence Agard starting to move forward.
Agard was really good into the race because he was a little bit from the back, but he's still in there. He's a very good 4x4 relay runner. Like, it's the last couple of years he's doing better and better.
Well, the Bahamas are certainly still in touch in this one as well, which will have the home crowd go mad in the home straight in a minute. But it's Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Kenya, excellent second leg has been run by Moresa for them. Italy finishing strongly on this leg with Echeti, who's about to hand on to Edoardo Scotti. Italy get the baton in hand first of all. Great Britain and Northern Ireland up the inside. The third leg for them will be Lee Thompson. Kenya in third position at the moment. Brian Tinega has the battle for them, and he actually moves to the front. Netherlands at the moment have suddenly found themselves a few metres down as Ramsey Angela has the battle. Qatar in fourth position, just ahead of the Netherlands at the moment. Kenya, Italy, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, those three have a bit of a gap, but there's only 2 places at the moment. Kenya went out hard and are paying the price for it now, as Italy with Edoardo Scotti, who's about to hand on to David Ray. Lee Thompson's run a strong leg. He's got Lewis Davey waiting, and Ramsey Angela careering down the home straight to hand on for his final leg to Lee Marvin Bonavacia. But Italy away from Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Netherlands just cut across Qatar, and Kenya. Lots to choose still, definitely, on this final leg.
Yeah, but Lee Marvin he's going for it. Just take the risk and see if it's possible, because you need to take the risk now. You see that Qatar is doing the same, like, you need to go. Oh.
Kenya just got clipped on the inside there, which just shuffled them back in the pack as well. This is one of the most competitive heats we've had so far here in the Bahamas. There are only 2 places up for grabs in the Olympic Games. It's David Ray for Italy at the moment. Qatar with Ismail Abakar. Limarvin Bonavacia for the Netherlands, and charging up the inside, Lewis Davey saw a gap for Great Britain and Northern Ireland and sneaks through. Italy from Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Those are the front 2. Qatar, Netherlands and Kenya run out of it. Italy probably the favourites in that one, take the victory. And Lewis Davey tactically got it spot on, saw the gap, believed in it, went for it, got second spot.
Yeah, but I love races like this because you saw how close they were in the last 150 meters, because they need to try. They need to go. There's just 2 spots left, so you need to try. And of course you see some, like Lee Marvin, he was getting like the lactic, it was too difficult, but I love it when they do races like this. Just try.
Well, that was a thriller. There were 5 teams in contention with about 150 metres to go. But Lewis Davey, sometimes the cards fall for you, didn't it? And just the Qatari athlete, Abakar, just drifting off the curb there, just allowed Lewis Davey that room. I mean, ultimately, he's beaten him by 2 or 3 metres, but he never had to check his forward momentum, Davey. He didn't have to move out away from the curb to get around the Qatari athlete. And that was enough to move him forward. But David Ray, eyes on the prize in Paris. Confirmation of that result, Italy and Great Britain and Northern Ireland taking the 5th and 6th places available in Paris this summer. Time to meet the athletes for our final heat of the evening, which is the men's 4x400 metres heat number 4. First to go through are Spain. France looking strong. We talked about some of the stars. We have the 400-metre world record holder for South Africa, Wade van Niekerk. Brilliant to have him here. India have been a strong squad in this 4x400 metres. What a good team this is for the Botswana as well. Letsile Tebogo will go in this one, 4x400 metres, the 100 and 200 metre world medalists. Barbados going through in lane 3, Dominican Republic in 2, and on the inside, Australia, who I've mentioned a few times, have had a good night this evening. Well, where to start with this one, Daphne? I think we should start with South Africa, who with Wade van Niekerk in their team, look particularly strong.
Yeah, but I love to see him back, because he had a very good 400 meters a couple years ago, and he had bad injuries for a long time. So I love to see athletes coming back on this level, and like after a very difficult, like also mentally period, I think it's nice to see him back, and let's see how he's doing.
Let's see how he's doing indeed. What about the choice to put Letsile Tebogo, the 100 and 200 metre Olympic medalist, silver in the 100, bronze in the 200, in the 4x4?
I think it feels really good to do a really good race for the 4x4, because also Makwala is in it, of course, so I think they will do a good job together, and some athletes are more like also trained for 400 meters, but yeah, not all of them, but some can do it.
Yeah, Isaac Makwala is another one who wasn't on the initial entry list actually in this this particular event, but is in the Botswanan quartet here this evening. We haven't mentioned yet the French quartet of David Somme, Thomas Jourdier, who ran earlier on, Gilles Biron, who ran earlier on as well, and Théo Andon for France, the world silver medalist behind the USA. Maybe a slight surprise, France winning that silver medal in the World Championships, but there is Isaac Makwala. Tobago, Leongo Scotch, of course, and Beapo Ndori, 44.10 this year. Ndori on the final leg for Botswana is the world leader. 3 of the 8 fastest times over 400 meters in the world this year belong to Botswana. Ndori, Tobago, and Scotch. So they are coming here bang in form. Gardeo Isaacs on the opening leg for South Africa. So one last hurrah on this opening night Olympic qualifying round 1, with another event to come tomorrow. Looking at all of the teams who haven't qualified in the top 2 for the Olympics tomorrow, all run again tomorrow in Olympic qualifying round 2, where there is a second chance. All of the teams who've qualified today for the Olympics, the top 8, they will run again in the World Athletics Relays final tomorrow. That is for $40,000 in prize money. So we see the world record holder Wade van Niekerk waiting for his 3rd leg for South Africa. And of course, Olympic seeding as well. So not just qualifying for the Olympics, but the positions in the World Athletics final tomorrow will also contribute towards the Olympic Games seedings in terms of keeping some of the big teams apart in the heats of the Olympics. There's Letsile Tobago. Big call from the Botswanans to put him in, but a man of his ability, I'm sure, will be able to rise to the challenge. Spain have the outside lane, and Iñaki Cañal goes for them in lane number 1. On leg number 1. David Somme for France to Jourdier, Biron and Andon. South Africa, Gardeo Isaacs to Zakiti Nene, Wade van Niekerk, and Lite Pillay as well, who's another one who's been in really good form for South Africa so far this year. Yaya for India. Then Isaac Makwala for Botswana. Barbados, Kyle Gale is their lead-off runner for Barbados' solitary representatives here in the Bahamas. Dominican Republic, with Wilbur and Encarnacion. And Luc van Rattingen leads off for Australia. So almost 3.5 hours later, and we got underway with some frenetic relay action that's had thrills, spills, history made, upsets, baton drops, disqualifications, pretty much everything that you could expect from wall-to-wall relays. This is the final act, the final installment in a competitive heat, chasing those final 2 spots today in Paris. Away we go then. France, India, Botswana and South Africa, the best teams on paper. Interested to see Wade van Niekerk, his position on the 3rd leg as well is an intriguing choice by South Africa as well. They've gone out well in this early stages. Gardeo Isaacs, who's in lane number 6 with France outside him. David Somme. Botswana also out strongly as well, up on Barbados. Up on India outside them. At the moment, Dominican Republic are the ones struggling. So France, David Somme, strong finish from Mohamed Yahya of India here. Barbados are coming through late with Kyle Gale as well, as Isaac Makwala ties up for Botswana, really has faded in the home straight. France, and on the outside, Spain are going well as well. India, and outside them, South Africa.
We expected a little bit more about Botswana. Oh, there's an injury. Oh, no.
There's a problem on the outside there, and we've lost France. France are down. So that's a big surprise. A strong French quartet are out of the race. Spain leading. It's getting a bit tight on the curb there. A balking for Australia. They've lost their way with Alex Beck really getting squeezed out on the inside. Botswana with Letsile Tebogo taking them to the head of affairs. South Africa with Zakiti Nene about to hand on to Wade van Niekerk. Rashim Griffith in third place for Barbados, and Australia coming down the home straight with Alex Beck, who's regathered himself for South Africa. Wade van Niekerk, the world record holder, has the baton in front, ahead of Leungo Scotch of Botswana, then come Barbados and Australia.
But also India is out in the same leg, I think.
You're right, India.
There are two on the ground.
Yeah, India are also out of the race. Good spot that one, Daff. So we've lost two athletes. India at the same kind of area on the entrance to the back straight. You can see in the background there the French athletes. India are also out of the race too. But up front, Van Niekerk and Scotch. An all-African battle at the moment. These two are away from Barbados and Australia. India and France would have been two of the contenders for these top two spots as well, which is why at the moment, or one of the reasons, that this is a two-horse race at the moment. Van Niekerk really pushing all the way through to the handover onto Lide Pillai on the final leg. The final baton change for Botswana is Bayapa Ndori, the world leader, in second position. Barbados and Australia having their own battle in third and fourth. Well, again, this will be a proud battle. Pillay just keeping his eye on the inside, moving out to the outside of his lane, and Dory biding his time, and with 200 metres to go, and Dory decides to strike. These two have a commanding advantage over the chasing pack at the moment. Australia have got ahead of Barbados in third, but it's Botswana. And Bayapo and Dory still a chance for Lide Pillai to challenge for South Africa here. They're both going to the Olympics, but who takes the glory for Africa in this final heat? It is Botswana. And Dory gets them to the line. Just ahead of the run for Lide Pillai, and tight in the end for third between Australia and Barbados. Well, again, the race was the places were decided, Daphne, but again, you just saw the competitive spirit between those two all the way to the line. Botswana confirmed as the winners in some 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's also because of the lanes. Sometimes it's important to have a fast race, to have a nice lane later on. I think that could be important for some countries.
Yeah, absolutely. A better lane for the final gives them probably an increased chance of $60,000 to the small percentage difference that it makes. So let's have a little look at the issues that happened in that race, because there was quite a bit going on. Let's have a look. India pulling up, the athlete pulling up there, actually, then France almost within a second or two of each other. So France and India both going down on the same leg. That's remarkable. The French injury here, it was Thomas Jourdier, rather, who was pulled up for France on that second leg. So real shame for them. As we mentioned earlier on, the rules are such that they are able to come back tomorrow and have a second attempt, despite not finishing that race. But this is a brilliant battle. Grimaces for both. But Ndori, he really was proving the impossible there. He was absolutely not going to let Pillai past him, was he?
I love that. Just pushing through the line.
Yeah. Timed his dip well as well. His body was probably leaning forward there as well. So it's an all-African sweep in that final heat. And we'll confirm the full list of eight teams through in the men's 4x400 metres. Just a moment, that is how that particular heat finished. France and India DNF, but they will be back tomorrow to chase those Olympic places. So that brings us to the end of our opening day here, and what a day it's been here in Nassau at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium in the capital of the Bahamas. Fever pitch crowd, as you'd expect, supporting Bahamas, but great support, it's fair to say, Daphne Skippers, for all of the teams out there, and even right at the end they're cheering the Botswanan dip on the line as well. It's been a great atmosphere.
Yeah, it is. And relays are never boring. You see, like, all the difference. Sometimes they're not that good or really good or surprises. I love that. So that's really good for them.
So let's run through all of the qualifiers in all 5 events then. These are the 8 teams in our opening event that we had this evening, the mixed 4x400 metres relay. You'll notice Netherlands not on that list, despite Femke Bol and Alika Klaver both being named in their team. They didn't make, sorry, they are there on the top. There we go, they've made it through in that one. They have some work to do in some of the other events. The Netherlands, We move on to the 4x1s, the women's 4x100 metres, with USA, the fastest qualifiers, ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Jamaica, the absentees from that list. Men's 4x100 metres was the next event that we saw, and these are the 8 teams who will be contesting the Olympic Games, certainly in the first swathe. 6 more names to be added tomorrow. And then we moved on to the 4x4s. And the women's 4x4 100-metre relay threw up some great performances, none less so than Ireland, who really have had a fantastic night. They sent 2 teams and they've had 2 national records. A brilliant battle with Great Britain and Northern Ireland in their heat. Norway made history, first time they've ever qualified for the Olympics in that event. And drama, of course, in the men's 4x400 metres relay. The notable absentees from this list, the United States, who did win their heats but were disqualified for an infringement, so they will have to come back tomorrow. Well, we hope you've enjoyed the action here on day one. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow as the final 6 teams will look to book their places in Paris. From the European record holder over 200 metres, Daphne Skippers, and myself, Chris Temple, from the Bahamas, it's goodbye.
I don't need recognition. I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position. I'm staying up. It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great. Recognition. I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position. I'm staying up. It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the World Athletics Relays, coming live from here in the Bahamas. Almost 900 athletes have descended on the country as they chase the sun and try and put their journey from paradise to Paris.
It's going to be all gold for Weebo, the record breaker, the history maker.
I would describe my country as the most beautiful place on earth. I love it here. The people are very nice and kind and warming, and the beaches are the most beautiful you're ever going to find around this earth. For me, growing up in Nassau, my fondest memory would be just being around family. We would always go out to the beaches and just have fun and would really enjoy that family time. What I love most about being part of the relay team, I think, is just with being with the team, I guess. We all come out here with the same mindset of just going out here, doing well, representing the country as best as we could, and you want everyone to step up and do their best. Where else better than in the Bahamas to do that?
A warm welcome wherever you're watching across the globe to Nassau, the capital of the Bahamas, for day 2 of our relay action. 40 teams have already booked their tickets to Paris for the Olympic Games in 82 days' time. There are 30 more places up for grabs tonight here at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium. This is the 4th time that the World Relays have been staged here in the Bahamas, and the first since 2017. The beautiful turquoise waters surrounding nearly 700 Bahamian islands, including New Providence Island, which is where you find us here in the capital port of Nassau. On the 30 inhabited islands, there are 400,000 people, along with the vast numbers contributing to the tourism industry. Protected on the eastern side by the 3rd largest barrier reef in the world, temperatures throughout the year remain largely in the mid-20s. And if you throw in incredible sea life, the beautiful beaches and Caribbean pine forests, it's easy to see why, as the saying goes here, it is better in the Bahamas. What a location, a spectacular event, and more high-octane drama on the way over the course of the next few hours. We welcome you to the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium, where we find it 27 degrees Celsius. As you can see from those flags, the wind was a factor last night. It's a little bit cooler, feels a little bit cooler in the stadium, but certainly those gusty breezes will certainly be a factor for the athletes. So a busy 3 hours plus of action coming up. This is how things line up over the course of the programme. First up, we have Olympic qualifying round 2, the second chance for all of those teams who didn't get through yesterday in the top 2 places to Paris. They have one final chance at Olympic qualifying round 2. And then we get to the World Athletics Relays final, $40,000 in prize money and Olympic seeding lanes as well in those finals. Well, there'll be mixed emotions on the warm-up track this evening for those countries who have their places already booked in Paris. A bit more relaxation, you would imagine. For many others, they know that tonight is their second and final chance in this event anyway to make sure they book their place. Jamaica looking pretty relaxed there, but they didn't have a great day yesterday. Only one of their 5 teams made it through to Paris, so they will look to improve this evening. Kicking off very soon with the mixed 4x4. Of course, the conditions are pretty good out there. Trinidad and Tobago, another of the teams in action pretty early on, looking to add their names to the roster of teams making it through to Paris. It was successful days yesterday for the likes of France, USA and Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who all got 4 of their 5 teams through to Paris. While it was also a really good day for Canada, Italy and Poland. 3 of their teams got through. 19 countries in total have already qualified teams for Paris. And this is how things are going to work in terms of the qualification. The top line, we went through that yesterday. The top 2 in each of Olympic qualifying round 1 yesterday put their places at Paris, but also into the finals this evening, which will close our programme. All of the other teams, as long as they started their heat yesterday, qualifying for today's Olympic qualifying round 2. Any teams that didn't finish yesterday, and we had a few trips, people dropping the baton, getting the changeover wrong, they are eligible to have a second chance this evening in what are, of course, only now 3 heats per round, chasing those remaining 6 places in the Olympics. And as you can see, once again, it's the all-important top 2 in each of those Olympic qualifying round 2 heats that will add their names to the flight list for Paris. We brought you a little bit of behind the scenes from the warm-up track a little bit earlier on. Some live scenes from the cool room right about now. The mixed relay will be the first thing that we see on the track, Olympic qualifying round 2. It was a good night for Canada yesterday, but one of their teams that didn't make it through yesterday was their mixed 4x4. They're looking pretty focused there in the cool room. Final preparations underway. They were delighted yesterday with how the team performed, but each of those individual athletes going through their individual preparations, getting in the zone, listening to a bit of music. This is live on the warm-up track as well, where, as you can see, preparations take varying forms. Some are like a lie down, some are going through their drills around the track, depending on when they might be competing. And they've realised that they're live on the big screen as well. Our athletes in the warm-up area, where it suddenly starts to intensify. It's right next door, of course, so the athletes will realise that the noise carrying through from our opening events here. A lot of music, a lot of dancing has been going on in the stadium as well to get that atmosphere going. My name's Chris Temple, delighted to be with you on commentary again this evening, and once again delighted to be joined by the 2-time world 200-metre champion Daphne Skippers. Daphne, just a brief thought on how excited we are for day 2 of this event today.
Yeah, the finals are there, huh? I love like evenings where the finals are there. So yeah, I'm excited, and I like it to see for the other Olympic qualifiers, and I'm ready for it.
So here we go then, it's Olympic qualifying round 2 first of all, and is the mixed 4x400 metres. We have 3 heats coming up, and that is your start list of teams for heat number 1. As you can see, Brazil don't go in this one. We have had a couple of withdrawals in heats coming up as well, but Brazil don't go in this one, but you'll see in lane 3. Bahamas do, which means that we are sure for a lively start here. Of course, there were some interesting team selections yesterday from Bahamas. 2 Olympic champions in their team. They run the very similar team. They run, in fact, exactly the same team this evening to Bahamas. We'll get to them in just a moment. Guyana, well, they have 2 teenagers in their team. Tiana Springer on the second leg is just 16 years of age. Malaki Austin, who'll take over from her, is 17, so a very inexperienced Guyanese team. Japan with Kentaro Sato, the only remaining member of their team from yesterday. We are seeing 1 or 2 changes per team. Quite a few are shifting the order round as well as we move to the second day as well. Stephen Gardner will lead off the Bahamas this evening. They've shaken that order up, as you can see there. Shawnee Miller-Weibo will run the anchor leg. She ran the second leg yesterday, and it was left to the 16-year-old Shania Adderley to bring them home, which she wasn't able to do yesterday. She'll run the second leg this evening. Xandrian Barnes is in for Jamaica. He's the one change to their lineup from yesterday. They only made the 4x1 men's final yesterday. Jamaica, all of their other teams came up short, which I know has gone down pretty disappointingly in their home nation. Of course, they do have some superstars not here. Brazil not starting, so Hungary have a vacant lane inside them. They go with Nyingi, Rapai, and then Molnar and Molnar. Of course, with all the DNSs, or not all the DNSs, but a handful of DNSs, increasing the chances for others. Bahrain had a disaster yesterday. They didn't get the baton round. They fell over on the second leg. And so Sawa Eid Nasser, the 2019 world champion, never got a chance to run yesterday, so she'll be fresher than most. And South Africa will go on the outside. We wondered possibly if they might bring Wade van Niekerk into their team, but they've chosen not to do that. They have brought in Pillay, though, on the third leg. So here they are then on the outside, South Africa, with Mtinkulu leading them off. Abbas Yusuf Ali will lead off for Bahrain. Hungary are inside them. Patrick Nyingi is their lead runner. Then the vacant lane for Brazil. Xandrian Barnes, who took part in the men's 4x4 yesterday. He leads off. He'll hand on to Leah Anderson with Sean Clark and Janine Russell. Then the Bahamas. Stephen Gardner, the Olympic champion, over 400 metres. Then we have Kentaro Sato of Japan, and on the inside, Daniel Williams for Guyana. So second and final chance saloon then for these athletes in Olympic qualifying round 2. 2 Olympic champions in the Bahamas lineup. Can they possibly send this home crowd into a frenzy with the first event of the evening? So a huge roar greets the starters pistol for our first event. Bahamas yet to qualify a team through this event, so this really would send this event into the stratosphere for this home crowd this evening. They changed the order. Will it change the fortunes for this home crowd? Got out very strongly. Bahrain won from the outside. Abbas Yusuf Ali. Stephen Gardner is already up on Xandrian Barnes of Jamaica outside him. The raucous noise for Shania Adderley, the 16-year-old, will take over from Stephen Gardner for the Bahamas. And Gardner's going to put her in a good position here. A strong second half of the race from Enyingi of Hungary as Bahrain are treading water in the home straight. So Gardner hands the baton on in first place to the 16-year-old, Shania Adderley, who went out too hard yesterday, and I'm sure she's had the Olympic champions in her ear, but you can't blame her at 16 for getting sucked along by this crowd. Japan on the inside, then come Jamaica in third position as they break from the lanes down the back. South Africa from wide on the outside, and then come Hungary in fifth position. So Shania Adderley needs to just keep her focus here with 200 meters to go as athletes start to go past her. She seems to have measured this a little bit better than she did yesterday when she tied up in the home straight and still looking strong. But it's Leah Anderson for Jamaica. And the crowd are loving Shania Adderley moving outside her. This is a brilliantly judged leg from the 16-year-old who took the baton in the lead and is going to hand it on in the lead to Alonso Russell for the Bahamas. What a brilliant leg from the teenager. Fantastic. Rashawn Clark of Jamaica has the baton in pursuit in second position. Then comes Kenki Imazumi of Japan. Luthe Pillay, a late change to the South African team who had a great battle down the home straight in the men's 4x4 yesterday. He's in fourth position, looking to reel in those leading three. But it's Alonso Russell at the moment, who's got his own cheer squad in the middle of the arena, look there, roaring him on. Jamaica and Japan starting to close. Then comes South Africa. Shauna Miller-Uibo, the Olympic champion, is waiting on the final leg for Bahamas. The script is written. Can Shawnee see it through? Russell's run a brilliant leg as well. Jamaica and Japan tussling for second. Only two of these teams probably will qualify for the Olympics. Here goes Shawnee Miller-Uibo, given the baton in front. In pursuit, Yuna Iwata for Japan. Jamaica have Geneve Russell on the final leg, who will have run against Shawnee Miller-Uibo countless times and knows all about it. Don't forget, Shawnee Miller-Uibo's just back from having a baby as well, reigniting her career. She split 49.7 yesterday. Jamaica are closing. Japan are starting to fade. The leading two are getting away, and it looks like it will be a trip to the Olympics for the Bahamas. Miller-Uibo into the home straight, and the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium here in Nassau is going absolutely potty. It's what they came for. The athletes, the spectators, the whole of the Bahamas came for it. They're off to the Olympic Games. Miller-Uibo sees them home, and Jamaica take the second spot. Russell there, South Africa finishing strongly ahead of Japan. But they right now are the prides of Nassau, the two Olympic champions, Gardner and Miller-Uibo, Alonso Russell, and what about the teenager, Shania Adderley, age 16, a national record.
What a race, like 16 years old. Can you imagine that you are in the same 4x4 with two Olympic champions and you're 16 and you're in a home crowd with this, and oh, this is so, yeah, it was a perfect race and a national record. That's very special.
Stephen Gardner salutes the home crowd here in Nassau. It's the first of the Bahamian teams to book their ticket to Paris. Jamaica as well. We mentioned yesterday only one of their 5 teams made it through yesterday, but they have also made a statement in the first event of the day as well. For all the focus on Bahamas, Jamaica really needed that as well, Daphne.
Yeah, but it was a really good race for them. Like, also, like, they have not the best teams, Jamaica, here in the Bahamas. So I think it's very good to make qualify and that they can go and then make a little bit changes with other lags, I think.
Well, I can barely hear you, Daphne. I can see that you're talking, but it is so loud around us here in the stadium. Shauna Miller-Uibo, I don't think there was any doubt, was there, Daphne, that she was going to see that one through? Absolutely no doubt whatsoever.
I love it to see her back, like after the giving birth, and she's a great athlete, so yeah, I love it to see her back.
And here's the Bahamian support watching that live over on the warm-up track as well. The 4x1 team, Devin Charlton in the background there. Here's the crowd here in the stadium, absolutely loving life this evening. Well, what a start to the night here. Bahamas and Jamaica are the first two to join them in Paris. South Africa finished really strongly, by the way. It was a great final leg from Zane Geldenhuys to come through and challenge Japan for that third position. We'll wrap all the results up for you. That's the first of 3 heats. If they're all going to be like that, it will be quite an evening. Confirmation, Bahamas, Jamaica to going through to Paris. And South Africa will have to now try and rely on their position in the top list. Remember, there are 2 more places that will be available from the top list, the rankings, if you like, from each event. So 14 teams are qualifying from here for the Olympics, and 2 more teams will get a chance through the world rankings. But that is, we have certainly, I think we've got a bigger crowd in here this evening as well, Daphne. It feels fuller inside the stadium here. The main stand where we're sat, as you can see to the left of your picture, is pretty much full as we start to prepare for heat number 2. Just a word for Shania Adley, because there's no doubt there that she obviously went off a lot more conservatively. Yesterday, it's no surprise that occasion got to her yesterday, was it?
No, she was very good. Like, she ran very good also for her age, but much better than yesterday. Like, she was strong in this field. She keeps going and close by Jamaica, and I think that was the only job that she had. She just be close, because you have Shania Miller as well in the end.
Yeah, some pressure, isn't it, when you know that you've got you've just taken the baton from Stephen Gardner, and you know that Shania Miller-Uibo is waiting on the 4th leg for you as well, as we see some more action out on the warm-up track. The call room, the athletes are starting to get prepared. These are the athletes for the 3rd heat. So the athletes for our next heat coming up are out in the arena, just starting to get themselves prepared. That's the Spanish team. And Spain are yet to advance any teams from this event through to Paris. Spain are going to make the most of their camera time to do some sort of team hug. See them shortly. It's time to move on to heat number 2. So there's only 5 teams lining up in this 2nd heat. India had some injury issues yesterday. Rajesh Ramesh pulled up on the 2nd leg of the men's 4x4. He'd also run in the mixed earlier on, so we're just guessing that India's withdrawal will be due to that. Czech Republic are an interesting withdrawal. They are the world bronze medalists in this event. They are 10th in the rankings at the moment. So that would give them a decent opportunity if other teams don't go past them in the remaining couple of months of the window. So maybe a calculated gamble by Czech Republic if they haven't got a team fit. But Canada, first of all, they've made a change to their team from yesterday. Michael Roth is in on the opening leg. Callum Robinson ran an absolute stormer down the back straight for them yesterday to take them within brink of qualification. Kenya, they've brought in Tinega on the 3rd leg. Brian Tinega, that's the one change to their team from yesterday. Otherwise, a slight tweaking of the order. Switzerland ran really well yesterday. Lionel Spitz on their 3rd leg yesterday clocked 44.31 for his split, which is one of the fastest of the day. They have changed the order around Switzerland, but it is the same personnel. One change for Italy, who are the defending champions, by the way, in this event, from Silesia in 2021. And they have brought in Alice Mangione on the final leg. The one team to complete the lineup is Germany. They've also naming the same team, actually. The team that's on the screen is slightly different to the one on the computer. Johanna Martin they've made a late change to their team. It is now the same team as ran yesterday. They did initially have Emil Adjikum listed to come in. So 1 or 2 teams making some late changes to the order, just trying to catch us commentators out, but we're onto them, don't worry. So what are we expecting from this one, Daphne? I mean, 2 qualification places, only 5 teams left in it. If you're one of these 5 teams now, and the Czech Republic, who are very useful, are out of it, and your eyes lighting up here.
I think it's much easier because you have 5 teams, of course, but Switzerland is one of the, I think, one of the favorites, I think. And yeah, maybe Canada can do it as well. They are in really good shape as well in the other teams, so maybe they can do it as well.
So here are the teams then. The most outerly of them are Germany. Manuel Sanders leading them off on the opening leg, as he did yesterday. Lapo Bianciardi opening up for Italy. Ricky Petrucciani is on the opening leg for Switzerland. We've just swapped their 2 female runners around actually today. Kevin Kipkorea will lead off for Kenya, and Michael Rutt into the team for Canada on the inside. Had a great day yesterday with 3 teams getting through. Survived a couple of thrilling finishes as well. And here we go then with heat number 2 of the mixed 4x400 meters relay, Olympic qualifying round 2, and only the top 2 guaranteed to make Paris.
set.
So the 5 teams departs without Czech Republic and India in the outside 2 lanes. You mentioned the pressure, Daphne, on Switzerland. They were the second fastest of the teams that didn't qualify automatically yesterday, partly thanks to that superb leg from Lionel Spitz on the 3rd leg. But they are 19th in the rankings at the moment, which means that if they don't get through here, it's going to be slightly nervous wait for them over the course of the next couple of months. They've started with purpose. Ricky Petrucciani closing down on the Italian runner Lapo Bianciardi outside him. And Mol Sanders of Germany started relatively strongly, and Canada also strongly through this first 350 metres. Michael Rotz on the inside will hand on to Lauren Gale. Baton just about in the hand of the German quartet first. The stagger, of course, is against them. Switzerland coming through on their inside with Anina Farr. Germany on the second leg now have Alicia Schmidt. Canada with Lauren Gale is going to sneak through, and it would appear to take the lead, I think, as they're going to break from their lanes on the back straight. In fact, Schmidt of Germany is just going to come across and challenge for that lead, despite Lauren Gale taking a slightly wide course, almost out into lane 2 there, to try and force the German athlete to take the long way round. So Canada and Germany with Switzerland on their tail at the moment. Then come Kenya and Italy. This one looks competitive at the moment. Kenya have Mercy Chebet on their second leg at the moment. But it's Germany, Canada and Switzerland fighting this one out at the moment. Callum Robinson was the best of the Canadian runners yesterday. He's about to take the baton on the 3rd leg for them. Germany have Emil Adjicum on that 3rd leg. Switzerland, Lionel Spitz, their most impressive runner from yesterday. Kenya with Brian Tinega, their new addition to the team, who's gone blazing out through the first 100. And Italy, the baton is in the hand of Riccardo Melli at the back of the field. So this one is still wide open, with 600 metres remaining of this second heat of the mixed 4x400 metres. It's Adjicum who leads for Germany from Callum Robinson. Here comes Lionel Spitz, showing some of that form from yesterday to close down the leading 2. Kenya just starting to lose touch. It'll come down to this final leg then. 3 teams, it would appear, in contention for the 2 places at the Olympic Games. Germany are away first with Johanna Martin. Canada, Madeline Price is on their final leg, and Switzerland with Julia Sen. Italy have gone past Kenya in 4th position, but that gap is surely too much for Alice Mangioni to make up down the back straight. We saw some thrilling finishes yesterday where 3 into 2 didn't go. 200 metres remaining for the 2 passports to Paris. Still Germany from Canada, from Switzerland, and these 3 are far enough away from the rest. Italy are battling on through Mangioni, but not going to close them down. Johanna Martin leads Germany into the straight. Madeline Price looking to find a challenge for Canada. Here comes Switzerland though. Julia Sen is closing down, and Canada running out of steam. And it's going to be Germany and Switzerland, 2 neighbouring countries of the Olympic host France, who will be popping over the border to Paris. Germany and Switzerland through to the Olympic Games.
I expected a little bit more from Switzerland, but she had a very strong last leg. But Germany was really surprised, because from the beginning to the end they had very strong like runs. It was really nice to watch that, because they were really good. Because the first one, I thought he was going way too fast, but he can hold it to the end, so that's really good.
National record for Switzerland definitely as well, 3:14.12 in second position. That takes a 1/10 of a second off their previous national record. And both of those teams, or all 3 of those teams really, if you include Canada in that as well, but just seemed to put together a really good team performance there. They all judged their legs pretty well. They were pretty much of a muchness for all 4 legs, weren't they? It was a competitive heat, but they always knew as they were making their way around that there was only going to be 2 places for the 3 of them. So Germany pretty happy. They got a team through yesterday as well. Switzerland, that is their first team through, by the way, from this event here. We said they were the second fastest non-qualifiers from yesterday, and they were the second fastest in their heat today, and that was enough. So we see those at the changeovers. It was a good last 50 metres or so from Alicia Schmidt, as Callum Robinson was trying to hold off the attentions of Emil Adjicum. Germany had the advantage here. Canada were ahead of Switzerland, but it was again a really well-judged attack from Julia Sen down the home straight for Switzerland. which got them through to that second round. Sen, who ran the second leg yesterday, through from the second round, I should say. Sen ran the second leg yesterday, doing the anchor job for Switzerland today. Martin anchoring Germany home yesterday, but missing out yesterday, but not today. You can see what it means. And I wonder what it means, Stephanie, as we confirm the result of that heat with the Germans and the Swiss in that national record, booking those 2 spots to Paris. Is there more relief today as well as the joy? Because you know, yesterday when you competed, if it didn't go that well yesterday, you've always had today in a slightly, I guess, reduced field, because the best 2 teams are not going to be in the shake-up for these places. So is there a bit of joy and more relief today?
I think so, because I think that if you make it to the Olympics, it's perfect. That's the first step, and then now you can relax a little bit more, and you can be excited to run in the final as well.
Those are the scenes, the athletes joining the arena in the centre stage, where the dancers are still there. With some great entertainment just before the programme got underway as well. Some fantastic local music as we go back to the call room, where the athletes are preparing for our next event. The Ecuadorian team there in the corner. Lane number 4. What's this experience like in there, Daphne? Because you're so close to the arena, whether it's on the warm-up track or the call room, you can hear everything happening. You don't sometimes have to see what's going on to be able to know probably what's happened, if you can tell by the noise. How good were you in these final moments of warm-up tracks and call rooms?
Call rooms are very special, because in a team it's different, because you can talk with your teammates and everything like that. But normally when you're 1 by 1 for 100 meters or 200 meters, like it's sometimes like a stare down. Just everybody's quiet, and like you feel the nerve from everybody, so it's a different world. But for the teams it's a bit different. I like it to talk with people, but with other sprinters it's not possible.
Yeah, I can imagine some people just don't want to talk at all. They're just either headphones. Are you allowed headphones in the call room?
No, not
You're
allowed.
not. There you go.
No, nothing. Just sit there and
I know,
wait.
I imagine you wouldn't be allowed phones, of course, so therefore probably headphones and phones go side by side, don't they? So you've handed all your stuff in by that point. The box has been taken away, and it's final thoughts. Talking to your teammates sometimes if they want to talk. So those nervous moments come before the start. And we are standing by for the 3rd and final heat of this 4x4 100 metres mixed relay. There are 7 teams lining up in this one, the full complement. And these are those teams. A slight surprise from that start list yesterday was that Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the world's silver medalists, who were the fastest non-qualifiers ahead of Switzerland, didn't make it through yesterday. They're in lane 7. The seeded lanes, by the way, are lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7 in events around the 400-metre track. So Great Britain, in case you're thinking, oh, why they're out in lane 7, well, that is one of the preferred lanes these days, as we see the Spanish team, David Garcia, Blanca Hervas, Julio Arenas and Segura coming in for them on the final leg. Mexico, one of their teams that tripped yesterday. In fact, they tripped yesterday, this mixed 4x4 team. But a second chance allowed for any teams who didn't finish yesterday or were disqualified. Ukraine, Pohorilko has had a great start to the season. Melnik, Danilenko and Ryzhikova, that is the same lineup for Ukraine as yesterday. Also looking to qualify their first team from this event. Portugal, they've made a team change from yesterday. They've got João Coelho, Katia Azevedo, Omar El Khatib and Fatumala Diallo in their quartet. Botswana, well, they had a thrilling finish with South Africa in the men's 4x4 in our last event last night. They've changed the order round for this one. Anthony Pasela will lead them off. They've got their fastest female athlete of this year, Lydia Gele, on the final leg. There's Nicole Yergin, who comes in for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. They've also changed their order round as well. Brodie Young will lead them off again, but Lavia Nilsson there moves to the second leg. Charlie Dobson on the third, and Nicole Yergin, who had a great split yesterday in the women's 4x4. She comes in on the anchor. And finally, Colombia, also looking to qualify their first team from this event through to Paris. So Colombia on the outside, Nicolas Salinas Cefaye will lead them off. The aforementioned Brody Young, youngster, just 21 years of age, on the opening leg for Great Britain. Anthony Pesela on leg one for Botswana. João Coelho for Portugal. Alexander Pohorilko for Ukraine. Luis Aviles Ferrero for Mexico. And David Garcia to get things moving for Spain on the inside. Of these teams, only Botswana and Great Britain and Northern Ireland have teams through to Paris already from these championships. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, remember, the world silver medalists in this event and the fastest non-qualifiers. So the British team and supporters club in the stands there, looking to cheer on Great Britain and Northern Ireland to tick the final box. They got 4 teams through yesterday. This was the one that came up short, and 3 of that team are out to try and rectify that, including Brody Young on the opening leg, who's gone out pretty strongly, but as have Botswana and Portugal on the inside of him. They've all made up ground on Colombia on the outside, and they've all moved away from Ukraine, Mexico and Spain on the inside lanes. Botswana with the advantage at the moment. Anthony Pesela leads them into the home straight. Brody Young working hard down the outside, the least experienced of the athletes in this Great Britain and Northern Ireland quartet. It's Botswana with Anthony Pesela handing the baton on. Ukraine made some good late progress there. It was a well-judged leg from Pohorilko as he hands on to Tetiana Melnik. Botswana have Obakeng Kambaruka taking them out on the second leg. Lavia Nilsson, who anchored Great Britain yesterday, is on the second leg for them, coming from the outside there in lane 7. Botswana, Ukraine, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and also Spain in the red colours. They have Blanca Hervas on their second leg. Then come Portugal in 5th, Mexico in 6th, and Colombia at the back of the field at the moment. So Botswana, Ukraine, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland and Spain, with that 5-metre gap on the chasing group, including Portugal, as the athletes begin to fan out. Charlie Dobson ran a stormer yesterday, 43 bits for a brilliant leg. Has he got that in his legs again today, and he takes the lead. There's a faller at the changeover, but thankfully Botswana did get the baton successfully on before their athlete fell. Boitumelo Masilo in 4th position has it for them. Dobson of Great Britain out front. It's Danilo Danilenko for Ukraine. Spain on the 3rd leg have Julio Arenas. And those 4 still around about 6 or 7 metres clear of Portugal, Colombia and Mexico. Botswana making the move here. Boitumelo Masilo closing in on Charlie Dobson, who still looks really strong out front here. Looks like he's got plenty left in the tank. Dobson starting to move away again, just pressing the accelerator. Really assured stuff from Charlie Dobson. Look at the way he's finishing his leg to hand it on to Nicole Yegin for that final leg. Ukraine get the baton in 2nd, just holding off Botswana for the curb. And Spain, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, through Charlie Dobson's brilliant finish to that leg, have suddenly got 10 metres and going away. The 2nd spot, though, is all on between Ukraine, Botswana and Spain. And behind them, still trying to get themselves back into it, are Portugal. Ukraine with Anna Ryzhikova, the extremely experienced athlete. Multiple relays that she will have contested like this, where she's got people coming from behind, but Nicole Yegin continuing her form from last night for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. They fell short. There's a bit of a coming together there between Botswana and Spain. I think both were out of it at the time, although Spain are finishing strongly. Great Britain and Northern Ireland will complete the set of 5 as their mixed relay team find their way to Paris, and Ukraine join the roster as well. Anna Ryzhikova brings them home, the first Ukrainian team through to Paris from here in the Bahamas. Great Britain and Northern Ireland were the favourites, Daphne, and there was some really impressive individual legs in there, which all came together for them.
Yeah, it was great to see Dobson. Like, it was very strong in the last 100 meters. You saw he make a big gap, and then they can finish it very strong. So that was really nice. But there was also a thing between Ukraine and Spain. So that took a little bit more time because Spain was really coming closer. But yeah, in the end, it's Ukraine.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that as we see the replay shortly, but we'll just see the coming together between Spain and Botswana, hopefully, the entrance to the home straight, because in the end, Spain have only finished 6/10 behind Ukraine and were finishing strongly with their final leg athlete. I just wonder if that slight coming together, just, you know what it's like, just a slight check of your momentum, and when you're moving forward, you've got to get yourself back going again there.
Yeah, sometimes you can make a misstep because the lactic is coming, so sometimes they cannot do anything about it, and it's not because of the other country, but it's more like your own leg sometimes, so maybe we can see it later on.
Well, it was Berta Segura of Spain who had the coming together with the Botswanan athlete Lydia Gele, but this is how things went out. Just say, solid legs from the whole Great Britain and Northern Ireland team, no weak links in that one. As we see those first changes, Brody Young handing on to Armia Nielsen, but it was Botswana who had the baton in the lead. Anthony Pasela giving them a great start. Here's the second change coming up. Just see the Botswana athlete there, the legs had completely gone. She ended up flat on her face, but thankfully she's up and okay. But Charlie Dobson was so impressive last night with his split. 43.63 he ran yesterday. I'm looking forward to seeing what he ran there as well. He handed on to, well, they backloaded there with the two athletes who were probably their best performers yesterday. Lavia Nielsen ran very well yesterday, 50 and bits. Here's this little coming together we're going to see, I think, in the closing stages. Segura looked like she was just trying to move out off the curb. She just got squeezed through him. It was arms, and then she's ended up pushing her in the back. And I mean, talk us through that, Daphne.
I think she just, the Spanish girl, she touched a little bit on her leg, so I think that was it, but it was not that hard, so it was, yeah.
There was about three comings together there, wasn't there? There was a bit of arms, then there was a little clip of the heels, and there was another push, I think. But so Spain, I think, might feel a little bit disappointed, or a little bit of what might have been, because as we see how strongly Spain were finishing here, I'm not saying they definitely would have got past Ukraine, because Ukraine have still beaten them by 3 or 4 meters in the end, but it's a what might have been, isn't it? You just don't know.
It's part of the job, I think, sometimes.
And particularly on the final bend, as you say, when the legs are full of lactic. You know you've got to get into that top two, that things are getting that little bit more desperate. But well done to Great Britain and Northern Ireland and Ukraine, who joined Bahamas, Jamaica, a spectacular run earlier on, and then Germany and Swiss teams as well joining them, as we see 3:12.99 the winning time for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So if you add all of the events together, these are the teams who went through yesterday, the 8 teams who put their places from Olympic qualifying round 1. This is in the mixed 4x4. Top of the list there, Daphne Skippers alongside me is beaming. Netherlands with a very strong quartet yesterday, of course, the certain Femke Bol and Lieke Klaver. Worth pointing out, by the way, teams can only make 1 team change in the mixed race as well. So one of Bol or Klaver will have to run in the mixed final later on for Netherlands. One thing that maybe hasn't been clear to people, you can change as many as you like at all the other events, but the mixed 4x4, you can only change 1 athlete unless there's an injury issue in addition. So that was those who got through yesterday, and here are the teams who have joined them in Paris in the mixed 4x4. Top of the list, Bahamas. I mean, that was just a great moment to be here for, Daphne. Taking the other, I guess the other countries who are in it, the Great Britain and Northern Ireland fans who've made the journey here, will be very pleased with the way their team have started. But that was a great moment to be here for that Bahamas victory, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, wow, what atmosphere here. It's great to see that.
And you're pleased for those who've invested their time and their money to come as well. They've come hoping to see all that. As another gust of wind threatens to blow all of our notes across the stadium. I think one of Daphne Skippers' bits of paper has just gone flying into the crowd, into block 2, away to our right. You wouldn't know it from those shots necessarily, but it's just the odd gust just picks up into the backs of the stand where we are here. Do you think the conditions slightly cooler this evening, Daphne, overall, if you take the wind out of it?
Yeah, I think it's not that cool, but it's more like just the wind is a little bit fresh. Like, that's a weird feeling, but I think it's okay for sprinters. Like, if you warm up, they're warm enough, and I think it's good enough.
And that's the beauty for them, isn't it? You know, when you're warming up, you haven't got to worry about staying warm. I mean, the conditions are warm, aren't they? So it's, as we say, great conditions for sprinters to enjoy as we stand by to move on to the women's 4x1. So we stay with Olympic qualifying round 2. We have that for all 5 of the events. And this is the first of the 3 heats that are on the way in this women's 4x100 meters relay. And again, 7 teams will contest this first one. And the eye-catching team in this list, Côte d'Ivoire, with 2 legends of the sprinting world in their team. We'll see them very shortly. Austria, drawn on the inside with Isabel Posch, Magdalena Lindner, Karin Stremetz and Victoria Wilhuber. Austria making their debut here at the World Athletics Relays. Belgium will go in lane 2. They were disqualified actually yesterday. They changed the pattern outside the zone, so it was a disappointing end for Belgium. They have Rani Vinke, Rani Rossier, Ziani Denea and Delphine and Kanza lining up for them. Ecuador with Jaime Nazareno, Gabriela Suarez, Nicole Caicedo and Angela Tenorio will go in lane 4, also looking to qualify their first team through to Paris. The Spanish team in lane 5, the second fastest of the non-qualifiers yesterday. It is the same quartet who line up for them: Sonia Molina Prados, Yal Bestue, Paula Sevilla and Maria Isabel Perez. Spain, by the way, have never qualified for the Olympic 4x100 meters relay. Italy won this event in 2021, the European bronze medalists. Looking at their team, they have made a couple of changes from yesterday. They've brought in Siragusa and De Masi on legs 3 and 4. It's the same Côte d'Ivoire team, led off by Muriel Ahouridon. Waiting on the final leg, Marie-José Tarlou-Smith, who was edged out yesterday by Australia by 3/1000ths of a second for that second automatic spot. And Japan complete the lineup in lane 8 with Manaka Miura, Remi Tsuruta, Shuri Aono and Aya Yamagata. Côte d'Ivoire was so close yesterday, Daphne, 3/1000ths of a second, and they're the 2, I'm going to call them old stagers, that's the nicest way to put it, but we said yesterday, Marie-José Tarlou-Smith has still been in great form very recently.
Yeah, but it's so nice because I was always with her in different competitions, Diamond Leagues, World Championships. She's a really nice girl and still 35 and still on the track. It's so cool, but the same with Aouaré. Like, I love it to see them in one team, and I hope they make it to the final. Yeah,
they came very close yesterday. Tarlou-Smith with a designer headphone style earring there, which is unique to say the least. So Côte d'Ivoire, the fastest non-qualifier, as I mentioned, 42.83 they split yesterday. Tarlou closed it really well for them, but just couldn't quite get beyond the Australians for the second spot. So Japan on the outside, Côte d'Ivoire in lane number 7. Italy, the defending champions here. They obviously can't win the title because they're not in the final, but they were the last winners of this. Spain, the second fastest non-qualifiers. Ecuador in lane 4. Belgium looking to get all of their back changes made successfully to get them round. They'll be right up there as well. They're on the inside. Austria complete the lineup. Olympic qualifying round 2 of the women's 4x100 meters relay. 3 heats coming up. 6 teams are about 40-odd seconds away from Paris, who will be the first 2 to be on the plane.
Team Italy.
So Muriel Ahouridon won from the outside in the orange and green of Côte d'Ivoire. Was already under pressure from Zeynab Dosso of Italy on her inside as they make the first change. Belgium get the baton into the hand well this time down the back, and it's Italy at the moment. Dalia Kadari has the baton for them up on the inside of the second of the Côte d'Ivoire runners. Good change by Italy. Spain on their inside, Belgium on the inside as well. It's Italy, Côte d'Ivoire with Marie-José Tarlou-Smith waiting. Italy have Ariana De Masi on the final leg. Spain weren't brilliant with the changeover. Italy, Spain and Côte d'Ivoire coming strongly. Tarlou-Smith is charging and will take Spain, but won't get to Italy. Italy and Côte d'Ivoire are the 2 on their way to the Olympic Games. Marie-José Talu-Smith was absolutely flying again, and given another 5 meters, she probably would have got to Arianna De Masi for Italy. But a good job done by those two leading teams.
There was a lot going on in the first exchange zone, like with the Côte d'Ivoire, so that was really close, I think, but what a last 100 meters of Talu. That was amazing.
Well, we said, I mean, 4x100 meter splits don't often mean very much. You can only compare them against the other runners because obviously they're taking the baton at different points and are moving as well as they gather it. But she split 10.12 on her leg down the straight yesterday. And that's what it means to Marie-José Talu-Smith and Côte d'Ivoire off to the Olympic Games once again. Brilliant for them. Spain came close, 3rd position. I mentioned they'd never made the Olympic 4x100 meters in this event. For the European bronze medalist, Italy seeing the job through. De Masi into the team on the final leg. Again, she'll have felt, Daphne, I'm sure you'll have been there when you didn't get overtaken by many people, but you might have once in your career been in the situation where someone fast you could hear approaching down the outside of you.
Yeah, of course, sometimes it happens, yeah.
Not very often in your case. But she held it together very well. And it was a good all-round performance from those quartets. Here we go. Then we're talking about the first change, Steph. Let's talk us through it.
Yeah, I will see what happens because there was a lot of struggling over there. Let's see if she could get it. Oh. Yeah, see? You see it a couple times. She tried to touch, and then in the hand, and that takes a long time. But still, they're in the final, so I think it was in.
That's a great spot from you. Spain were a bit messy here on this final change as well. And Talu took a couple of grabs as well, actually. Spain were pushing it right to the edge of that changeover zone. So Côte d'Ivoire, actually, the one you spotted as well, and that final change, not particularly fluent with their baton changes there.
No, they lost a lot of time on that, but still they are in, so they can work on it and do a little bit more training, I think.
I said she needed 5 more meters, Talu-Smith, to overhaul Italy. She might have needed maybe 2.5 meters. She really was motoring down the outside. You can see what it means to the Italian team to be sure of that place. Of course, there's no guarantee that these athletes will be selected by their federations, but the federations have a heart. They'll surely look favourably on the athletes that have got them there, but it, of course, depends on who maintains their form and fitness. National record for Ecuador, further down the field as well, 43.47. Austria actually didn't end up getting the baton around. So second of the 3 heats on the way very shortly. Bahamas, by the way, don't go until the 3rd heat, so if you suddenly hear some whooping behind us, that's probably the relatively sizable Jamaican contingent who are in the stadium as well. They're definitely the 2nd best supported nation. As we see the athletes for that 3rd heat just starting to get ready and get called towards their gathering points. Bahamas just loitering in the background, waiting for their moment. So these are the teams that will line up for the 2nd of the 3 heats. Chile will go on the inside, the South American bronze medalists. Another team who have never qualified for the Olympic 4x100 meters. Hungary in 3. Liberia set a national record in the heats as well. They're on the fringes of the top 16 in the rankings. Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. This is a pretty strong looking heat. Certainly the 2 Caribbean nations, Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. Michelle Lee Ayi ran in their team yesterday. She's not in the lineup this time around for them. We're seeing the Chilean team at the moment. Inés Hernandez, Montt, Jimenez and Olivares in lane number 2. Hungary have Chotti, Kotsis, Takac and it's Sulian in lane 3. One thing that's been very prevalent is the athletes enjoying themselves with smiles on their faces. Right on cue. There's Alexa Sulian, their anchor leg runner, spotting herself on these screens in the arena here. Cuba, the Pan American gold medalists, they didn't get the baton round in the heats either. They made a mess of their final change yesterday. Moreira, Chabal, Garcia and Abreu. There's the Liberian team who set that national record yesterday. Same quartet in the same order. Ebony Morrison to lead them off. Destiny Smith-Barnett, Maya McCoy and Simone Darius. I say, 17th in the rankings, Liberia, at the moment. They're another team who are not guaranteed to get through in one of the 2 remaining places. Trinidad and Tobago, Leah Bertrand, their anchor leg runner there. They have Taja Badal, Reese Webster, and Riara Thomas ahead of her. Interesting that Michelle Liai is not involved today. She ran a 10.09 back straight yesterday for them. Jamaica, Jadine Williams will lead them off. Tia Clayton, Ramona Burchill, and Alana Reid. So they've had a change around. It's the same 4, but Reid and Burchill have swapped legs. Reid ran a great bend yesterday to put them back in contention, and Burchill couldn't get them home in the top 2. And finally we see Denmark with Astrid Glenna Fransen, Matilda Kramer, Emma Bommer, and Clara Lursel. So again, it's interesting, the team meetings and the briefings and the analysis that they do to think what is the best way to get the best out of a team. In a number of cases today, tweaking the order from yesterday is the answer. Denmark on the outside. Jadine Williams once again leading Jamaica off, the world silver medalist, by the way. Trinidad and Tobago, Taja Badal. Ebony Morrison for Liberia, that national record of 43.15 yesterday. Cuba with Laura Moreira for the Pan American champions. Hungary, Justina Ciotti. And Anais Hernandez of Chile. The South American bronze medalists are on the inside. Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica in adjacent lanes. Liberia just inside them, 5, 6 and 7. You would expect the action to come from here. Heat 2 of 3, women's 4x100 metres relay. It's Olympic qualifying round 2. Final chance to get into one of those top 2 places.
Set.
Ooh, well, my eyes were drawn to lane 4, and the fact that the Cuban athlete Laura Moreira has thrown the baton across the track, Daphne, would give us a little bit of indication that she probably knows.
Yeah, of course, she's very frustrated. This is a false start. You cannot make anything about that. So I think that's her frustration, and like, yeah, I understand that sometimes because this is a very important moment.
It looked to be quite clear. The Cubans, you can see the timing there, that negative reaction time ahead of the gun, minus 0.096, so the Cubans are in trouble here. Moreira knew it, and this is how she showed it. And around the track, you can imagine how the rest of her team are feeling. There's been no official disqualification yet here in the arena.
But I think that's a difficult thing when you are a team on this moment, so you are making a fault, and that's very frustrating, I think.
Well, there's no doubt that, of course, nerves and edginess come into this. This is for a place at the Olympic Games. Cuba still waiting for the official's decision here. Absolutely nobody has moved down there. Laura Moreira, the visuals you're seeing on the screen were also being fed onto the big screen here, so she was basically stood looking at herself in a close-up on the big screen, which she's doing again now. So if she did, we know she thought she's in trouble because she threw the baton across the track, but still nothing official here. No movement from the officials down there. Just looking down towards the starter and his team. There is now some movement. I can see the starter's official now making his way towards the track, and he's got, and you can see in his hand, a yellow card. So this is going to be a warning, and they will stay in the race here. Wow. No, you're still in. You're still in, Laura. Stay there. She can't believe it. Well, the Cubans around the track, just looking back around the track here, Daphne, a couple of the Cuban athletes around the track had started to walk off.
Yeah, but I understand. But I think maybe she moves before the gun or something like that. There is sometimes a little bit movement, different rules.
Well, we'll see that again, no doubt. But I don't think there's a bigger giveaway of guilt than an athlete throwing the baton across the track. Anyway, Cuba stay in. Second chance saloon in the second chance saloon.
set.
Well, no doubt a more circumspect start from La Morera of Cuba this time. Jamaica, through Jadine Williams, have gone absolutely flying out. It's Trinidad and Tobago slightly sluggishly away. Good change from Jamaica on the outside, not the best change from Trinidad and Tobago. Liberia up on their inside in third position at the moment. Jamaica handing the baton on to Ramona Bircher in the third leg. Liberia winning contention and got it all wrong. Their chance is gone. What a disaster. Jamaica have Alana Reid racing on the final leg. Trinidad and Tobago, Cuba on the inside, and also Chile are running an absolute stormer in lane 2. Jamaica, can Chile hold it together? I don't think they can. It's going to be Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. An all Caribbean flavour to this heat, which goes down well here in the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. Alana Reid sees Jamaica home. Leah Bertrand from Trinidad and Tobago got them over the line. And Liberia, when going really well, got it all wrong on the top end.
So Jamaica is in. You know, when you're from Jamaica, you are a very good sprinter, but like they did a really good job in the race. Like the changeovers were perfect and they were fast.
42.74 for Jamaica. Trinidad and Tobago, well, they were down on Liberia when Liberia's race fell to pieces. They didn't get their early changes particularly right, Trinidad and Tobago, but they'll say, have a look at the result list. We needed to finish in the top 2, and that's exactly what we've done. Hungary finished strongly. Talk us through anything you see in the changes here, Daphne. I didn't think Trinidad and Tobago were that fluent here down the back straight.
It was difficult to see.
It wasn't too bad. They just run out to the edge of the lane, actually, Trinidad and Tobago. Wobbling slightly, but keep your eye on Liberia in the black colours here.
Yeah, she was way too close. And that's very difficult when your hands are too close and you need to wait till there's a little bit space between the athlete and you. So that's a difficult thing. But
a word for Chile right on the inside, who at this point, with the stagger unwinding, were in second position at the baton handover, but their final leg runner, unfortunately, Viviana Olivares, couldn't keep them in contention, but they appeared from absolutely nowhere on the inside. Ran a great race for 3 legs, but Alana Reid, who yesterday looked like she'd put Jamaica back in contention with a brilliant third leg, today gets the responsibility to see them over the line. And Jamaica are 2 from 2 in terms of getting their teams through today. Well, dramatic stuff, we would expect that. Here's confirmation of that result. Liberia, well, that's come up as a national record of 44.31 on there, which I don't think is correct because they ran 43.15 yesterday, so ignore that national record next to the Liberian team. That would be quite something, running a national record when you make as bad a mess of a change as they did, but that's not correct. So that is how things finished in that second heat of 3. We have one more to come. And you might just be able to gather from the noise in the background. Bahamas are in the next one. But they have lane 1, so it's not going to be easy for them. Devin Charlton, the world indoor record holder over 60 metres hurdles, has the tightest of bends to negotiate. She does hurdles in a straight line, not tight bends in relays necessarily. We'll come on to them in just a moment. Got a huge roar as they made their way down across those 4 corners. There is Devin Charlton, Camille Rutherford on the second leg. Charisma Taylor takes the third leg, and Pentasia Johnson, it is the same team. Johnson ran a great final leg yesterday as well. Charisma Taylor there, who is from here in Nassau, real local favourite. Estonia also looking to qualify for the first times. Mia Ott, Anne-Marie Kuvikas, Klita Verlin and Diana Suman are the Estonian team. Colombia are the South American silver medalists. They have Marlet Ospino, Angelica Gamboa, Laura Martinez Ibaguen, and Natalia Linares. Outside them, they have Nigeria, who are the 2 times African champions. Just looking at their lineup, Favour Ofili also ran a very, very good back straight yesterday. It's the same quartet in the same order for them. Olajide and God Bless to bring them home. China, the 2-time Asian champions, they also field the same squad: Liang, Gay, Guan and Li. Brazil will go in lane 6. They are the South American champions. There's their lead-off runner, Gabriela Murao. They have Ana Carolina Azevedo. There's Lorraine Martins. And on the final leg, they have the South American 100-meter record holder, Victoria Rosa. Switzerland, well, they have the same lineup, in the same order actually, as well. Geraldine Frey, Salamone Cora, Leonie Pointe, and Sarah Acho-Jacquier. Dominican Republic are non-starters on the outside in lane 8. So we've seen already the Bahamian mixed 4x4 team pull off a brilliant victory. Devin Charlton will lead them off. Can they pull off something improbable here from lane 1 for the home fans? Switzerland in 7, Brazil in 6, then China on their inside. Nigeria. Colombia, Estonia stand by for the roar from the home fans. Expectation levels through the roof after that mixed 4x4. So far, the Bahamian fans, those who weren't here yesterday but have come here tonight, only know joy. Camille Rutherford poised on the second leg there to take the baton from Devin Charlton. We know she gets a brilliant start. That's why she's the world indoor record holder over 60 meters hurdles. Can she translate that to the full leg of the bend here in lane 1?
Set.
Nigeria should be strong, Brazil as well. Charlton already up on odds of Estonia. China have sided strongly with Liang as well. Very effective change from China, probably in the lead at this moment. For Nigeria, it's favour of Fili. Bahamas are going well right on the inside. Charisma Taylor about to take the baton from there. It's not a good change from the Bahamas on the inside. Lost a bit of ground there. Around the outside, Switzerland are flying. They hand it on to Sarah Atio. Nigeria on the inside, China between them as well. Bahamas on the inside with Pritasia Johnson, but it's Nigeria and Switzerland who will fight it out towards the line, and Nigeria just get there. Switzerland, their second team, through to Paris this evening. It's been a great hour or so for them. Bahamas were in contention for quite a long way, definitely, but just in the end couldn't quite make an impression.
Switzerland is training very hard on the exchanges, so you see that they're always ready when they need to be. But I was like the Bahamas was really good on the speed, but the changeovers were not that great. So that was a little sad to see. But yeah.
That was a poor changeover for the Bahamas. We'll see that again shortly. But Nigeria, team of God bless, bringing them home. Switzerland, it's their, I say they didn't have a team through as of when we arrived at the stadium this evening, but they are 2 from 2 as well. Jamaica and Switzerland 2 from 2, and Nigeria spotting some of their friends and family and team members in the crowd. The smiles from paradise to Paris, and again, they might not be in their home nation, but they'll have a lot of support making the short journey. Let's see if we can pick up again some of the changes that went well and badly here, Daphne, but keep an eye on the Bahamas on the inside.
It's a very strong start of her.
Yeah, Devin Charlton to the second leg runner, that was fine, Camille Rutherford, but it's this next change for the Bahamas as Charisma Taylor was prepared to take the baton.
You see it's very close again, so she needs to hold her hand a little bit closer, and that's very difficult for the second one to put it in her hand. This is exactly the same. She needs a lot of time to put it in, and then you lose a lot of time in exchange, and that's the time that you need to be one of the first two.
Yeah, 2 or 3 strides at half pace, sort of looking behind you. Again, it's momentum, isn't it? I've got to say, Nigeria's final change was a cracker as well. It was pretty tight with Switzerland when they took that back, but the last change for Nigeria between Olayinka Olajide and Tima God Bless was excellent. And emotions running high here in Nassau. Nigeria and Switzerland are through in the last of the women's 4x100 metre heats. 4th place for Bahamas. So that's the last of our women's 4x100 metres heats in this Olympic qualifying round 2. And in case you lost track of what's been happening in the last couple of days or so, let's confirm the teams who are making their way through to Paris from here. These are the 8 teams who qualified yesterday and therefore will be contesting the final later on this evening. Headed by United States, the fastest of those qualifiers. Netherlands and Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Australia ran brilliantly as well to set a new Oceania record. And those are the 6 teams that have joined them at the party in Paris from here in paradise. Côte d'Ivoire, with the 2 of their legends, Muriel Houre-Dompe and Marie-Josée Tarlou Smith, as she's known now in Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, adding to the Caribbean flavour. So we've seen the women's 4x100 metres. Now it's the turn of the men's. The 3rd of our 5 events in the Olympic qualifying round 2. With the 4x4s still to come. And these are the 8 teams that line up for this first of the 3 heats. Germany in lane 7 dropped the baton despite having a strong team. So again, for them, a second chance they probably would have felt they didn't need. The Danes are on the inside with Rasmus Clausen, Roger Musa, Simon Hansen and Fredrik Schue-Nielsen. Cuba, the Pan American silver medalists. They line up with the same team as yesterday: Espinosa, Amores, Carrero and Reginfo Montoya. Outside them will be the Czech Republic, who haven't had any success so far here with the teams that they have entered. The Czechs, a team that have never qualified for the Olympic Games men's 100 metres. They have had 4 teams here. They were the mixed relay world bronze medalists, but didn't start in that event earlier on this evening. Brazil, they go in lane 4. They're the Pan American champions. And they have a tried and tested quartet, the same one that ran in the heats, or the round 1, I should say, yesterday. Nascimento, Correa, Cardoso and Paulo Camillo. So can the Swiss team, 2 out of 2 so far, can the Swiss men's team follow suit with Enrico Gunther, Timothée Mumenthaler, Felix Svensson and William Reyes? Same quartet, different order for them. William Reyes moves from the second leg yesterday onto the anchor. Liberia, misfortune for their women's team a short time ago, but their men's team again is the same lineup in the same order: Akim Selif, Emmanuel Matadi, Jabis Reeves and Joe Farnborough. Germany, with their drop back yesterday, they make a change actually. Kevin Krantz, along with Lucas Ansapepra, ran his first 2 legs yesterday. Robin Ganter and Yannick Wolf remain complete that team, so they've taken out Joshua Hartmann from yesterday. And the Polish team, the European bronze medalists from Berlin in 2022, on the outside with Marek Szykrewski, Przemysław Słowikowski, Lukas Szok and Oliver Dovik. But Brazil, they'll be one of the most well-drilled team. It's a very familiar quartet for the Brazilians. But Liberia will give them a challenge, as will Germany. So Poland on the outside have had some success already. They're one of the teams with 3 through already. This is one of the gaps they're trying to fill. Liberia going 6 with Switzerland inside them. Sure, in fact, as I look down towards the mixed zone, the women's team who've just qualified are standing in the mixed zone, pausing their interviews at the moment to watch their colleagues in action. Czech Republic in 3, and then Cuba and Denmark will complete the lineup. For this first heat in Olympic qualifying round 2 of the men's 4x100 metres relay. Right, if you're just joining us for the first time here in Nassau in the Bahamas, the first 2 in these Olympic qualifying round 2s automatically reach the Olympic Games in Paris.
Set.
Clean start as they have mostly been so far. Germany out to a flyer with Kevin Krantz, one from the outside in the gold and black colours, pretty even through the rest of the field. The baton in the hand of Lucas Anser-Pepra for Germany. Switzerland are going well. Timothy Mumenthaler has the baton for them at the moment. They're just ahead of Liberia. Brazil in the green and blue colours, around about third position at the moment. Germany, Switzerland, Poland right on the outside, Liberia in the black colours between the two. Switzerland have the baton in first position though. William Reyes on the final leg. Brazil challenging on the inside with Paulo Camilo, and Germany down the outside with Yannick Wolf. It's Germany, Switzerland, Liberia. We're charging. That's going to be tight for that second spot. Germany are booked to Paris. Switzerland and Liberia. Switzerland might have thought they were there, but Joseph Farnbuller was absolutely motoring.
They had perfect changeovers. Like, I was so surprised. I was looking at Germany, but they are all perfect. Like 2 arm lengths, and you see the baton have a lot of speed, and that's what you want in the relay. You can win a lot of time of that.
The nervous wait for William Reyes, who celebrated his birthday yesterday. Has Switzerland got it? They haven't. Liberia with a national record are off to the Olympic Games on thousandths of a second ahead of Switzerland. What about that finish from Joseph Farnbuller? And what about the celebration right now? The Liberian athletes are charging around the track to meet up in the home straight. Brilliant scenes for them. It looked for all the world, Daphne, for about 80 meters of that final leg that Switzerland were going to do it again.
Yeah, but this is also cool to watch. They are so happy. Go to the Olympics. It's great for them. Like, I love it when the country is doing a little small country like that. They do things like this, and they'd be so happy.
5 1/1000ths of a second was the gap between Liberia and Switzerland. Given the same time, it's a national record. Let's not overlook the performance of Germany, by the way, with Kevin Krantz, Lucas Anser-Pepra, Robin Ganter, and the final athlete to join them, Kevin Krantz from the first leg. He got them off to a great start, and they did their job really effectively. I can't wait to see the replay of Joseph Farnbuller coming down the home straight. What a run that was. US-based Liberian athlete. So let's have a look at this. The eye catches early on with Germany on the outside.
Yeah, but the first leg is already so fast. You see how it's going, and then you see here, perfect. That's a perfect changeover.
So Liberia here are down at the moment. They're a metre or two down, aren't they?
Yeah, and the funny part is Liberia is standing on the other side of the lane. Like, this is different than the other countries are doing. So this is the same, but the other one was different.
So what's he got, 4 meters to find there at the changeover? And look at Farnbuller get moving here. The big tall man and just eating up that gap stride by stride. William Reyes wanted the line to come. It wouldn't come in time for him.
I hope we can see the split times as well.
Yeah. I hope we can see the wide shot of the actual finish from the whole home straight in view as well, because that was the thing. It was Farnbuller coming from the clouds. A great celebration. I'm just not sure about the kits, definitely, but they're off to the Olympics. It looks like they're off to the swimming pool with that sort of clear back kit. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a bit different, huh? I don't know if I like it, but it's, yeah, it is what it is.
It doesn't matter what you wear. National record for Liberia joining Germany through the men's 4x100 metres. Switzerland, oh so close. We move very quickly on to the second heats. It's a fast and furious program here at the World Athletics Relays. And this is the lineup for the second heat. The first chance that Daphne Schippers, the two-time world champion, European record holder alongside me, gets to cheer on the Netherlands while remaining completely impartial, of course, with us here on the World Athletics broadcast. Netherlands go in lane 5. So Tekie on the inside, there's Aykut Ay, Kehan Urza, Atuhanan Tintas and Ugus Uai. Will line up for them. Second chance these athletes from every team who took part yesterday get a second chance today, even those who didn't finish and were disqualified yesterday. So that includes the likes of Saudi Arabia as well in the second leg with Mohamed Abdullah, Nasser Mohamed, Abdulaziz Tafi and Abdullah Mohamed. Their line up. Korea go in lane 3 with Kim Tae-ho, Kim Kuk-yong, Lee Jae-seong and Ko Seong-hwan. Outside Korea will be Nigeria, second fastest of the non-qualifiers. They do make one team change with Anu Nagba coming in on the final leg for them. There are the Netherlands. We saw yesterday a great run on the opening leg by Molla. Tamer Burnett has been in great form this season, but Moa Jock is in for the opening leg for the Netherlands. And they'll have Adegida on the final leg. Ghana didn't get the baton round yesterday. Fusini, Botsio, Azamati and Moa, their lineup. Dominican Republic with Christopher Valdez, Jose Gonzalez, Melvin Marcelino and Franquelo Perez in lane 7. Completing the lineup on the outside in lane 8 will be the two-time Asian champions, Thailand, who are one of those teams who are on the fringes in terms of the world rankings at the moment. They're 18th on the top list. The top 16 teams, of course, will make it. So if they're one of the two highest placed who haven't qualified through this event, the Thais, then they are, at the moment, right on the fringes of it with Yamudom, Dapbang, Kong Prasit and Himaid. They have also made a change today, Himaid coming in on the final leg. But Javi Moajok will go on the opening leg for the Netherlands, and Onyema Adegida there to run the anchor with Burnett and Paulina between them. So Thailand are on the outside. Valdez to lead off Dominican Republic. Ibrahim and Fusini for Ghana. Xavi Moajok for Netherlands. Widodi Onwuzurike for Nigeria. Kim Tae-ho of Korea. Mohamed Abdullah for Saudi Arabia. And Aikut Ai on the inside for Turkey. So Nigeria, as we mentioned, the second fastest non-qualifiers, would put them in a strong position here. It's probably the favourites. Ghana were a bit of an unknown quantity yesterday because they didn't get the baton round. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve as well. Of course, the Netherlands, where most of their relay pedigree has been 4x4 in terms of winning major championship medals. Can they get their 4x1 men's team through to the Olympic Games? So Nigeria in the green with Idodi Onwuzurike. Ghana have gone out strongly with Ibrahim Fusini in the yellow and black right in the centre as well. Ghana probably just about handed over in first position. Nigeria closing down on the Netherlands outside them as well, and those three in the centre lanes at the moment. Dominican Republic were a bit sketchy, but it's Ghana, and also right on the outside Thailand with Kong Prasit with the baton for them at the moment. Ghana, Nigeria and the Netherlands. The Netherlands have made a mess of it and are out of it. It's Ghana and Nigeria. Joseph Amoa bringing Ghana home. Harlington Adenagba for Nigeria, and it's an African sweep in this one. Ghana, Nigeria off to the Olympic Games. Netherlands right in contention when it all fell apart.
Yeah, they dropped the button, or not really, but it was like a mistake. Like there was a disqualification, but I'm a little bit disappointed because I would like to see Jeremy Martinez going for the 6th Olympic Games, but no.
Well, not in the team today, of course. He ran yesterday, but not in the team today. But it's Ghana. We mentioned they're a little bit of an unknown quantity because they didn't get the baton round yesterday, but they got it all right there on the night. And Nigeria, their pedigree as well. They've put together two good performances over the 2 days. And some big African interest there will be in the 4x100 metres. And some big inquests in the Netherlands 4x100 metres debrief room. But Ghana, well, they were quick out. Daphne, Ibrahim Fusini on the first leg as they wait for their remaining athlete to join them back for the celebration photos. It's a long way back round when you just run a 4x1 leg and you ended up in the far corner of the stadium on the running the second leg. But they're going to share it. Ah, that's what we love to see. Same as yesterday when we saw Botswana and South Africa, the African neighbours joining up for a mixed photo. Lovely to see Nigeria and Ghana doing the same.
This is a nice photo, right?
Big moment for Africa again in the World Relays here in the Bahamas. Two really good performances from those teams. Loving life, job done. We have still one more heat to come in this men's 4x100 metres. Then we're back into the 4x400 metre heats. Got Olympic qualifying round 2, and don't forget we still have all of the big hitters who qualified yesterday in the finals, the World Athletics Relays finals, one for each event, where there's $40,000 in prize money up for grabs. And of course the Olympic seeding as well as the Nigerian women's team who qualified a short time ago. There to have a joint photograph with their men's team, I'm sure, in just a moment. Let's have a look back at this then, Daphne. We'll see the Netherlands go wrong in a moment, but Ghana and Nigeria were particularly good. We'll see the Netherlands through the first change here. That one was pretty smooth.
Let's see this. That's okay. That's okay, change up, but I think that was okay. But this one is like he's too far, looking backwards, slowing down, hands. No, nothing. Like you see, all different things are very difficult in the relay. But Ghana was doing really good in the exchange zone, so they make it. You see it again. It's pushing, but I think it was a little bit too far. But it looks like that they could both do their hands and it was okay, but I don't know, maybe he cannot hear it, that he needed his hand backwards or something like that, because...
I don't speak Dutch, definitely, but it looked like Hensley Paulino was almost shouting, wait, to him, slow down.
Yeah, I think so.
Anyway, that's where we're on for the Netherlands, but Azamati, lovely bit of bow and arrow behind there to fire his teammate onto the finish line. Let's see Ghana through to the Olympic Games. There's the confirmed results. Netherlands confirmed disqualified. Ghana, Nigeria ahead of the Dominican Republic. So start list on the way for our next event, which will be the men's 4x100 metres third heat. And again, you might have picked up the noise in the background as we're just getting ready to introduce this one, because Bahamas are back in lane 1. It's their lane at the moment, lane 1. Looking to pick up where, unfortunately, their women's team couldn't quite make it a moment ago. There's Somali Farrington pacing out the second leg for them. He'll take over from Samson Colebrook, Carlos Brown and Ian Kerr to bring them home. It is the same team they named yesterday. Belgium, they were disqualified in the first Olympic qualifying round yesterday. They have Clobin Verminks, Ward Mex, Antoine Schneiders and Simon Verhestraten. Spain going 3. Still waiting to get their first team through from these championships to the Olympics. Ana Monet, Guillaume Crespi, Daniel Rodriguez and Sergio Lopez. South Africa in lane number 4. Akani Simbini back on the final leg for them. Well, that's Richardson. Nkwano has come in on the third leg in place of Clarence Muniai. But Simbini had too much to do yesterday to try and overhaul the top 2 in his heat. Same with Omanyala, who ran a flyer, an 8-point something for the final leg, did Ferdinand Omanyala, but his teammates had left him too much to do yesterday. Trinidad and Tobago were the fastest non-qualifiers, actually, and their team is the same, with Jared Elcock, Klein Benjamin, Eric Harrison and Amari Lewis. They'll go in lane 6. Australia were edged out by 4/1000th of a second by Jamaica, despite the best efforts of that man, Joshua Azzopardi, on the final leg. He's preceded by Sebastian Sultana, Jacob Despard and Caleb Law. And there's Oscar Baltan waiting on the anchor leg for Colombia, who are looking to qualify for the Olympic 4x1 final for the first time ever. Nika Abello, Carlos Angulo and Carlos Palacios complete their team. So the crowd will go mad for Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, South Africa. Can they keep Sabidi in contention, and can Kenya do the same with Omanyala? So Colombia right on the outside. Australia had a good championships. The women's sprinters were superb yesterday. Jared Alcock for Trinidad and Tobago. The African champions, Kenya, led off by Mark Otieno Odihambo. South Africa are led off by Leander Walaza. Arno Monet for Spain. Kobe Vlemings for Belgium. Stand by. Samson Colebrook, as he was yesterday. It's the best bit, I think, of being a home nation, being the lead-off runner. You get the big intro and the appearance on the big screen. But now, the focus for Samson Colebrook and the rest of that Bahamian quartet.
On your marks.
For the final two positions at the Olympic Games in the men's 4x100 meters from here in the Bahamas. 8 teams will contest them.
Set.
So they roar on Samson Colebrook with it all to do from lane 1 for the Bahamas. Pretty even through that first leg. South Africa maybe just in the last couple of strides as they hand the baton on to Benjamin Richardson down the back straight. Australia going really well as well with Jacob Despard right on the outside. So South Africa and Australia. South Africa have got Nkani Simbini waiting in the wings. Australia having a flyer with Caleb Law. South Africa handing on to Simbini. Australia's change wasn't brilliant, but they've got the baton to their final man. But it's going to be Nkani Simbini to bring South Africa away. Australia have got time for a look around as they book the second spot as well. Those two were well clear. If you give the baton to Simbini in contention, he will finish the job for you.
And Trinidad dropped the baton, so they were really like one of the favorites, I think, but they dropped the baton, so it was a really good race with the South African guys, and also Australia again, so it's nice to see them.
Well, we'll see what happens to Trinidad and Tobago in just a moment. It's a great spot from you, Daphne, down the back straight. Australia, well, it was agonising for them yesterday as they lost out by 4/1000ths of a second to the Jamaican team. But they saw it through this time. Law ran a great bend. In fact, they all contributed really with terrific performances. Bahamas have finished in 5th position out of the 8. But Nkani Simbini, fresh from that brilliant Diamond League victory in China last week, where he took the scalps of Christian Coleman and Fred Curley. What a smile for Simbini. The Australian men also through, joining their Australian women's counterparts. The women's team were the first Australian qualifiers in the event since their home Olympics in Sydney in 2000. So some historic times for Australian sprinting at the moment. Kenya, Ferdinand Omanyala. Unfortunately for him, once again wasn't able to, well, his team weren't able to put him in a position. They finished in 4th place, but in the end were well over half a second down. You see the replay, you actually see that Joshua, as a party, had a look over his shoulder. So you spotted this Trinidad mess up, Daphne?
Yeah, let's see what they're doing. He's pushing, but they're slowing down a little bit, I think. That's the difficult thing with sometimes when you're the first leg, you need to push, but you need to go almost through the second athlete. So, he's injured as well.
I think actually, if we might get a chance to see that again, possibly. But he was pulling up, grimacing, actually a few strides before the changeover was due, I think. So whether he lost speed there, as a combination of factors there, but that's where it went wrong for Trinidad. But Simbini handing the baton in the lead. And you probably won't just see Joshua as a party just out of shot, having a look over his shoulder in a minute to make sure that Ferdinand Omanyala was far enough back to not be steaming past him. But Simbini, that's a dream position to get the baton for Simbini, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. See his smile, he's so happy.
Great work from the South African quartet in the last of the 4x100 metres relay Olympic qualifying round 2. And that is how things look. Belgium actually didn't get the baton round either. And that one, it all happens when your eyes are elsewhere sometimes in a 4x1. Lots of moving bodies and moving parts. So there is South Africa taking the victory ahead of Australia. Bahamas down in 5th position on this occasion. The programme continues thick and fast here in the Bahamas. We will wrap up the teams that are through to Paris 2024. Those from yesterday, those are the 8 teams who will take on the final here in Bahamas later on, headed by the US, cracking 38 seconds yesterday, apparently that nobody else managed. So those 8 teams went through yesterday. And we'll confirm the 6 who have been added to that list from today. Those are they. A storming finish from Liberia. I mean, that is a brilliant looking card for Africa. What a superb night it's been for them as a continent in the men's 4x100 metres. So here are the Dutch team in the women's 4x4 who are in the call room.
But no Lieke Klaver or Femke Bol in this one. So I think they are ready then for just making the first 2 places. But I think it's a small risk, to be honest.
Well, it's exactly the same team for the Netherlands, isn't it, as yesterday. You can see it there. Evelina Solberg, Myrthe van der Scoot, Lisanne de Witte and Kathleen Peters. So the same 4. As we mentioned earlier on, you can only make 1 change in the mixed relay, which Femke Bol and Lieke Klaver both ran in yesterday. So one of them had to run in the mixed. Are you surprised they're not running one in that?
Yeah, to be honest, yes. Because I think one of these 4, yes, they were in it. Like.
So we'll talk more about the Netherlands when we get to their heat in just a moment. The second of the heat's coming up. But first of all, it is heat number 1, and there are 6 teams lining up. In fact, 5 teams. Dominican Republic are late withdrawals. They did have a team declared, Dominican Republic, but they are a DNS, as you can see there. So a late problem for them, which means that 5 teams will contest the 2 places. India, therefore, are on the inside in lane 4. It's not something you say too often. They have Rupal, Jatika Dandy, Guvama Matatira and Suba Venkatessan. Lining up for Germany. We've seen their male 4x1 sprinters go through. Alicia Smit, who ran in a mixed 4x4 earlier on this evening and ran very well, is back out about an hour and a bit later there in the women's 4x4 with Skadi Shia, Mona Meyer and Hannah Mergenthaler. Jamaica, well, a poor day yesterday for them with only 1 team going through. The fortunes for them have improved this evening. And with Cherokee Young, Renisha McGregor, Ashley Williams and Janelle Bromfield, they have the same team but in a different order. Renisha McGregor will lead them off in this one, where Cherokee Young did yesterday. Brazil, with Dos Santos Barreto, Leticia Lima, they were disqualified yesterday. Maria Decena and Annie DeBassi, who also is running her 2nd leg of the evening as well. And Colombia complete the lineup, the South American champions, with Paola Lamoa, Caria Velez, Rosana Palacios and Naomi Castro. So we saw yesterday some pretty successful doubling up from the likes of Natalia Kazmarek of Poland and Ireland's Rashida Adeleke and Charlene Maudsley, who do go again in the mixed 4x4 for Ireland, by the way. They don't run in the women's 4x4 final later on. But the athletes, a couple of them doubling up here. Alicia Smit of Germany on the opening leg. Annie DeBassi of Brazil on the anchor leg as well. We'll see what they can do here, Daphne, with the 2 in about an hour or so.
Yeah, but yesterday we saw it with the Island girl, so maybe it's possible.
Certainly that was in some impressive, particularly Adeleke yesterday, clocking some 50 seconds twice in the space of a couple of hours. But they get let off with just 1 run this evening. So here we go then with the women's 4x400 metres Olympic qualifying round 2. The first of the 3 heats with just the 5 teams in it. Colombia on the outside. In come Brazil. Jamaica. Switched it all around. Actually, none of their runners are running the same leg that they ran yesterday. Jamaica. Alicia Smith to lead off Germany. And then come India. The Dominican Republic team, by the way, in lane 3 didn't have Marilady Paulino named in it. It's the 4 names that had been submitted. They do not start. So 5 for the 2 places. You have to expect the Jamaican quartet, if they run to their ability here and to their form, this quartet should be strong enough to win this. With some in hand, you would think.
Set.
So Renisha McGregor leading them off. She ran the anchor leg yesterday. I mentioned they've all switched round positions, none of them in the same position on this occasion. Alicia Smith of Germany running that second leg of the evening has got them in their focus ahead, but Renisha McGregor has gone up best over the first 200 meters or so. Up on Brazil, Jenny Dos Santos Barreto outside them. India had some misfortune yesterday with their men's team pulling up injured. Renisha McGregor. 3 of these teams haven't qualified a team from this championship so far, by the way. India, Brazil and Colombia looking for their first passports to Paris. Germany finishing strong here. This is Alicia Smith in her second run of the evening, who's actually made it up on Renisha McGregor in the closing stages, who paid the price for that strong early start, and a really good second leg of the night from Alicia Smith there has put Germany in the box seat ahead of Brazil and Jamaica. Colombia right on the outside, and then India inside them. And the baton in the hand for Germany now of Skadi Shia. Jamaica have Cherokee Young, last night's lead-off runner. Brazil, the baton is in the hand of Leticia Lima. Dandy has it for India, and it's Carla Velez for Colombia. So Germany, Jamaica and Brazil away from the rest at the moment. At the battle for second place as Lima tries to close down on Cherokee Young, who herself is now chipping away at Skadi Shia. This is a much better second leg from Jamaica. Much better judgment from Cherokee Young, and India coming strongly down the home straight as well with Jatika Dandy to put them in contention. They're going to be pretty much level with Germany by the time they pass the baton over. Ashley Williams heads off for Jamaica. India now in second position, and Germany have gone right back there. I think they make a bit of a mess of the change there, Germany. They did, which in a 4x4 is inexcusable really, although the lactic of the incoming runner can always be a factor. So Germany have put themselves right under pressure now. Jamaica with that lead that's just being closed down by India's third leg runner, Obama Majatira. Ashley Williams out front for Jamaica. Germany are having to work back with Mona Mayer just trying to come around the outside of the Brazilian athlete Maria De Sena. So Jamaica and India into the home straight. Maybe a bit of clear water that India might not have expected. They've got to hold on here because Germany are starting to try and close, but Brazil finishing strongly as well. That second spot not quite wrapped up yet, but Jamaica will hand on to Janelle Bromfield for this final leg. India in second, Brazil third, and Germany, their final leg hopes rest with Hannah Mergenthaler. So Bromfield comfortable here, 20 meters or so ahead. The eyes are going to be on that battle for the second spot at the moment. Subha Venkatasan of India. For Brazil, it's Annie Dabasi running her second leg of the evening in third position. Can Germany possibly get back from there with Hannah Mergenthaler? But Jamaica righting the wrongs of yesterday. Janelle Bromfield looking strong. India are not letting that gap at the moment close. Brazil looking the most likely. I think India have got enough in hand here. Janelle Bromfield just starting to tie up in the home straight. India are closing, but they've both done enough. And Jamaica and India book their places in the women's 4x400 meters in Paris. Brazil finished third, Germany in fourth place. And all you've got to do, Daphne, is deal with the hand that you're given, and India were given an advantage by that Germany changeover, and they made it count. With Jamaica, we expected them to be strong favourites. That was a good example when it all comes together well for you there. We said that if they all run to their potential, as you'd expect them to do, Jamaica. An experienced quartet like that. That was a good performance.
Jamaica is doing a really good job in these rounds because they are all true.
Come to winners, Jamaica. Joining their teams who progressed a little bit earlier on. And India, that is the first team that India have won through here from World Athletics Relays Bahamas 2024. I mentioned there's a big Jamaican contingent here. And they are not quite making as much noise as the Bahamians when the Bahamian mixed 4x4 team saw it through earlier on, but still a good reception for them. The Indian team, Rupal Dandi Matachira and Venkatesan. Again, that was an effective performance from them. They will get their moment with the Passport to Paris qualification banner as well. And Germany, well, it was the change between Shia and Maya, which hopefully we'll get a chance to see. Daphne, that you spotted at the time. Keep an eye on that as we have a little look back at the changeovers. So this is the changeover here that went wrong.
Yeah, she started a little bit too early because she was so much lactic in her legs. That's what you can see in the last couple of meters. It was so difficult for her. And the incoming and the outgoing was like, okay, I need to go now, but that was a little bit too early. So she needs to stop and then wrap it and then go. That's the difficult thing of the 400 meters. You need to wait.
And the thing is, in the 4x4, I mean, it's obviously, you'd say it's the half a second that you lose by just checking your stride slightly or making sure you're slightly safe. There's obviously another 399 meters you can make that up, whereas in a 4x1, it's obvious that you've got to be ruthlessly efficient. In the 4x4, it's surprising to see a team make a mess up like that.
Yeah, the changeover is not that important. You have all the time to make it okay. You need to wrap it and go. That's enough. Like, you cannot win that much time in it.
Well, small margins, and unfortunately for Germany, that costly change left Jamaica and India to come through and book their places at the Olympic Games. Good performance from Jamaica to seal their passage in the first of the women's 4x400 meter heats, with India taking the second spot ahead of Brazil and Germany, paying the price for that poor battle change. Local time here, just after 8:30 in the evening here in Nassau. Warm-up track off to the right of the shot there, where the athletes for our World Athletics Relays finals will be going through their warm-ups and final preparations. We have heat 2 and 3 on the way in the women's 4x400 meters. 6 nations lining up for this one, including the Netherlands, who, as we mentioned, go with the same quartet that failed to qualify yesterday, resisting the temptation to bolster with either Femke Bol or Lieke Klaver. Spectacular stage in the middle of the arena, which has seen some great live music performances, and the athletes welcomed into the arena as we see Kenya in lane 3 with Joan Chirono, Diana Chibet, Vanis Yagasera and Rahab Ndirangu. They have lane 3. Switzerland, they've had a really good night, so close to having 3 teams out of 3 through. Lena Burnley and Nina Farr, Julia Niederberger and Julia Sen. Farr and Sen ran in the mixed relay earlier on, so half of their team have already run this evening. They're back out for a second go. Cuba, the 2021 winners of this event, the Pan American champions. Olympic finalist Roxana Gomez goes on the anchor leg for them. They have Melissa Padron, Rose Almanza and Lisnady Verticia ahead of them. Here's the Netherlands lineup with Evelina Solberg, Nurte van der Schoot, Lizana de Witte and Kathleen Peters. I'll get Daphne's thoughts in a moment briefly on whether she would have put in Bol or Klaver. Showing faith anyway, the Dutch selectors, in sending the same 4 out again, as we see Karina Vanessa, the lead-off runner for Portugal. In lane 7, Sofia Lahashina, Juliana Guerrero and Vera Barbosa. And on the outside will be Botswana, who have never qualified for the Olympics in this event, the women's 4x4. There's their final leg runner, Christine Bottler-Getswe. Prior to her, Motlatsi Ranti, Kalafele Morocco, and Marangira Filwe for Botswana. So briefly, Daphne, would you have put in Klava or Bolt?
Yes.
That is brief. Which one would you have chosen in this?
I think it doesn't matter that much, but I think it's to be safe. I will do that. I think just because of the Olympic tickets, you never know.
But as you look at the relative strength of these other teams, should this Dutch quartet have enough to win this?
I think so. They can do it as well, because these girls are also very strong. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't take the risk, I think.
Maybe they're prioritising the $40,000 that will be up for grabs if they can win the mixed relay 4x400 metre final a little bit later on in the programme. So it's heat 2 of 3 in the women's 4x400 metres relay, chasing those 2 spots. So Botswana on the outside with Ranti to lead them off. Portugal in 7. Evelina Solberg. Actually, a couple of the Netherlands runners yesterday, they posted 52-second splits, which is not going to be enough at this level. So Van der Schoot and De Witte around 52s yesterday, as we see Cuba. Switzerland, again, the question marks will be there until we see the performances of Anina Farr and Julia Sen on legs 2 and 4, who ran earlier in the evening. Joan Chirono to lead off Kenya. Here we go then. They're relay teammates. They're a close-knit bunch at the training centre in Papendal, the Netherlands squad. I'm sure we'll be watching on either from over on the warm-up track or from listening on from the cool room or watching some kind of footage to see how their teammates get on here.
Set.
Evelina Solberg out of lane 6 for the Netherlands will be obviously keen to get them off to a good start. Switzerland with Lena Vanley are the ones who are just breaking from that even split in the early stages down the first 50 metres or so of the back straight. Right on the outside, Botswana with Latsi Ranti between them and the Netherlands. Carina Vanessa of Portugal. Switzerland close round up on Melissa Padron of Cuba. Solberg, slightly ungainly style with her arm carriage, doesn't she, out to the side, Evelina Solberg, down the home straight. Melissa Padron has saved some in the tank here to come past Switzerland and redress the balance of the lane draw as we come up to the first change. Cuba just ahead of Switzerland and the Netherlands, and right on the outside, Portugal. No issues with the changeovers on that occasion. Botswana and then Kenya. 2 African teams at the moment at the back of the sextet of teams. Only 2 places up for grabs. The Netherlands batting in the hand of Myrthe van der Schoot. For Cuba, it's Rosemary Almanza. Anina Farr, they're testing those legs for a second time this evening. And for Portugal, it's Sofia Lavrishina in 4th position. Very tight between Switzerland and Cuba again as they come around that bend. Almanza was certainly not wanting to run any wider than she needed to there. But Van der Schoot and Switzerland again, Farr just easing out to try and get a bit of room. She feels confident enough to go past the Netherlands. She needed a bit of room to do so. She just eased her way out. And again, that's another really impressive performance on a second run of the evening from Anina Farr of Switzerland, who hands on for the 3rd leg to Julia Niederberger. Lisanne de Witte rather on the 3rd leg for the Netherlands. They've just got a few metres away from Cuba and Lisnani Vetisha. They do have the Olympic finalist Roxana Gomez waiting on the final leg to Cuba. De Witte trying to strike down the back straight for the Netherlands here. We're looking to improve on her individual performance from yesterday. Halfway through her leg, also running strongly. Netherlands, Switzerland, Cuba, and then a gap back to Portugal in 4th position at the moment in this second heat of 3 in the women's 4x400 metres Olympic qualifying round 2. Top 2 go to Paris. Netherlands, Switzerland. Again, riding the Swiss athlete on the final leg. Julia Sen is running her 2nd anchor leg in the space of a couple of hours. But for the Netherlands, it's Kathleen Peters and Switzerland. They will have to contend with some pressure from behind by Roxana Gomez here. A measured start from Sen. of Switzerland in second position. Now the afterburners go on from Roxana Gomez, trying to take advantage of that moderate first 200 metres from Switzerland, but Sen will hope that she saved enough to come and charge round in the home straight. Netherlands at the moment with Peters in the position to accelerate down the home straight. Here comes Sen with another of her attacks down the home straight. Netherlands looking good, Peters bringing them home, and Julia Sen excelling herself again for Switzerland. Once again, it's Europe to the fore in this one. Netherlands and Switzerland take the top 2 spots. Both have had a great championships. Switzerland had a brilliant night.
It was a very strong last lap from Peters as well, because they were really good in the mix, and I think they make really smart decisions, because you saw every time when the group is coming before the bend, it's always difficult because you have always elbows and all that stuff like that, but they try to give a little bit more speed on and then try to catch on. Like, I think it was a really strong run, and I'm very happy to see them.
Julia Sen looks like she's ready for a lie down, I think. Netherlands, I guess the selectors had faith in the 4 they sent out, Daphne. They said, come on, we know you're going to be good enough to go out there. You don't need us to bring in Femke Bol or Lieke Klaver, and I guess it will feel good to those girls that they've repaid the selectors' faith in them.
Yeah, and they train very hard and they train together, and that's also one of the good things of the 4x1 teams. They trust each other, they are friends with each other, they are okay with each other. So I think that's one of the things that you need in a team, and it's nice for them to see, like, it's all about like Lieke Klaver or Femke Bol, but these girls are training also very hard, and yeah, I'm very happy to see this.
I think the way the Olympic schedule is shaped as well. I think the individual 400 metres and the one of the relay events is, I think, the mixed relay event. There's a slight crossover as well, so they will need some extra resources. You can't just have Femke Bol and Lieke Klaver in everything, because they'll have their own individual medal prospects, of course, as well. But the Netherlands quartet, the Oranje, are pretty happy, as you'd expect. And Switzerland, they are absolutely flying this evening. 3 teams and a cigarette paper's width away from a 4th team getting through. Just having a look at the second changeovers here. It's Lizana de Witte taking the baton in second position behind the Swiss athlete. Coming home in having turned it around there. Lizana de Witte, I mean, she's been around a long time, knows how to run a relay. I guess the likes of Femke Bol and Lieke Klaver continue to push the likes of Lizana de Witte to improve her standards even further. We knew that Roxana Gomez, the Olympic finalist, would have to make an attack for Cuba. But in the end, it was very well judged by Sen of Switzerland, wasn't it? Because she went out conservatively, knew what was in her legs for the last 100.
Yeah, but I'm surprised about all these girls that can do 2 more races in one evening. That's very special, right? But yeah, that's very strong.
A smile of relief from Kathleen Peters. I'm not sure after those 2 races in the space of next to no time that Julia Sen nearly had enough energy to smile by the end of it. No problems for the Netherlands, the favourites for the events, as they sent out the same quartet as yesterday, and they got the job done. And Switzerland continue their fine evening here in the Bahamas with another team through to the Olympic Games.
And in lane 3, Australia.
One more heat to come in the women's 4x400 metres. Great support, as you can see here at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium. The stands pretty full and vocal. That is your 6-team lineup for Heat 3 of 3 in Olympic qualifying round 2. It's been a successful night for Australia already, their men's sprint relay team finding their way through. Let's see if their women's team can follow suit. Ellie Beer waiting on the second leg. Ran a sub-51 leg yesterday. Jukic will bring them home. You've got Saladinakos on their second leg. They're another team that are 19th on the top list at the moment. I'll come back to that in a second when we get the race underway. Spain will go in lane number 4. Again, still at the moment just slightly eluding them, getting a team through from here. They've come close on a couple of occasions, but no Spanish team has yet qualified from here in the Bahamas for the Olympic Games. Czech Republic will go in lane 5. Lourdes Manuel, Teresa Petrzylkova, Lada Vondrova and Barbora Malikova. And some high caliber athletes in there, Petrzylkova and Vondrova. Belgium will go in lane number 6. They were the fastest non-qualifiers. They actually posted the 8th fastest time overall, but such were the heat placings that the quartet of Naomi van den Broek, Imke Vervet, Camille Loos and Helena Ponetta actually made a team change. They brought in Camille Loos and Helena on this leg today, and Imke Vervet have come in as well. Ukraine, Katerina Karpiuk, Tetiana Karashuk, Victoria Kachuk, and Mariana Shostak. That is their same lineup from yesterday. They go in lane 7. And another team looking for a first ever participation in qualification in an Olympic women's 4x4 are Zambia with Rhoda Njobvu, Quincy Malakani, Abigail Sipisu and Nidi Ningalishi. Well, Belgium, I guess the main talking point here, Ponetta brought them home very well yesterday with 50.03. You might remember they just got squeezed out by Norway in the qualifying yesterday. Norway sealing their first ever Olympic qualification. It's the first Norwegian team, by the way, since 1920 to reach a Olympic relay final, or Olympic relay qualification, I should say. The one notable absentee from the Belgian squad here in the Bahamas, she was originally due to be here, Cynthia Bolingo, who is a notable absentee for them from these championships. As we see Katerina Karpiuk for Ukraine, who've had a team through this evening. This is the last chance for the women's 4x400 metre athletes to get one of those 2 Olympic spots.
We go to lane number 8, Zambia.
So Zambia on the outside. Then come Ukraine with the same quartet as yesterday. Belgium with those couple of team changes, but Naomi van den Broek leads them off again. She'll hand on to Imke Vervet. Camille Loos also into the team. Czech Republic with Lourdes Manuel to lead them off. Carmen Aviles for Spain. And it's the same Australian quartet on the inside as yesterday with Bandira Oboya to head them out, handing on to a sub-51 performer from yesterday, Ellie Beer.
Set.
Away we go in the third and final heat of the women's 4x400 metres relay, Olympic qualifying round 2. Australia run on the inside in lane 3, being led off by Bandira Oboya. I mentioned they are 19th in the rankings at the moment, and again, if they don't make the top 2 here, it will be touch and go for them to sneak through as one of the next best teams to fill those final 2 spots that are available. The 14 teams qualifying from here in the Bahamas will be added to by the next best 2 teams from the world rankings at the end of the qualifying period at the end of June. But Australia at the moment with Oboya running a relatively steady first leg. Czech Republic, the ones who went out hard with Lourdes Manuel. Belgium finishing strongly. Naomi van den Broek starting to open up a bit of a gap on them after they come through on the inside of Ukraine. Still a bend in the stagger to unwind before the athletes break from the lanes on the back straight, and we get a firm idea of who is out front. But Belgium at the moment with Imke Vervet taking the baton, Teresa Petrzylkova for the Czech Republic, and the inform Ellie Beer for Australia. Those leading 3 at the moment from Berta Segura of Spain. Then comes Quincy Malakani for Zambia, and Ukraine at the moment are at the back of the field. Belgium, Australia, Czech Republic have got a few metres on the chasers at the moment. Ellie Beer looking to put back-to-back impressive legs together for Australia, and she's getting them into a good position here. She will be handing on to Michaela Selaidinakos for the 3rd leg. Vervet will be handing on to Camille Loos. Spain are coming strongly down the home straight here as Berta Segura prepares to hand on to Laura Bow. It's Australia, Belgium, Spain, Czech Republic. Zambia are also still not out of contention in 5th position, and they've opened up a gap on Ukraine at the back of the field. So Michaela Saladinakos for Australia, Camille Luss for Belgium, and for Spain, Laura Bow. Just down the back of their leading group of 3, Czech Republic with Lada Vondrova. Those 4 tightly packed together at the halfway point of this 3rd leg. This looked like this could potentially be a thriller. Look how tight this is, and again, just on the inside there, Spain getting slightly tucked up for room. In fact, Spain have changed their running order. They've actually got Santadriat there on the 3rd leg. It was due to be Laura Bow. Belgium moving away then down the home straight. Australia just tying up ever so slightly with Saladinakos. Belgium, Spain, then Australia and Czech Republic. And it will be Herbas on the final leg for Spain. Belgium are being led out on this final leg by Helena Ponetta, who ran an impressive anchor leg yesterday. Spain in 2nd position. Alana Jukic has the baton for Australia in 3rd. Just got to work hard to keep in touch with those leading 2 at the moment. Czech Republic still fighting in 4th position as well, with Barbora Malikova starting to concertina up with around about 150 meters to go. Czech Republic are coming strongly, but Belgium, I'm sure, will have saved something for this final 100 meters. Belgium from Spain, Australia digging in here, but have got meters to find. I don't think they're going to catch these leading 2. It's Belgium coming away with Helena Ponetta, and they will be joined by Spain, despite the fast-finishing Czech Republic, to take the final spots available in the women's 4x400 meters. Well, Belgium definitely always seem to have that under control. They dictated that from the front. Again, a lot of experience in their quartet, and the favourites probably in that leg of that heat rather, have got the job done.
Yeah, and also Belgium is working on the 400 meters as well. Same as the Netherlands, they work a lot on the relays, and you see that they make through with it. They are so relaxed in running because, yeah, you see it in the face and try to do what they need to do, and they did. Also national record for Spain.
Yeah, it's a national record. They've taken 0.27 seconds off their previous mark there, so even more celebrations for Spain, who I said have had a few near misses so far in the Bahamas here. But Spain finally have a ticket to Paris, joining Belgium. Czech Republic put up a valiant fight down the home straight, but they had too much to do. And Australia in the end also ran out of steam. Bianca Herbas it was, bringing Spain home after their late team changes on legs 3 and 4. And emotional times for the Spanish team, not just the Olympic qualification, but also that national record. So we know our 14 qualifiers in the women's 4x400 meters through to the Olympic Games. We still have to make the final selection decisions, if you like, through the performances of the teams in the men's 4x400 meters. 3 heats of that to come as well shortly. But look at this battle down the home straight, Daphne. Really competitive heat up to this point.
Yeah, I expected a very tight race, like really close to each other, but you see the last 100 meters of her is, for the Belgian girl, is really strong, and she's pushing herself through the line.
Yeah, the final change there for those athletes heading out on the final leg. Belgium just managed it from the front. A fine performance by Ponetta for the 2nd day in a row on the final leg. And Herbas taking Spain through to that national record. So as we mentioned, 3 more heats to come in the men's event very shortly, of which there is some more local interest. A smile for Helena Ponetta of Belgium. Tells you the story. The athletes here with their 2nd chance. The way this competition is set up is that every team get the 2nd opportunity to run if they didn't make it through in qualifying round 1 yesterday. Those teams taking advantage of that. There's a confirmation of the results. Belgium, the favourites in that event, justifying that favouritism, and Spain coming through for a national record to take the 2nd spot at the Olympics. very shortly. We'll have a look at the full list of qualifiers, both those from yesterday and those from today in that women's 4x400 metres. We start to look into the call room for the athletes starting to get themselves ready for some of our events coming up. This is the Jamaican team who will be contesting the second of the 3 heats in the men's 4x400 metres. Slightly surprising to see them in the needing to use the Olympic qualifying second round, Daphne, but as we mentioned, they didn't have a great day yesterday, Jamaica. It's been better tonight for them.
Yeah, they do really good today. But what we expect, of course, from the Jamaica, that they will make it through the Olympics.
Well, we haven't seen them on the track so far in the arena, but Femke Bol and Leka Klaver among the Dutch squad there, getting themselves ready.
Yeah, the mix is ready for the finals, I guess.
Do you think any part of them will have, one of them would have wanted to make sure that mixed team went through this evening, or do you think they'll be happy to be fighting for the prize money in the final?
I think they have one job to do today, and that's the only thing what they want is to win. I think that's the only thing that they want.
Well, final preparations for Femke Bol. We've seen a double up, of course, in the past very successfully. And of course, we know the headlines of sometimes when it hasn't gone so well, but she ran absolutely superbly yesterday. She looked amazing, made light work of the field out there. She will be joined by Leka Klaver in that women's 4x400 metres final. Let's wrap up the women's 4x400 metres qualifiers then. Those are the 8 teams who made it through from yesterday. Fastest qualifiers were Ireland in that national record. Norway qualifying for their first ever Olympic Games. And the 6 teams joining them from day 2 in the women's 4x400 metres at the Olympic Games. Jamaica, Netherlands and Belgium were some of the teams you'd have expected to qualify, but Switzerland again continue to have a fine evening, booking their place in Paris. So conditions here in the stadium, the wind has just dropped a little bit. Those flags are not quite bustling in the breeze quite as much as they have been over the course of the last day and a bit. There really have been some strong gusts here as we go back to the call room and see the Guyanese team. Again, 1 or 2 of whom are doubling up here. See how busy it is as our camera pans around. Senegal will also be going in the second heats. There are Poland who'll be alongside them. Little numbers you can see on the backboard behind them. That's the lane in which the teams will be running in. The Polish team who were a little bit disappointing yesterday. Quite a developing squad. Finished well down the field. But the hustle and bustle of the call room. Spanish team just in the background as well there. Those are the athletes for the men's 4x4 second heat. But right now, it's time for the first one. The last of our Olympic qualifying round 2 events is the men's 4x400 metres relay, heat 1 of 3, featuring the home nation, Bahamas, in lane number 4. The United States also find themselves in this heat as well after their disqualification yesterday. The Bahamas have resisted the temptation to make Stephen Gardner double up. No such luck for Alonso Russell, though. He does double for Bahamas as we meet the teams. First of all, Kenya, who go in lane number 3 with Wiseman Makobi, Boniface Muresa, David Kapiranti and Kennedy Mutoki. Dominican Republic, by the way, again, were due to start in lane 2, but despite declaring a team, are not there. Bahamas then, they have Wendell Miller, Alonso Russell, as I say, running his second event of the evening, Zion Miller and Shaquem Paul Smith for the Bahamas, who were the Olympic gold medalists back in 2012 and the bronze medalists in 2016. India, with Mohamed Yahya, they've pulled up yesterday, you might remember, with Rajesh Ramesh on the second leg, pulling up injured, so they didn't finish. Yahya, Variatodi, Rajiv and Jacob, their team. Qatar, who led home yesterday, not quite to a qualification position by a brilliant last leg, sub-45 from Abaka. They will go in lane number 6. The United States didn't expect to be here, but a problem with the changeovers meant that they've actually changed their order, as you can see there. Ja'Cory Patterson, Champion Allison and Christopher Bailey have swapped positions from yesterday. And Bryce Deadman goes on the final leg for them. And Mexico on the outside. Their star performer yesterday was the second leg runner, Luis Aviles Ferreiro, who ran a 44.6 split. They have the same quartet in the same order as yesterday. So Bahamas will carry the home nations here. Just a reminder of how the Americans were disqualified yesterday. There was a problem with the changeover positions. Now, Champion Allison was the guilty party on this occasion. You get positioned by the officials when your incoming runner has 200 meters to go. And that is how it was set up. Champion Allison was put in a certain position by the officials and then moved himself. So Champion Allison the other way around with Christopher Bailey this time, as we see on the outside Mexico. Here is Ja'Cory Patterson for the US on the opening leg. Amar Ibrahim will lead off for Qatar. Mohamed Yahya, 5th in the world final, India, in Budapest in 2023. They've seen their women's team go through. There's just no point in me trying to compete with the Bahamas crowd at the height of their vocal support. Kenya completed the lineup in 3. Dominican Republic once again a DNS in lane 2. So United States, the Olympic and world champions, their middle 2 runners both clocked sub 45 legs yesterday. Ja'Cory Patterson will lead them out.
On your marks.
Stand by for about 3 minutes of noise here as well, as the home crowd try and roar the Bahamian quartet on.
Set.
So the USA, as we mentioned, that mistake by Champion Allison, which was a poor mistake on his part, really. It's a long-standing rule that you can't move your position once it's been set by the officials for the changeover, so I'm sure he'll be double-checking today exactly where he needs to stand. He's getting himself on the track at the moment. In fact, he's in a lane, of course, because he's taking over on the second leg today, so he's nice and safely boxed in a lane. Ja'Cory Patterson on the outside here. Is being passed on the inside by Amar Ibrahim of Qatar. But Ja'Cory Patterson looks like he has saved a bit for the home straight now and will start to exert himself. Bahamas at the moment, a little bit further back with Wendell Miller, who's run a strong enough opening leg, but a good opening leg for Qatar. And the back change fine between Ja'Cory Patterson and Champion Allison on the outside. India are going well. The back in the hand for them of Mohamed Viriatoni. And we've got a pull up there, and it's Qatar who've gone. So Qatar's runner has pulled up down the back straight. He's trying to battle on, but he can't do so they're out of it. The crowd going mad because the Bahamas, all of a sudden, with Alonso Russell running his second leg of the evening, having appeared in the mixed success earlier on in 3rd position, but he went storming through that first 100 or so. He's maybe just starting to pay the price a little bit for that. Champion Allison taking a wide course around that bend. India in 2nd position. Kenya are running well here as well with Boniface Baresa, as the US prepare to hand on to Christopher Bailey. Another one of their athletes who clocked a sub-45 second leg yesterday. So US from India in 2nd, Mexico coming up into 3rd position after another great leg from Luis Ferreiro, who ran brilliantly yesterday as well. Guillermo Campos is leaving nothing to chance here on the 3rd leg for Mexico and has the temerity to come up and try and pass the USA, but Christopher Bailey is having none of it. India trying to sneak up the inside, having a bit of a jostling battle with Kenya in 3rd and 4th position at the moment. Arokia Rajiv for India, and Kenya rallying now with their 3rd leg runner, David Capirante. But the US have all of a sudden moved clear here. Good second half by Christopher Bailey. But that's the battle for 2nd position at the moment, which could go down to the wire. Mexico have plodded on well despite a very strong start to that leg. Bryce Deadman takes the baton for the USA in the lead, 20 metres or so clear of Kenya in second position, who don't yet have a team from here through to the Olympic Games. They're in second, pursued by India and Mexico in fourth position. But really, for the USA, if they got the baton round successfully here, you'd expect them to dominate, and that is what they are doing. Kenya at the moment in prime position for second place, but India just starting to close. Amoj Jacob on their final leg, and Mexico still on out of the fight yet with Valente Mendoza. The USA coming down the home straight, putting the demons of yesterday behind them with Bryce Deadman, who's bringing them home a long way clear. India holding on at the moment for second ahead of Mexico, but it's the USA who go sub 3 minutes here, ahead of India, who hang on for second position. Just edging out a valiant run for the Mexicans.
We expected the USA to win, but it was very good. But India is doing it well. The 4x4, the women and the men, to make it to the Olympic Games. That's a very special thing, I guess. They are very happy, and I can understand that.
Well, it's a good comeback from two teams who didn't have a good day yesterday. USA obviously with a disqualification, India having a runner pulling up injured, so probably neither of them wanted to be here today in this position, but faced up with the circumstances you dealt with, they have got the job done, and USA an impressive performance to go sub 3 minutes there, but a quality quartet that you'd expect to be posting those sort of times. The intriguing ones there were Mexico, Daphne, who ran an interesting race. They were really propelled forward by their second leg runner, Luis Aviles Ferrero. Campos on the third leg, just absolutely eyeballs out, and they were still in with a chance coming down the home straight.
He was coming close in the last 100 meters, like he pushed forward, but it was really close, but not enough.
So India celebrating, the USA celebrating as well. So we're having some of the countries who are completing the set of 5 teams who came here. Let's have a look at Qatar here as we went out on the second leg. Abu Bakr Abdallah. And Qatar had gone very well on the first leg as well. But I mean, he valiantly tries to carry on, but
I think in the beginning he cramped up a little bit, so he was thinking maybe I can just keep going, but you saw no, it was not possible anymore.
as you mentioned earlier on, that team effort when you are in a part of a team before and it's you who individually, whether it's a drop baton or you run out of steam or you're injured or whatever it is, I guess there's that inevitable sense of responsibility as Christopher Paley gives Bryce Deadman the hurry up. But it was never in doubt, that one. This was a great battle down the home straight. Kenya went out hard in the first couple of 100 meters. India managed it really well, but Mexico were just always knocking at the door. India really had to keep working. The Valente Mendoza for Mexico. But the USA have all 5 through. Great Britain and Northern Ireland have all 5 through as well. There's still a couple of teams who have 4 out of 4 through, who would look to be completing that set of 5, including France. They have a 5th team to try and win through in the 3rd heat coming in. United States dipping under 3 minutes to take a comfortable victory in the end, ahead of India, who take their 2nd spot in a 4x4 Olympic relay. Time for heat number 2 of the men's 4x400 meters relay. 8 lanes in action for this one. And Jamaica, another team who might not have expected to need a second opportunity to qualify for the Olympic Games, find themselves in this 2nd heat of round 2. Ghana go on the inside. Daniel Williams took part in the mixed relay earlier on, as did the 3rd leg runner, Malachy Austin. A limited team here in Ghana, making the relatively short hop to the Bahamas. And they find themselves in lane 1. Senegal with Ousmane Sidibe on the opening leg to El Hadj Soumaré, Frederic Mendy and Sheikh Diouf complete their quartet. Poland, of course, in lane number 3 have had plenty of history in the 4x4, particularly indoors in the last few years as well, but a relatively untested quartet at a major level for them. Maximilian Sved, Mateusz Rezinek, Igor Bogaczynski and Kajetan Dushinsky. Jamaica with a switch around for them. They've got Rasheem McDonald into the team for this one. Malik James King, who ran the opening leg yesterday. Demish Kay and Asini Wilson retain their positions. It's because they moved Zandri and Barnes into the mixed relay to make sure that they got through. Spain with Inaki Cañao, Manuel Guijarro, Oscar Josios and Julio Arenas, who's another one running a second leg in not too big a gap. Guijarro there ran a 45.08 split yesterday. Czech Republic, well, Pavel Maslak was in their team yesterday, but a 47.3 leg has prompted the Czech selectors to look elsewhere for this one, including Vít Müller. He's their second leg runner. There's the Commonwealth Games champion, Mazala Samukonga, who anchored Zambia yesterday, but he's on the second leg this time around. He split 44.41 yesterday, did Samukonga. Patrick Nyambe leads them away. And our final team on the outside will be led off by Kyle Gale. And again, the same team for Barbados as yesterday, been in a different order. Jonathan Jones moves from the anchor to the second leg, swapping with Rasheem Griffith. So the latter leg runners wait just on the infield, close to the start-finish line. Zambia in 7 there, with Barbados on the outside. Czech Republic in 6, Mate Kursek on their first leg. Inaki Cañao for Spain, who have made a couple of changes, as I mentioned. Jamaica with a personnel change and a change of order. Loads of Jamaican support in the arena. And Poland in 3, finished dead last in their heat yesterday. And then on the inside 2 lanes, Senegal. And we complete the lineup with Guyana. Second heat of 3, Olympic qualifying round 2, men's 4x400 meters. So Jamaica with their change of personnel and their change of order. Rasheem McDonald into this team, leading them off out of lane number 4. Fast start from Patrick Nyambe of Zambia in the black colours, left of picture, out in lane 7. He's opened up a few metres, as you can see, on the Czech Republic. Mate Kursek on the inside of him. Barbados run on the outside with Kyle Gale on their opening leg. They're getting away the teams in the outer 6 lanes from the 2 on the inside, Guyana and Senegal. Strong finish from Kyle Gale of Barbados, closest to the camera in the yellow and blue. Zambia also keeping going. Spain coming through well with Inaki Cañao as well. And Jamaica just finding themselves quite far down, actually. They were relatively prominent through the first 200 metres, but Rasheem McDonald really tied up at the end and has left his second leg runner, Malik James King, well down the field here. Spain will break from the lanes out of lane number 5 with Manuel Guijarro looking again to post another excellent leg after a good performance yesterday, but he's got the Commonwealth champion Mazala Samukonga right on his shoulder here. There's James King with that work to do for Jamaica at the moment. Poland are running well in third position with Mateusz Rezignac, and also making an impact for Czech Republic with Vít Müller. So this one, again, pretty competitive. Jamaica are just trimming that gap ever so slightly. Malik James King is finishing well to try and reel in the Caribbean counterparts Barbados. But it's Spain, Zambia, Poland and the Czech Republic who are the leading 4, and they're 5 metres clear of the Caribbean pair of Barbados and Jamaica. Further back then to Guyana and Senegal. Spain with Oscar Josios down the back straights. Zambia have David Malenga, who's now breaking the move. Look at Jamaica coming with Demish Kay up into 5th position. Poland in 3rd with Igor Bogaczynski. Mikhail Desensky for the Czech Republic in the white and blue in 4th position, and Barbados maybe just losing a bit of touch now with Raheem Tate Best but it's still Zambia and Spain as it was at the changeover. Jamaica now, again, just starting to slip backwards. Demishke went out hard and is really fighting to hold it together down the closing 50 metres or so, as the final handover sees Zambia taking the baton out in front with Kennedy Luchembe. Spain in pursuit with Julio Arenas. Poland really are having a fine run at the moment. Kajetan Dashinsky has got the baton for them. For Jamaica on the final leg, it will be Assini Wilson, who's now being passed down the back by Barbados, as Rasheen Griffith makes the progress for them. 200 metres to go. 2 places up for grabs in heat number 2 of Olympic qualifying round 2. Zambia lead the way, Kennedy Luchembe. Spain looking to mount a challenge with Julio Arenas. Poland are still fighting with Bashinsky. Spain hit the front. Zambia desperately treading water now as Poland close, and Czech Republic coming as well. But it will be Spain, Poland fighting off the Czech Republic for the second spot. Julio Arenas gets the job done for Spain. Another qualification this evening for them, and a brilliant run from the Poles, who didn't have a great heat yesterday, but have come back and got their job done on the way to Paris. Spain and Poland, see you there. But definitely you've got to feel for Zambia ever so slightly for, I don't know, 390 metres of that leg, maybe less than that. It looked like they were in a great position.
He was trying to push and push and push, but the lactic was there. Like, I love it to see them. Like, he needs to push to the finish line, of course, but yeah, sometimes the lactic is coming and then you cannot do anything, but you give it all.
Well, it's great just to see what it means to the athletes. I know it's the Olympic Games, it's the pinnacle for athletes as well, but this is teams who've sent their best runners in the main, and they are getting their rewards. So he wants to take that home. Other people need that as well. That's a really good run from the Polish quartet as well. I mentioned they're relatively untested, a lot of unfamiliar names at national level as well. I'm sure they'll be, they are absolutely delighted, but I think the Polish fans will be nicely surprised by that performance as well. They were coming under a bit of pressure down the home straight as well. And what a curious run from Jamaica. Overall, it was just a real in and out performance from them, wasn't it?
Yeah, you saw that they pushed all of them, and that's why they all slowed down in the last 100 meters, because they need to push, but I pushed a little bit too much, but the gap was way too far.
Well, when you looked at that lineup, the teams in that heat, I mean, if you said that Jamaica weren't going to come in the first 4, I mean, that's just remarkable, isn't it, with the team they had available. But full credit to Spain, the positive impact or the positive approach taken by Zambia as well, to really push on. They obviously have their big hitter, Zambia, Muzala Samakonga, on the second leg, who got them into a good position, but his teammates were able to continue that, and Kennedy Luchembe taking the baton there really did fight hard with Julio Arenas on that final lap, but ultimately was squeezed out of it into fourth position. But Jamaica not even in the picture hardly, coming down that home straight. Some questions for them to answer over 400 metres. Jamaica finished 4th, remember, in the world final. 1 or 2 of their big hitters in that event also choosing not to be here as well. Some of those in the shorter sprint events, but that's a good feeling for Julio Arenas of Spain. Anyone left? Anyone right? No one at all. We're off to Paris. Spain sealing the victory from the fast-finishing Poland, who held off Czech Republic for that second spot. So we have one more heat of Olympic qualifying round 2, and it is this one. 8 teams lining up for the men's 4x400 metres. 2 more spots available for teams to celebrate a passage to the Olympic Games. And Australia have Harrison Hunt on their anchor leg. There's their lead-off runner, Luke van Ratingen. And for them, they have made a team change from yesterday. They brought in Cooper Sherman on the 3rd leg. Venezuela, the South American champions, will go in lane number 2 with Javier Gomez, Ryan Lopez Para, Julio Rodriguez and Jose Mayita. South American champions just outside Australia in 2. Some team changes too for Trinidad and Tobago. And a change of order as well. Asa Guevara will lead them off again, but Jareem Richards moves from the anchor leg onto leg number 2. They bring in Shay Lara, and Shaquem Mackay moves from leg 3 to leg 4 for them. Timothy Frederick, the one stepping down. Netherlands will go in lane 4, and they field the same lineup in the same order. Eugene Amala, the debutant here at these championships, Terence Agard, Ramsey Angela and Lee Marvin Bonavacia for the Netherlands, the Olympic silver medalist in this event. Yasmani Capello, former global medalist. Of course, Capello, he will go on the second leg for Turkey. You have Kanachi, Aksam and Nazia completing their lineup. Canada, well, there he is, the World 800-meter champion. Marco Arup once again is on the second leg for them. They make a change. They don't have Christopher Morales-Williams, their exciting young talent. He's not in this team for them this evening. The French had an injury issue yesterday. Thomas Jourdier pulled up in the previous round yesterday, so therefore, consequently, he's not fielded the world silver medalist in lane 7, looking to complete all 5 teams through for France, and Brazil will go on the outside with Luca Carvalho, Lucas Villa, Vitor Di Miranda and Mateus Lima for the South American silver medalist, completing our lineup in lane number 8.
So let's move your team top score. Lane 8, Brazil.
Standing by them for
Lane 7.
final opportunity for these athletes to seal their place in Paris. And for the French, of course, at home games. Miles Meisner-Daly will lead off for Canada. He ran the anchor leg yesterday. Turkey, they have Enchi on the opening leg. They've also made a late team change. Eugene Amala to lead off Netherlands. Asa Guevara was a little bit sluggish yesterday on the opening leg for the Trinidadians. There's the South American champions, Venezuela. And Australia going to do it from the inside in lane 1 with Van Rattingen to lead them off. All set then for the last opportunity to book passports to Paris in the men's 4x400 meters relay.
Set.
The world silver medalists and the Olympic silver medalists, France and Netherlands, find themselves in the same heat here. France looking to make up for the absence of Thomas Jourdier through injury, which caused them to be in this Olympic qualifying round 2. Brazil right on the outside with Lucas Carvalho have gone through the first 200 particularly strongly. Also very strongly out are Trinidad and Tobago. Netherlands on the outside of Trinidad and Tobago with Eugene Amala. Trinidad and Tobago being caught by those on the inside lanes at the moment. But Brazil with Lucas Carvalho. Canada are about to hand the baton on to Marco Arup, the World 800-meter champion. Brazil right on the outside, and Brazil get the baton over first, just ahead of France, Canada, the Netherlands, Trinidad and Tobago, and Australia have made some late progress as Alex Beck right on the inside, trying to make the most of that tight bend and sneak up the inside as the stagger unwinds. Brazil then lead as they break from the lanes down the back. From France and the Netherlands in third position, Terence Agard for them. It's Lucas Villa out front for Brazil. Gilles Biron in second position for France. Jareem Richards, the former world indoor champion over 400 meters, is now moving Trinidad and Tobago up into third position ahead of Terence Agard of the Netherlands. Australia with Alex Beck, and also Marco Arup is keeping Canada in touch. They come down the home straight to hand on to leg number 3. Trinidad and Tobago flying down the home straight. Great leg from Jareem Richards has put them into second place as we move on to the third leg, but still Brazil are the leaders. Vitor Di Miranda takes the baton for them. Australia tearing into this third leg with Cooper Sherman, who was the one team change yesterday, and I hope he's measuring his effort correctly here. Cooper Sherman getting his first taste of the world relays here in the Bahamas, halfway through this third leg. Australia, Brazil, Trinidad and Tobago and France, Canada in 5th position at the moment, with the Netherlands, who've got a bit to do. Back currently in the hand of Ramsey Angela for them. They've got Bonavacia on the final leg. Canada will hand on to Jalen White as they close up. Australia are starting to fade. Brazil, Trinidad and Tobago and France. Canada and Netherlands continue to chip away, and Australia are going backwards. Cooper Sherman's barely going to get to his teammate, as Brazil with 5 meters on the rest in this final heat for the 2 places up for grabs, but anything could happen in behind them. Trinidad and Tobago with Shaquem Mackay on the final leg. France have Théo Andon currently in 3rd position, all chasing out Matheus Lima out front. They're pretty evenly spread, those first 5 positions. Jalen White for Canada and Limavin Bonavacia for the Netherlands at the moment. All of them have got a couple of meters to find on the athlete in front of them, and the one they've got to catch is Matheus Lima of Brazil. Swinging into the home straight for the final 2 places in the Olympic Games. Matheus Lima from Brazil, Trinidad and Tobago and France tussling for that 2nd spot. Brazil are fading, they're going to get to the line. Trinidad and Tobago are just about going to hold off France. The crowd enjoyed that one here in the Bahamas. It's Brazil and Trinidad and Tobago who take the final spots available in the men's 4x400 meters. They had to work for it, but they get the rewards. Brilliant last home straight, Daphne. 5 teams probably in contention coming down the stretch.
Yeah, it was a great race to watch that, because it was, from the beginning to the end, it was so close, and yeah, you can see it.
Well, we'll talk about the Netherlands in a minute, because the Netherlands men's 4x400 meter team, the Olympic silver medalists at the moment, will not be at the Olympic Games unless they can qualify in the 2 remaining positions that are available through the world rankings. You'd expect them probably to be able to do that, but they would love to have guaranteed it here. Terence Agar just was sat down, actually. He's limping quite heavily, as you can see there, away from the finish area. So it was a hard leg for him, but it's the Brazilians, Lucas Carvalho, Lucas Villa, Vitor Di Miranda and Matheus Lima, the South American silver medalists, who finish with the joy here in the Bahamas. Trinidad and Tobago, well, it was the leg from Jareem Richards, Daphne, which really propelled them into contention. He ran a brilliant 2nd leg, Richards, and it was a good tactical change from the Trinidadians, because they moved him onto the 2nd leg from the anchor. Therefore, as a result of that, Richards gave his teammates the platform to seal their flights to Paris. You can tell the finals are coming here. The lights have just gone down in the stand around us here, as we see the changeovers here for the 2nd leg runners to head out, and that was Lucas Villar. And Brazil never really looked back from that 1st leg from Lucas Carvalho. You see Terence Agar is really working hard here for the Netherlands, fighting a problem, obviously, but really a team man, Terence Agar, and that's why he's gone up a bit gingerly there, a crashing fall.
He had problems with his shoulder, I think. I was watching, like, he was falling down on his shoulder, and he had pain in his shoulder, so I don't know exactly, but it was after the race. So
seeing the final leg runners heading out here for Brazil.
very strong performance from Brazil, like from the beginning to the end.
Lima had room to celebrate. You can see the grimaces and the determination from the teams in behind. Australia might have a little look back, actually, at how that third leg was run from Cooper Sherman, but this is that desperate battle down the home straight between the world silver medalist France. Desperately, Théo Andon just couldn't find a way past Trinidad and Tobago. Shaquem Mackay seeing them through. So as a result of that heat, the Olympic silver medalists and the world silver medalists currently do not have a place at the Olympic Games in the men's 4x400 meters. Brazil, they let it out from the start and they saw off the rest. Trinidad and Tobago had to see off strong attention from France in the home straight to seal their place in Paris. The 8 teams that were successfully qualified through and will contest the final here in the Bahamas in the men's 4x400 meters. Botswana and South Africa had a brilliant battle yesterday, both dipped under 3 minutes. And 6 teams completing the 14 who make the trip to Paris, United States, under 3 minutes. Mishi LS on stage here at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium here in the South. We really have been treated to some amazing musical performances and dance performances here in the arena, which has given the local crowd some fantastic entertainment on our brilliant stage in the center of the arena, either side of the live action, which continues to come thick and fast. And now we are heading for the finals. All of the Olympic places have now been decided. Now we move to the World Athletics Relay Finals with $40,000 US in prize money up for grabs and Olympic seeding positions as well as the titles. All 5 events have their finals and they are next. The lights go down here in Nassau as we prepare for the World Athletics Relay Finals. First up, it's the mixed 4x400 meters. We meet the teams from the outside in lane number 8. First of all, Nigeria, represented by Samuel Agazi, Ella Onajuwevo, Chidi Okezi and Esther Joseph. Ireland, 2 national records yesterday, same quartet. Cillian Green, Rashida Adeleke, Thomas Barr and Charlene Maudsley. Netherlands have opted to retain the power in their team. Isaiah Boers, Lieke Klaver, Isaiah Kleine-Kink and Femke Bol in lane 6 for the Netherlands. Poland are non-starters in 5, so United States with Matthew Bowling, Lina Irby-Jackson, Willington Wright comes into their team and Kendall Ellis. Lane 3 is Belgium with Florent Mabille, Imke Vervet, Christian Iguasel and Camille Los. France are next. They'll be in lane 2 with Jan Spilman, Amandine Brossier, Loic Prévost and Luis Maraval. And finally we meet Dominican Republic with Eric Joel Sanchez, Annabelle Medina Ventura, Yoel Nunez and Marilady Paulino is there on the anchor leg. Standing by for the mixed 4x400 meters relay, World Athletics Relay Final. You've been there as an athlete, definitely when the lights go down and you've got the extra pizzazz Does it make any difference to how you're feeling? Does it add to the tension?
Yeah, I love that. You know, bigger the stadium and lights off and all the attention. I'm not that kind of person, but on the track I was. I love that. Adrenaline is coming and it makes me ready for the race.
Well, they do a great job here, the team, on event presentation to make it look and feel spectacular for the athletes and for their spectators, as we see Matthew Bowling for the USA. So one change to their team from yesterday. They brought in Willington Wright on the third leg to replace Ryan Woolley. There's Thomas Barr, who was absolutely loving life yesterday as Ireland set those 2 national records. And there is Femke Bol, who came storming yesterday. It was the very first event we had yesterday. Feels like a long time ago. As Samuel Agazi on the outside prepares for Nigeria. All of the teams, by the way, as we see Cillian Green, who's had a great comeback story from collapsed lungs and accidents, to be back here competing at a great level. Isaiah Bors in 6. Poland not taking up their lane in lane 5. Matthew Bowling of the USA leads them off in 4. Every team, by the way, going with the man-woman formation, as we see so often. Florent Mabille for Belgium, one of their new inductees into the team. Jan Spilman of France also didn't feature yesterday. Eric Joel Sanchez is another one to come in with fresh legs. So a lot more team changes in these events, where the Olympic qualification is not on the line, but the World Athletics Relays titles are. Seeding for the heats in Paris as well. And the small matter of $40,000 in prize money, 20,000 for second and 10,000 for third. There's prize money for all places in these events, split between the teams. USA against the power of the Netherlands. Yesterday's supreme force of Ireland. So Isaiah Bors on the opening leg for the Netherlands will hand on to Klaver and Bol on the anchor leg for them. The USA have got the unfamiliar situation in a final of having an empty lane outside them. The world champions in this event, they set a championship record in the first round yesterday. They actually beat the championship record that had been set by the Netherlands earlier on in the evening, inspired by Femke Bol, albeit this event is still in its infancy. So Cillian Green on the outside, who was against the same team and formation for Ireland, but it's Matthew Bowling of the USA who's the one who's made a real impact coming down the home straight here. Samuel Agazi of Nigeria, closest to the camera, has also run a good first leg. Green just starting to tie up in the closing stages, but the USA have the baton with Lina Irby-Jackson. Right on the outside, Nigeria with Ella Onojibwewo. Lika Klaver in motion for the Netherlands. What a good battle that might be. Klaver against Ada Leakey, currently in 3rd and 4th position down the back straight. Great to measure against each other. Down that back straight as we see Amandine Brossier in 5th position for France. Then a little bit of a gap has opened up to the Dominican Republic and Belgium, who are struggling at the moment with Imke Vervet, who's already run this evening. She is right at the back of the field. But up front, USA, Nigeria, Ada Leakey for Ireland has gone past Lika Klaver here. 2 sub-50-second clockings yesterday for Ada Leakey, and she still looks unbelievably strong. Another sensational leg for Rashida Ada Leakey for Ireland, who's going to nearly put them on terms at the changeover here, as the USA with Willington Wright on fresh legs, having not run yesterday, up against Thomas Barr. In 3rd position for Nigeria, Chidi Akazi, who ran a brilliant leg yesterday. He ran 2 sub-45-second legs yesterday, did Akazi, and looking strong down the back straight. The Netherlands with Isaiah Klein-Ikink in 4th position. They're just starting to catch Thomas Barr, and at the same time, the USA are just starting to move away here with the fresh legs of Willington Wright. Those 4 are away at the moment. From France, back in 5th position with Loic Prévost. Into the home straight then, the USA, Nigeria coming past Ireland, the Netherlands having to fan out here as Klein-Ikink is about to hand on to Femke Bol. The final leg of the World Athletics Relay Final mixed 4x400 meters. It's the USA heading out on the final leg for them. Kendall Ellis, Charlene Maudsley ran brilliantly twice yesterday, has the baton for Ireland. Nigeria with Esther Joseph in 3rd position, and Femke Bol moving serenely up past Nigeria and has her sights set on Kendall Ellis up front for the USA. They're closing up on her at the moment. Maudsley trying to hold her racing line on the inside because she knows as she closes she's going to need some running room if she wants to pass Kendall Ellis. What a battle this is coming into the home straight. Kendall Ellis's lead has almost evaporated at the moment. Maudsley digging in again. Femke Bol also working hard, but Kendall Ellis has found something for the USA. As she started to come under pressure, Kendall Ellis finds the answers and wins the title for the USA. The Netherlands pip Ireland for silver and bronze respectively. Fabulous run. Femke Bol, even someone of her superpower, just couldn't quite overhaul that gap. And Kendall Ellis in a championship record of 3:10.73, which takes the best part of 0.8 of a second off what they produced yesterday. You have to credit Kendall Ellis there, Daphne, because they were gathering up behind her coming into the home straight, and she found more. How would you assess that run there from, well, how do you assess the way that final leg unfolded?
In the beginning, you thought that she was slowing down a little bit, but she can hold to the end of the finish line. I think that's the most important thing, because if you're doing that too early, then she wouldn't have made it. So I think she did a very smart decision.
It's another national record for Ireland. They've taken nearly a second off what they produced yesterday. That's incredible. There's an African record in there for Nigeria as well. And of course, the records are relatively new, because this is a relatively new event. It's only been held once at the Olympic Games, but it's been slightly longer in its incarnation here at the World Athletics Relays. But Charlie Maudsley, what a weekend's work they have put in. Ireland have come here. They've got two teams on the way to Paris. They've got 3 national records, one superseding the other now. And they really have performed superbly against world-class opposition.
And we are really early in the season as well, so they can do a lot more, I think, in the end of the season. So it's great to start for Ireland, I think.
And again, USA, savvy team selection there. They brought in some fresh legs into their team in the shape of Willington Wright, who really did make a big impact on that third leg and give Kendall Ellis enough of a buffer. She managed her effort brilliantly as well. And the Netherlands, remember, you could only make one team change in the mixed 4x4 from those who were fielded yesterday. Netherlands kept the same quartet, and they come home in second position, just ahead of Ireland. And it's USA, the world champions in this event. Just getting word through that Belgium have potentially been disqualified in this as well. They didn't have a great run at all, Belgium. They were out of contention for a long time. As we see the medal presentations, to some extent anyway, it's instant medals, as we call those, and the silver medals for the Netherlands, as we see in the background some of the athletes preparing for the next event. But Ireland, it's been really a weekend that has got the Irish fans purring about what might be possible at major events, because they've run a very good Dutch quartet, pretty close there. But in the end, USA held on comfortably.
But you can see that the Netherlands is a little bit disappointed about this. They would win. You can see it on their faces. They came for one thing and they didn't.
Well, let's have a look at how this race unfolded. The Netherlands, or rather the USA, I should say, Matthew Bowling it was, who was comfortably clear coming home in the first thing. Nigeria ran a good race as well for the first couple of legs. You can just see Killian Green there working really hard for Ireland. Again, off the back of a hard run yesterday. But Adeleke, as you'd expect, ran a brilliant race, and she left Lika Klaver in the dust, really. Thomas Barr held his own, the Rio Olympic 4th placer over the hurdles, 31 years of age, and he kept Ireland right there until Charlie Maudsley was able to see them home in the top 3. The Belgians, keep an eye on them at the back here. The reason they are disqualified is because of this. Whoops. Miguel and Camille Laus, who ran earlier on, wasn't able to get a second run into her legs. But this is that finish. Kendall Ellis using the big screen, which is quite useful. In some of the shorter events, not so useful, Daphne, but when you're running at the 400 metres, you're just seeing what's going on behind her. It's like a nice wing mirror for her.
Yeah, but she's just pushing with her arms. You can see it, like just make big steps till the finish line. So that's one of the things that Femke Bol always doing as well. So I think that's one of the things to just keep moving, because if your arms are moving, your legs is also moving. So it's funny to see that most of the athletes on the end of the 400 meters are doing that.
Let me just give you a split that will be of interest. Rashida Adeleke, 48.45. Wow, that is unbelievable. Confirmation of a championship record and the title here in the Bahamas in the mixed 4x4 for the United States, ahead of a Femke Bol-inspired Netherlands and a national record for Ireland. The lights go down again here as we move on to our next final. And it's now turn of the women's 4x100 meters teams to enter the arena to the fanfare. And first of all, we see Australia. They will be out on the outside in lane number 8. Their team, Ebony Lane, Bree Masters, Ella Connolly and Tori Lewis. Germany in 7 with Louise Wieland, Nila Jaworski, Gina Luckenkemper and Rebecca Haase. A couple of team changes for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Alison Bell, Amy Hunt, Bianca Williams and Aaliyah Sibbons. They will go in lane number 6. Poland, Martina Kotvila, Monika Ramasko, Magdalena Stefanovic and Eva Swoboda, who absolutely flew down the home straight yesterday to send Poland to the Olympics. United States have Tamari Davis, Gabby Thomas, Lyra Barnes and Melissa Jefferson. Can the Netherlands go one better than in the 4x4? And Ketia Sado, Mariah van Hoelenstein, Minka Bishops and Tassa Gia. Canada had a brilliant run yesterday. Sadie McCreath, Marie-Eloise Leclerc, Audrey Leduc and Donna Tamboué comes in on the final leg for them. And finally on the inside will be France, Chloé Gallet, Jemima Joseph, Elena Parisot and Mallory Leconte. So we now have both of the 4x100 meter finals, and we'll close the program with the 2 4x400 meter finals. No one's happier to see the lights come back up than us, Stephanie, because it's very hard to read the start list when the lights are out.
Yes, and you need to be okay with your eyes as well. So you need to come back.
Yes, they don't think of us up here in the commentary box trying to read things on paper when there are no lights. Anyway, the athletes getting ready. Australia on the outside, led off by Ebony Lane. Louise Wieland will lead off Germany. Alison Bell into the team. It's 20 years of age for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Martina Kotvila, lane 5 for Poland. Tamari Davis, the number 3 ranked 100 meter athlete in the world this year, leads off the USA. And Ketia Sado, as the Netherlands field the same team as the first round yesterday. Sadie McCreath, once again on the opening leg for Canada, with Chloé Gallet coming in to kick things off for France. It's the World Athletics Relay Final for the 4x100 meters for women. Fastest qualifiers, unsurprisingly, with the United States ahead of GBR and Germany. USA, the world champions and Olympic silver medalist. Tamari Davis looking to convert her fine individual form and already making inroads on Poland outside her. Australia have gone out strongly with Ebony Lane on the back straight as well. Not a great change there in the middle of the field by the USA, but Gabby Thomas has got the baton. Great Britain and Northern Ireland going well with Amy Hunt down the back straight as well. That's a better change to the USA, and Poland have dropped the baton. They're out of it. On the inside, United States just ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, then come Australia and Germany as United States. And the final baton on to Melissa Jefferson down the home straight. Right on the inside, France are running well with Mallory Leconte as well. The medal positions are up for grabs, but it's the USA once again who will take the title. France on the inside ahead of Great Britain for second and third. But it's 2 out of 2 for the USA as Melissa Jefferson brings them home in the women's 4x100 meters. Championship record time of 41.86. France can't believe their achievement from lane 1 as well. Eva Swoboda never got a chance to have an impact on the final leg because the baton never reached Great Britain and Northern Ireland, with Aaliyah Sibbons, the young international debutant, bringing them home in the bronze medal position. But France's joy confirmed, Daphne, as from lane 1 they get a silver medal.
It's a very difficult position because you have the very the tight band, and that's really difficult in the 4x1 as well. So they didn't expect it, and nobody expected. But that's the nice thing of the 4x1.
Well, we'll get to see what happened to Poland coming round that top bend as well there. We'll get to see US. It didn't look the smoothest change over to Gabby Thomas, the first change. We'll see that in a moment as well, going down the back straight. But she managed to put that behind her. Amy Hunt ran a good back straight. She ran a great home straight for Great Britain and Northern Ireland yesterday. But it's the bronze medal for them. The USA taking the title. The world champions become the world relay champions here. And again, with the strength of the quartet that the US team have put out there, strong favourites and rewarded for the quality of athletes they brought here. And France, just look at the joy on their face, Daphne, there. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, it's a great result as well. They made a couple of changes, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. They took out Imani Lansiko, who's the European #1 this year, and Asher Phillip, the multiple major medalists. Brought in 2 of their relatively untested youngsters, Alison Bell and Aaliyah Sibbons, making their senior international debuts at a major championship like this. And to get on the podium, I think that's really encouraging for British sprinting as well. But it's 41.85, the championship record, beating their mark from here 10 years ago by 3/100ths of a second. So let's have a look. Keep your eye on the USA here in lane number 4 for this first change between Tamari Davis and Gabby Thomas. Just disappearing out the corner of your shot there. We're having a look at the Netherlands at the moment. Hopefully we'll get to see that US change. Netherlands are pretty efficient. We've completely missed that USA change, but this one was fine. Look at Poland here. Oh dear. Again, just reaching for it, Poland. And the momentum took the athlete to the ground. Look at France, it was a great bend on the inside there, which threw them into contention as the stagger unwound. It actually wasn't a great change from France, was it?
No, it wasn't. It took a long time, but the speed was there. So I think that's the most important thing, the speed. If the speed of both athletes are there, then you can go fast with the baton as well.
Yeah, Helena Parisot to Mallory Lecomte on the inside, but Melissa Jefferson anchoring the USA home comfortably, and again all out to the line, and the reward for that is not only the prize money and the title, but a championship record, taking down their own mark from 10 years ago. It's also the fastest time that any relay team has produced in the world this year. The world champions, the United States of America, recording a championship record, beating their own mark from 10 years ago. France from lane 1 picking up the silver medal ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We talk of people you feel sorry for and great characters that it's great to see here. Daphne, when we talk of Eva Svoboda, I mean, her reaction yesterday when they qualified for the Olympics made a lot of social media overnight, but to not even get the chance to run there, that's the perils of the relay, I'm sure. Hopefully I'm sure she's a team player. She understands that these things can happen. Great Britain and Northern Ireland fans will be celebrating, I'm sure, or would have been celebrating a moment ago. A good bronze medal for a new up-and-coming squad. Amy Hunt herself, a relatively new inductee to that squad as well. Bianca Williams, one of the senior figures, doing a good job there, and lots of the teams whose job has been done. Some of them who got their Olympic qualification done yesterday, some of them who run earlier on this evening. Good to see. One of the Jamaican team as well. There's a great fan zone down at track level as well, where Chinese contingent in as well here. More country fans than you realise, actually, when we get our cameras panning around the stadium. But a lot of support for a variety of people. And why wouldn't, to be honest, if you can afford the time and you can afford the expense to come out here to the Bahamas and support the athletes. Here's Eva Svoboda and the Polish team, for whom it was a frustrating end to their Bahamas. They've got the main job done, though, which is what they came here to do. And outsiders to qualify for the Olympic Games. Out go the lights, which means it's final time. This time, it's the men's 4x100 meters. Teams entering the arena. We start with the Olympic champion, Marcel Jacobs, and his Italy team. They will start on the outside in lane number 8. From the Olympic champion to the double world champion for the USA, Noah Lyles will once again anchor them. They name the same quartet: Courtney Lindsay, Kenny Bednarek and Kyrie King complete the 4. Fresh from seeing their women's team pick up a silver medal, France's men will go to lane 6. Meba Zeze, Jeff Arias, Pablo Mateo and Emmerich Priam. Then come the very familiar, very experienced and very well-oiled Canadian team. Aaron Brown, Jerome Blake, Brendan Rodney and Andre de Grasse, the Olympic 200-meter champion. The Japanese are in lane 4. They have Shoma Yamamoto, Hiroki Yanagita, Koki Uema and Sota Miwa. Had a great battle yesterday down the home straight with their Asian counterparts, China, who will be alongside them in lane 3 with Wu Zhichang, Deng Zhizhan, Yang Haibin and Chen Jiepeng. One team change for Great Britain and Northern Ireland from round 1. They bring in Jonah Efaloko to join Richard Kilty, Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake and Zarnell Hughes. Kilty will lead them off this time. And finally, Jamaica in a sprint relay final find themselves in lane 1. Brian Lavelle, Kadrian Goldson, Raheem Ford and Sandre Davison. Daphne, where's your money going here?
I think USA was looking very good yesterday. So, and Noah Lyles, he said on Instagram that he was ready with the team.
He's ready. Noah Lyles is ready. Italy, though, out on the outside with Marcel Jacobs on the second leg. Courtney Lindsay got the US off to an absolute flyer yesterday. Meba Zeze will be trying to do the same for France in lane 6. Aaron Brown, reliable opening leg runner for Canada, is in 5. Japan with Shoma Yamamoto in 4. Inside them, Wu Zhichang of China. Richard Kilty for Great Britain. He was on the 3rd leg yesterday. He runs the opening bend in this one. And Brian Lavelle comes in for Jamaica. This was the only team for Jamaica to reach a final yesterday. Time for some of the powerhouses. The men's 4x100 meters relay final here in Nassau.
Set.
Courtney Lindsay of the USA was the fastest out of the blocks yesterday, and he started well again, already up on Italy, who are about to hand the baton on to Marcel Jacobs. USA changed a decent one. Kenny Bednarek is up on Marcel Jacobs. Outside him, Canada are going well on the second leg for them. Is Jerome Blake. USA on the outside. Kyrie King has the baton. Italy outside them. Canada coming through ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland right on the inside as well. But it's Noah Lyles with the baton in hand at the moment, and surely there's an unassailable lead for Noah Lyles. Andre de Grasse in second place, and Italy in third with Filippo Torto. But the USA complete a hat-trick here in the Bahamas as Noah Lyles, the world champion, brings them home ahead of Canada and Italy. Well, like we said earlier on, if if you give the baton to someone of that quality in that position, there was going to be no other result. 37.40, the USA absolutely flying, only 200ths of a second outside their championship record from 9 years ago. Andre de Grasse had a good final leg as well, but there was no way, Daphne, he was catching Noah Lyles.
No, that's one of the things is very difficult, I think. When you know that they are in front and no one else is coming, then you know that that must be a difficult thing. But de Grasse is really, really strong leg, because he can close it, but he can just, yeah, did the same distance, I think, and that's very important for him to know.
Well, Marcel Jacobs didn't really have too much chance to make much of an impact because he was down when he got the baton. The USA right alongside them in lanes 7 and 8 out there. He was up against Kenny Bednarek down the back straight, who had probably a 5 metre or so head start on Marcel Jacobs down the back straight. But the USA flags, the Stars and Stripes, have been getting plenty of airtime in the course of the last 20 minutes or so. We've had 3 finals, and the United States have won them all. And given their history in relays, Daphne, when they haven't always got the baton round, some USA fans will be pleasantly surprised to see such a level of success for them tonight. Canada taking the silver medal. Again, we talked about them previously as the ultimate championship performers, really. The Olympic silver medal winning quartet. Didn't make the final in Budapest in the World Championships. In Italy, the Olympic champions, of course, the world silver medalists, weren't able, with their Olympic champion team, 3 of their Olympic champion team, including the individual winner, Marcel Jacobs, to make an impact. So USA have won all 3 so far. We've got the 2 4x400 meters finals to come. They're in both of those in seeded lanes as well. Could the USA go 5 out of 5 in the finals? So Italy are folding up their flags and giving them back. Oh, they're passing on to their teammates. Not wild celebrations of the Italians at the moment down there. Eventually we'll get their medals around their neck. We'll get a replay in just a moment of how that race unfolded. Lyles, a bit like Simbini earlier on when he was given the baton in a commanding lead. The positions weren't going to change when you've got runners all of high caliber on the final leg. A lot of the work has been done by the 3 previous runners. They're almost like a family now, those 4, aren't they, for Canada? It wouldn't be a 4x100 meter relay team if any of them weren't there. Ultimately, one day they won't be, but at the minute, they're riding high for Canada with 2nd place. It's another brilliant opening leg from Courtney Lindsay, isn't it? Who's given them such an advantage over Jacobs here down the back straight.
It was a very fast first leg.
Look at Bednarek.
But also Jacobs was running really good here because he was on the same position, and that was really good as well.
It's a brilliant leg, and look at that, not the cleanest change between Bednarek and Kyrie King. Italy was smooth on the outside, but no real momentum lost. Kyrie King running another good bend, and that was well-drilled stuff from the USA. And just that final change, that sense of relief when you get the baton in the hand of the anchor leg runner. And if that runner happens to be Noah Lyles, you probably feel even better. Let's have a look at how smooth this was again from them. Pretty good. Room for improvement, you'd say, but pretty good.
Yeah, it's good enough because they don't need to take any risk of it because they are a very fast team, so then you need to take any risk.
Room for improvement if you've got really high standards, but Lyles again all out towards the line. Again, I'll be fascinated to see how the splits come out for that one. He ran 8 point something yesterday, even though splits are relatively meaningless. 8.88 for Noah Lyles on that final leg. Italy coming up as a disqualification. More on that to come shortly. So it's time for our next final here in the Bahamas. It is the women's 4x400 meter relay final. Great Britain and Northern Ireland run on the outside with Victoria Hurigu, Lena Nielsen, Emily Newnham and Hannah Kelly in lane 8. There's a familiar look to this Polish quartet. Marika Popovic-Trapala, Iga Baumgart-Vitan, Justyna Święty-Esetic and Natalia Kazmarek. The big guns are out for them. USA are in lane 6. Kunira Hayes. Gabby Thomas is back out in the 4x4 minutes after running the 4x1. Bailey Lear and Alexis Holmes. Ireland make a couple of team changes. They bring in Rasheen Harrison and Lauren Cadden to join Phil Healy, who'll take the opening leg, and Sophie Becker. The Italian quartet in lane 4, who just may not have learnt yet that their colleagues have been disqualified in the previous race. Rebecca Borgia, Ayamina Fullerunzo, Virginia Troini and Giancarlo Trevisan. Norway with Josephine Tomine Eriksson, Amelie Yule, Elizabeth Slettum and Henrietta Jaeger, who booked them their first ever trip to the Olympics in the women's 4x4 yesterday. France are in 2 with Estelle Guaninji, Marjorie Vessier, Diana Iskay and Sunkamba Silla. And finally we meet Canada with Zoe Scherer, Ayana Stiverne, Alyssa Marsh and Kira Constantine. Those are your 8 teams for the women's 4x400 meters relay final. Well, United States, definitely fascinating team selection. Gabby Thomas, 2 relays in about 20 minutes.
But it's not the first time that you do that, I think. But the warm-up for the 100 meters is perfect for the 400 meters as well.
Victoria Hurigu on the outside for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Poland, they've changed 2 of their team, bring in Święty-Esetic and also Baumgart-Vitan. USA is Gabby Thomas in for Natasha Robinson. Ireland, I mentioned their team changes. Phil Healy moves from the 3rd leg to the opening leg. Italy have Borgia once again kicking them off. Lane 3, Norway. Eriksson to Yule. They brought in Slettum on the 3rd leg. France in lane number 2. France have changed 3 of their team from yesterday. And for Canada, the same quartet, but a change in the final order with Marsh on the 3rd. Constantine on the anchor. Alexis Holmes, no stranger to bringing the USA home to major relay success. USA have won all 3 of our World Athletics Relays finals so far. And the favourites for this one, the women's 4x400.
Set.
Well, as you mentioned, Daphne, Gabby Thomas, probably the ideal warm-up, really. A 100-metre sprint a few moments ago to take the 2nd leg of this 4x400 metre final. Phil Healy, Ireland's most experienced relay runner that they've got here, really, certainly in the female ranks. This time promoted to the opening leg to set them up. And on to 2 of her less experienced colleagues, and she's sticking pretty well at the moment with Kunira Hayes outside her and Marika Popovic-Trapala for Poland. Great Britain and Northern Ireland with the, I guess, the blind leg out on the outside. Victoria Hurigu in lane number 8. Canada with Zoe Scherer on the inside are coming through well ahead of France at this stage, and Norway have run a decent opening leg as well through Josephine Eriksson in lane number 3. Tight at the changeover between the USA, Poland, Great Britain and Northern Ireland and Norway in lane 3 as well, and Canada are rallying as Ayana Stiverne gets the baton for them. But it's Gabby Thomas away for the USA in an unfamiliar event for her. A 200-metre speciality falls somewhere between the 2 relays. USA from Canada, Lavia Nielsen on the leg for Great Britain and Northern Ireland comes across in 3rd position. Yule for Norway is in 4th. Poland trying to make some progress past a couple. Iga Baumgart-Vitan is just coming past the Italian runner, Ayamina Fullerunzo. And Ireland at the moment with France well detached at the back of the field. Gabby Thomas, this is a fine leg for her. A 2nd relay in 20 minutes. Lavia Nielsen is coming down the home straight strongly for Great Britain as they come past Canada. And Poland also finishing strongly. They'll hand the baton over in 4th position. But the USA well clear at the moment through Bailey Lear, heading out onto the 3rd leg. For Great Britain and Northern Ireland in 2nd position, it's Emily Newnham, who has Alyssa Marsh breathing down her neck at the moment. down the back straight. Poland in 4th position with their 3rd leg runner, Justyna Święty-Esetic. Then come Norway with Elizabeth Sletum, and Italy just behind them with Virginia Troiani. Canada and Great Britain and Northern Ireland battling out 2nd position at the moment, but the USA just has a familiar feeling at the moment. Comfortable out front as Bailey Lear comes into the home straight, standing by to hand on to Alexis Holmes. Canada and Poland moving past Emily Newnham of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, coming down the home straight. Italy are rallying as well, up towards the top 5 positions. But Alexis Holmes has probably got 20 metres on Kira Constantine in 2nd position for Canada. Hannah Kelly on the anchor leg for Great Britain and Northern Ireland has got Natalia Kazmarek challenging her in 4th position behind. There's surely no bridging that gap back to the USA at the moment. Henrietta Jaeger is charging down the back straight for Norway as well at the moment, trying to reel in the 3 or 4 ahead of her. But it's the USA with 150 metres to go. Poland in 2nd position from Canada, and Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The rest of the medal positions will be between them. But the USA, an all-conquering force here in Nassau in the World Athletics Relays. The women's 4x400 metres team, anchored home by Alexis Holmes, become the 4th US team in a row to take the title here. Poland get the silver medal ahead of Canada, who finish ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But the USA are simply unstoppable. Again, a dominant performance. Daphne there from that quartet, making the team change, a world-leading time for them as well. And every one of these events so far has followed a pretty similar pattern. When it goes right for the USA, they just can't be caught at the moment.
I was very surprised about Gabby Thomas. She had a very strong leg on the 2nd leg, and she started already the big gap between her and the rest of the field. So it was very nice to see that she can also do 400 meters.
Canada as well had a good weekend, qualifying their teams through to the Olympic Games, as well as picking up a bronze medal there ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Just looking at some of the splits coming through. Gabby Thomas on the 2nd leg, 49.58 in an unfamiliar event, just after you've run a 4x100 metres relay. Some of the things we're seeing. Kazmarek, a great closing split from her of 49.4 as well. Alexis Holmes was 49.6 for the USA on that final leg as well. Canada were very consistent, 3 runners in the 51s, and Constantine closing in 50.15. Poland, again, we mentioned bringing in a lot of their senior relay runners, some of those who have won major championship medals. I mean, Kazmarek has broken 50 seconds for the 3rd time in 3 races over the course of the weekend as well. But that is a bit like the Canadian men's team that we saw. That Polish female quartet has a really familiar look about it. And well done to Canada. I think I saw Alyssa Marsh's sister tweeting something yesterday saying, Alyssa Marsh to the world. Well, she's gone to the world and she's helped her team to a bronze medal here in the Bahamas. And Alexis Holmes just keeps picking up anchor gold medals for the USA. Let's have a look then at the changeovers. This is the 2nd changeover. That's Gabby Thomas on the inside onto Bailey Lear. And again, the USA with just such a commanding advantage. Jaeger ran a great leg for Norway, by the way, to try and get them into contention. He ran really well yesterday. This was the battle on behind the USA. It became a race within a race, didn't it? It's Hannah Kelly of the Great Britain Northern Ireland team battling away there, but Alexis Holmes, I mean, that looks pretty comfortable. Probably feels a bit easier when you don't have to force yourself with no one breathing down your neck. So USA from Poland, from Canada. The top 3, USA with the fastest time in the world this year, completing a 4th success out of 4 here in the Bahamas. We've had 39 races across the last couple of days here in Nassau, and there is one more to come. It's the men's 4x400 metres final. standing by to welcome our athletes into the arena here. The support has been absolutely fantastic. And of course, the one thing the USA can't do is go 5 out of 5 because they're not in this final. Lights down for the final time in Nassau, the men's 4x400 meters relay final. Here we go then, the final chance to welcome our athletes into the arena. First team we see are South Africa. No Wade van Niekerk in their lineup this evening. Gadeo Isaacs, Shakiti Nene, Antonio Nokia and Lute Pillai. Japan in lane 7 have Kentaro Sato, Fuga Sato, Yuki Nakajima and Kaito Kawabata. In lane 6, Botswana were terrific yesterday, had a great battle with South Africa. Hussein Kibinachipi, Letsili Tabogo flew yesterday on his leg. Leongo Scotch and Bayapo Ndori. Belgium, the world indoor champions, Dylan Borlée, Robin van der Bendem, Alexander Dome and Jonathan Sakur. The Italy quartet has Luca Cito, Vladimir Accetti, Eduardo Scotti and David Ray. Germany field Jean-Paul Bredau, Terrell Prentz, Mark Koch and Manuel Sanders in lane 3. Great Britain and Northern Ireland can count on the European record holder Matthew Hudson-Smith on the opening leg, with Alex Haydock-Wilson, Joe Breyer and Lewis Davey completing their quartets. And we complete the lineup with Nigeria in lane 1, Dubem Wakuchu, Dubem Amini, Sekiri Adeyemi and Chidi Okezi. Those are your teams for our final event here in Nassau, the men's 4x400 meters relay final. And there will have been people shouting at the broadcast earlier when I said USA can't win them all. No, they can't win them all because they're not in this one. We've had 39 races. You're going to cut me some slack, aren't you, Daphne? So USA, after their disqualification yesterday in the men's race, they've won everything they can win, all of the ones they're in. And now the door is open for another country to take a title. Will it be South Africa on the outside in 8? Could it be Japan in 7? Botswana will have to have a real chance. Kebinat Shipi will lead them off, as will Belgium. The youngest of the Borlées, Dylan, on the opening leg. Luca Cito will fire the Italian hopes out of the blocks. Germany will count on Jean-Paul Bredau over the opening 400 meters. Matthew Hudson-Smith, who's been in great form this year, will put the GB team right there. And Dubem Wachukwu on the inside for Nigeria. Here we go then, after 2 thrilling days, the final event of the World Athletics Relays, Bahamas 2024, the men's 4x400 meters final. $40,000 US in prize money, Olympic seeding lane draws as well. Lots to fight for with their Olympic participation already secured ahead of this.
Set.
Well, Matthew Hudson-Smith led off Great Britain and Northern Ireland in the opening round yesterday. They have made a couple of changes to their team. They brought in Alex Haydock-Wilson and Joe Breyer on legs 2 and 3, but Hudson-Smith running from lane 2. But Botswana, we're going to have to keep an eye on them, particularly Letsile Tabogo is going to be running the second leg, but Hussein Kebinat Shipi has taken them out pretty strongly in the opening leg. But South Africa, through Gadeo Isaacs, have also flown out through this first 250 metres or so. Wade van Niekerk, the world record holder, did run in the heats yesterday to get them through to the Olympics, but offering the chances to others here. Italy, with Luca Cito in the blue in lane number 4, have come past Dylan Borlée of Belgium. As we get to the first handover, Japan also right in the mix, but Italy probably just about the leaders at the baton change as Vladimir Acchetti takes the baton for them. Letsili Tebogo is on the move for Botswana. Right up the inside, Alex Haydock-Wilson for Great Britain and Northern Ireland has rushed through that first bend to try and get himself to the break, but across will come Tebogo of Botswana. Nene of South Africa also propelling them onto the back of that leading group of 5 at the moment as well. Botswana, Great Britain, Belgium, then come Italy and South Africa. Then a gap to Japan. As Tebogo, once again, the 100-metre and 200-metre World Championship medalist, looking ultra strong over 400 metres. Another superb leg from him as he hands on to Leongo Scotch in the lead. Great Britain and Northern Ireland in second position as Joe Breyer takes the baton for them. Italy in third with Eduardo Scotti. Then comes South Africa with Antoni Nokia. Belgium in third with the world indoor champion Alexander Dome, who ran the anchor leg yesterday but is on the third today with Jonathan Sakur to run the anchor. And Japan have reattached themselves to the back of this group with Yuki Nakajima. So still a commanding advantage for Botswana, who will have the world leader over 400 metres, Bayapo and Dory, to come on the fourth leg. Botswana looking strong at the moment. Italy with Eduardo Scotti charging. Alexander Dome has left plenty as well. He's got them up into third position, and Japan have had a great end to that leg as well. Botswana, Italy, Belgium, South Africa and Japan in the shake-up. Great Britain and Northern Ireland have all of a sudden lost a load of ground, and Lewis Davey has found himself 5 or 6 metres down on the rest. Down the back straight they go. 250 metres to go. Bayapo and Dory for Botswana. Pillai for South Africa running his second leg of the evening, challenging Jonathan Sakur of Belgium. They're starting to chip away at that Botswanan lead at the moment. But Ndori finished very strongly yesterday. You can expect him to do the same. And look at this, moving away from the field. This time there's no catch in Botswana. Bayapo and Dory seals the success for them in the 4x400 metres ahead of South Africa, and Belgium, I think, have just held on for the bronze ahead of Japan, who are finishing fast. But Botswana, a high-quality quartet fielded, even with the 100 and 200 metre world champion Letsili Tebogo up at 400 metres, post a world-leading time of 2:59.11 to win our final event here in the Bahamas. And again, Daphne, it was all set up. They all ran strongly early on, and it was left to Ndori just to see it round.
Botswana was running really, really fast, like from the beginning to the end, they were the best. And now to see the fight between the other countries was really nice to watch as well.
Well, the position scrolling through there, South Africa, again, it's another 1-2. Neighbouring countries, Botswana and South Africa, down the bottom end of the continent. We saw them celebrating yesterday with the joint flags. So Botswana celebrating. Nice to see that, the African engagement between the two. Botswana, well, great performance then. The Olympic bronze medalist is qualified in Budapest in the World Championships. But with Tebogo, yesterday, he split 43.49 yesterday. Tebogo and Dory split sub-44 yesterday as well. So really were in a great position coming in. It would have been interesting to see them run against the USA quartet, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be nice in the Olympics.
Lots of ifs and buts, but we'll have to wait for Paris for that one. And Letsili Tebogo, his split has just come through, 43.72 on the second leg. He's a 100 and 200 metre man. Dory on the anchor was 44.13. Great performances, but Letsili Tebogo, the only athlete through the field to split sub 44, exactly as he did yesterday. Which is the moment that they headed out on the third leg. That was Tebogo handing on to Leongo Scotch. Alexander Dome did what he had left in his legs. I think Great Britain and Northern Ireland will be a little bit disappointed with their 6th place finish, because that is a strong quartet that they have fielded today. So they really lost touch at the final change between Joe Breyer and Lewis Davey. Never were able to get it back. But Dory, again, he wasn't worrying about what was coming behind him. left absolutely nothing out on the track. Confirmation of a brilliant victory for Botswana, inspired by Letsile Tebogo with a sub-44 second clocking, a world-leading time of 2:59.11 to once again see off South Africa with Belgium in third. "400 drones give us the logo of Chase the Sun in the sky above us here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. A local flavour to the entertainment here. Daphne Skippers, thanks so much for your company over the course of the last couple of days here. What a couple of days it's been at the World Athletics Relays. Back in the Bahamas after 7 years away. It's certainly disappointed. The passports to Paris have been stamped. For myself, Chris Temple, and the team, it's goodbye.